Bloodline, Book 1 in the Gordian series, written by R.J. Simmons. Chapter 1, New Beginnings. The headlights caught him too late. 1 second the road was empty, blacktop stretching endlessly through the mist, and then there he was, a figure breaking out of the dark, sprinting across the lane like he'd materialized from shadow. Mara slammed the brakes, the tires screamed, but momentum did its cruel math. The moving truck struck him with a heavy, sickening sound. Thud, metal, glass. Her chest snapped against the seatbelt as the wheel jerked in her hands. The truck fishtailed once before grinding to a halt on the shoulder. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the ticking of the engine and the hollow echo of what she'd done. "Mom?" Her son's voice trembled from the passenger seat. "What was that? Did we?" She couldn't answer. Her pulse roared in her ears. The world seemed wrapped in fog and silence. Then, headlights flared behind them. The van. Her husband pulled up fast, gravel spitting under the tires. Mara stumbled out, half running, half falling toward the ditch where she thought she saw him land. Her legs shook. The air smelled like rain and burnt rubber. He was there, crumpled in the grass, half hidden in shadow. A boy, maybe 17. Too pale, too still. Blood streaked his face and pooled darkly beneath his temple where the skull had caved in. "Oh God," she whispered. "Oh God, he's just a kid?" Her husband was behind her now, flashlight beams slicing the dark. Their daughter hung back by the van, phone already shaking in her hand as she tried to dial 911. The light trembled over the boy's body and caught something that made Mara freeze. He was breathing. Not gasping, not struggling, just steady, slow breaths like someone deep asleep. "How?" she began. She couldn't finish the thought. The blood should have been pumping out in waves, but it wasn't. The wound still looked catastrophic, but something about it, something in the air, felt wrong. The boy's hand twitched, just once. When Kai woke, the world was fragments, light, sound, pain. He tasted dirt, rain, the iron tang of blood. Voices hovered above him, distorted by distance. He tried to move, and the motion sent a bolt of agony through his skull. Hey, don't!" a man's voice said. "You're hurt." Kai blinked. The world swam into focus, a woman crying softly, 2 teens standing on the roadside, headlights glaring through the drizzle. He didn't know them. He didn't know this place. He didn't know anything. His heart raced. His own name was all he could find, flickering through the fog in his mind like a single match flame. Kai. That was it. No last name, no family, no reason he should be lying broken on a wet road. He tried to speak, but his throat was raw. "Kai," he croaked. The woman knelt beside him. "That's your name?" He nodded faintly. The movement hurt, but not as much as it should have. In fact, the pain was slipping away. He reached for his head. The man caught his wrist, gentle but firm. "Easy, kid, you took a hard hit." But when Kai's fingers brushed his temple, the blood was still there, thick and sticky, but the bone beneath felt whole. Smooth. That didn't make sense. Nothing did. The sirens were closer now, painting the night in red flashes. Kai's breathing quickened. He didn't know why, but instinct screamed that he shouldn't be found here, not by whoever was coming. "Don't move," the man said again. "Help's almost here." Kai's eyes darted toward the dark tree line beyond the ditch. A shadow seemed to flicker there, something vast and shapeless, retreating just out of sight. The sight of it chilled him, though he couldn't remember why. "Please," he whispered, voice trembling. "Don't let them take me." The woman leaned closer. "Who, sweetheart, who's after you?" He didn't have an answer, only a feeling, cold, ancient dread, like he'd been running from that darkness his whole life. He blinked again, and the world tilted. The sirens wailed louder, closer. His body tensed, ready to flee even though he didn't know where or why. A sharp beam of light cut through the dark. Kai flinched, blinking against it as the world came back in pieces. The hiss of radios, the crunch of boots on gravel, the rising whine of sirens fading into idle hums. Rain still fell in soft needles across his face. He lay on the shoulder of the road, half sitting now, propped up by the man who'd been there before. Mara knelt nearby, her son and daughter hovering close but silent. Red and blue lights pulsed over their faces, painting them in uneasy color. "Hey," one of the EMTs said, crouching beside him. "You're awake. That's good. Can you tell me your name?" "Kai," he said quietly. The word felt strange on his tongue, like something borrowed from another life. "Okay, Kai," the man said. "Do you know what happened?" Kai swallowed. His throat was raw, every word scraping against it. I don't remember. That's all right, the EMT said gently. You were running, according to these folks. Do you remember what you were running from? Kai hesitated. The question felt heavy, like it carried something important he should know. But when he tried to reach for the memory, all he found was fog and fear, a blur of movement, a feeling of being chased. He shook his head. No, I don't remember. Mara watched him closely, her face pale and drawn. Something in her eyes said she didn't quite believe him, or maybe she was trying not to believe what she'd seen before. Her husband stood beside her, arms crossed, his flashlight flicking toward Kai's face, then to his head. He frowned. Honey, look, Mara did. The side of the boy's skull, where it had been crushed in minutes earlier, was whole, unmarked, save for a faint streak of dried blood. Her stomach turned. But it must have been the light, her husband said quickly. Rain, shadows, you were shaken up. She nodded, but it wasn't agreement, it was fear. The EMT gestured for Kai to sit up straighter. Easy, let's take a look at you, all right? We'll get your vitals and then we'll go from there. Kai obeyed, slow and stiff, but when the man reached out to take his arm, something inside him reacted before thought could catch up. His hand shot up, faster than sight, fingers locking around the EMT's wrist. The motion was pure instinct, fluid, precise, trained. The EMT froze. Hey, easy, he said quickly. I'm not gonna hurt you, just checking your pulse. Kai blinked, realizing what he'd done. His grip loosened instantly. Sorry, he muttered. I don't know why I did that. It's okay. The man forced a small, steady smile, but when he turned to his partner, they shared a quiet look that said otherwise. The woman EMT crouched beside him next. You've got reflexes like a cat for someone who just got hit by a truck, she said softly. Let's just make sure everything inside's still where it should be. Kai gave a shaky nod. His hands wouldn't stop trembling, though he wasn't sure if it was from fear, pain, or something deeper. Something his body remembered that his mind didn't. A police cruiser pulled up, tires hissing on the wet road. 2 officers stepped out, their lights scanning the scene. The older one approached Mara first. Ma'am, can you walk me through what happened? She nodded, still keeping one eye on Kai. He came out of nowhere. We tried to stop, I swear we did. The officer jotted notes, calm and practiced. Anyone else on the road? Witnesses? Her husband shook his head. Just us. He was running, fast, like he didn't see the truck. The officer's gaze shifted to Kai. Son, do you remember running? Where were you coming from? Kai shook his head again, voice low. I don't remember anything before the lights. The officer studied him for a moment, then sighed. All right, EMTs will take you in, we'll file a report. The medics moved efficiently now, slipping a foil blanket around Kai's shoulders and guiding him to the stretcher. He didn't resist. The flashing lights painted everything in brief, broken color, red, blue, white, like the world was breathing in fragments. As they loaded him into the ambulance, Mara stood on the shoulder, arms wrapped around herself. Her husband placed a hand on her back, but she barely felt it. I saw it, she whispered. His head was crushed. I saw it. I know, he said softly, but he's alive. That's what matters. The ambulance doors shut, the siren rose and the vehicle pulled away into the night. Mara watched it until the lights disappeared beyond the trees. Then she turned to her family. We're going after him, she said. Her husband hesitated. Mara, I hit him. We hit him. I need to know he's all right. Her voice trembled, but beneath it was something steadier, something that wouldn't let go. The kids climbed back into the van. Silent, her husband started the engine. The wipers dragged across the windshield, fighting the rain, and together they followed the ambulance into the dark. The hospital lights were too bright, white and humming like they were alive. Kai blinked against them as the gurney rolled through double doors, the air conditioning washing over his skin. The smell of disinfectant and ozone filled his lungs, sharp, sterile, unfamiliar. Everything about the place felt wrong. Too clean, too loud, too modern. The EMTs were talking, their voices practiced and steady. Male, approximately 17, pedestrian struck by vehicle at low to moderate speed, one said as they pushed him into an emergency bay. Unconscious on scene for approximately 2 minutes, no visible fractures, mild contusions, vitals. He glanced at the monitor beside the bed, brow furrowing. Vitals are, perfect. Perfect? The intake nurse repeated, arching a brow. Yeah, literally perfect. Heart rate, BP, O2, textbook, like he's straight out of a med journal. The nurse frowned, jotting notes. Lucky kid. Mara had followed them in, pale and quiet, her husband and the kids waiting just outside the curtain. She couldn't seem to stop watching Kai, the way he sat upright now, calm and composed, the faint lines of confusion across his brow. The doctor entered, adjusting his gloves. I'm Dr. Hensley. Kai, right? Kai nodded. His voice was soft when he answered. That's all I remember. Hensley's gaze lingered for a beat. That's all right. Amnesia isn't uncommon after trauma. We'll run some tests, but first I want to check for internal injuries. Can you lift your arms for me? Kai hesitated but obeyed. He tugged the hospital gown loose and let it fall open across his chest. The room went still. There were no bruises, no fresh cuts, no swelling. His skin was unmarred by the accident, but it told a different story altogether. Across his chest, faint, pale scars crossed one another in patterns that didn't belong to any era Mara recognized. Small round marks, almost like healed punctures, over a dozen of them, each one an echo of something sharp, driven deep, long ago. Lower, just beneath the ribs, a longer diagonal scar, like a blade had once opened him from side to side. Dr. Hensley leaned closer, his professional calm faltering. These are old, he murmured. A few years, maybe more. He turned slightly, voice quiet but firm. Mara, could you step back, please? She didn't move. What are those? The doctor glanced at her, then back at Kai's back as he turned to check. The moment the boy shifted, the light caught the ridges of scar tissue that crossed across his shoulders and back, thin, parallel, symmetrical. Lash marks. Too many to count. Mara gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my God! Kai looked down at himself, at the strange pale lines that didn't belong to the life he remembered, or rather, the one he couldn't remember. His heartbeat stayed steady, impossibly calm, but his stomach turned. None of it made sense. Dr. Hensley straightened, pulling off his gloves. Kai, do you remember who did this to you? Kai shook his head slowly. No, I don't remember any of it. The doctor exhaled. These aren't accidental injuries. These are the kind of scars you'd see in long-term abuse. Severe abuse. Mara's eyes filled. He's just a kid. Her voice cracked. How could anyone? She stopped herself, stepping closer to the bed. Kai, honey, do you know where you came from? He shook his head again. No. His gaze drifted to the ceiling, to the buzzing lights overhead. I don't remember anything before the accident. Mara reached for his hand before realizing what she was doing. His skin was warm, too warm for someone who just came out of the rain and sat shirtless in an exam room, but his pulse beneath her fingers was steady and strong. Dr. Hensley pulled the curtain halfway closed and spoke quietly to the nurse outside. Let's get child services on standby. This looks serious. Kai heard him, but the words didn't fully land. They slid past, part of the noise and brightness that filled the room. He stared at the faint scars on his arms, tracing them with his eyes. They didn't feel like his, yet somewhere deep inside they did. Images flickered behind his eyes, heat screaming, the sting of leather strands, a voice shouting his name in a language he couldn't remember. A flash of fire. Then it was gone. Mara was still watching him, her expression softening into something maternal and haunted. You're safe now, she said quietly. Whatever happened to you, it's over. Kai nodded because she seemed to need him to, though he wasn't sure what safe meant. The doctor scribbled on his chart, muttering something about overnight observation and head imaging. When the nurse stepped out to fetch the paperwork, Kai glanced at the reflective metal tray beside the bed. His own eyes looked back. Familiar, yet wrong. The color shifted faintly in the fluorescent light, a ring of gold flickering around the pupil before fading again. He blinked hard, and it was gone. They wheeled him through the sterile corridors of the hospital, the hum of fluorescent lights buzzing in time with the steady rhythm of his heartbeat on the monitor. Kai lay back on the gurney, watching ceiling tiles drift overhead like clouds. The voices around him blurred together. Nurses, orderlies, the squeak of rubber soles. He tried to remember where he was before this, what he'd been running from, but every thought slid away like water through his fingers. When they stopped, the air felt colder. A technician in a blue scrub cap smiled down at him. Hey Kai, we're going to take a few pictures of your insides, all right? Shouldn't take long. He nodded, silent. The machine loomed above him, all steel and circles, humming like some sleeping beast. He lay still as it began to move, the sound of it filling the room, steady, mechanical, methodical. He closed his eyes, and somewhere inside the rhythm of the machinery, he could almost hear something else. The echo of hooves, the clang of metal on metal, the sound of breathing that wasn't his own. Dr. Hensley stood beside the lightboard minutes later, staring at the glowing scans like they were some kind of trick. The tech cleared her throat softly. That can't be right, can it? Hensley didn't answer. He traced a line along the image, a long curved scar that split across Kai's abdomen. It was clean, old, and impossibly deep. That's a cleave wound, he muttered finally. Not a knife, something broad, heavy. A machete maybe, or something larger. Whatever it was, it went through him. It should have killed him. Mara, who had insisted on waiting outside the imaging suite, stepped closer to the glass. What do you mean, should have? Hensley turned toward her slowly, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. It's healed, completely. There's scar tissue, massive amounts, but no sign of surgical repair, no staples, no sutures, nothing. He flipped to another scan, and this, look here, his ribs, nearly every one of them's been broken at least 20 times, maybe more. The technician switched to the next slide. Femurs, shins, forearms. Every bone showed the faint white lines of healed fractures, hundreds and hundreds of them. These breaks are all old, Hensley went on quietly. Old and perfectly mended, no calcification, no deformities. His body has healed them almost flawlessly. Heck, 10 years ago, our machines wouldn't have been able to even pick up the faint lines of the breaks. Mara's hands went to her mouth. You mean, he's been through all that? Hensley nodded. It looks like he's lived through more trauma than most soldiers see in a lifetime. He exhaled slowly, still staring at the display. But he's just a boy, 17 at most, probably 15 or 16 based on these growth plates. Mara's voice trembled. How is that possible? He didn't answer. He didn't have one. Kai sat on the edge of the imaging table, clothed now in a thin hospital gown, his bare feet cold against the tile. The nurse had stepped out to fetch the doctor. He stared at the faint reflection in the metal counter. His own face, young, unlined, and strangely empty. When he pressed his hand to his side over the great scar, he could feel the uneven ridges beneath the skin. They didn't hurt. Nothing hurt, but his chest ached in a way he couldn't name. He remembered flashes, the weight of something heavy, a field of fire and smoke, arrows in the air like rain. He remembered running, shouting something in a language that vanished the moment he woke. And then nothing. The door opened. Dr. Hensley entered with a clipboard, his expression carefully neutral. Mara hovered behind him, unwilling to leave. Kai, the doctor said gently, we took a look at your scans. You've had a lot of injuries in the past. Kai frowned. Injuries? Old ones. Scars on your organs, your bones, your back. He hesitated. Do you remember how you got them? Kai shook his head slowly. No, I don't remember anything before tonight. The doctor studied him for a long moment, searching for something in his eyes. Truth, maybe, or understanding, but found only confusion. Mara stepped closer, voice soft. He's just a kid, doctor. He doesn't remember because someone did this to him. We have to help him. Hensley nodded, but his gaze lingered on the scans glowing faintly through the glass. We will, he said, though it sounded more like a promise to himself than to her. Kai looked down at his hands. The scars didn't lie. His body remembered what his mind refused to. Every break, every wound, every lash of pain that time should have erased. And somewhere deep beneath the surface of that perfect calm pulse, something old stirred, quiet, patient, and very much alive. By morning, the hospital smelled of stale coffee and cleaning solution. Night shift nurses traded quiet words in the hall, their sneakers squeaking against the tile. Kai sat propped up in the bed, wearing borrowed sweatpants and a faded hoodie someone had found in Lost and Found. His eyes tracked the rain streaking down the window. The city beyond looked blurred, unreal, like it wasn't built for him. He didn't remember sleeping. He didn't remember dreaming either. A knock sounded at the door, and two women stepped in. One in a gray blazer with a laminated badge, the other younger, holding a tablet. Their voices were careful, practiced in the way people speak to fragile things. Hi, Kai, the woman with the badge said. My name's Miss Durham. I'm with Child Protective Services. I'm here to talk with you for a bit, okay? Kai nodded, wary but calm. Mara and her husband, Evan, were already in the room. They'd been there most of the night, sitting quietly in the corner, unable to leave. Their daughter and son had gone home hours ago, but they had stayed. Evan now rose from the chair, polite but cautious. Ms. Durham smiled at Kai before turning to the doctor's chart on the counter. Once the medical team clears you, we'll find a place for you to stay. Somewhere safe until we can figure out who you are. Where? Kai asked quietly. She hesitated. We've got a few group homes, but most are full right now. It's been rough lately. Some kids end up sleeping at our offices for a night or two, on pallets, air mattresses, that kind of thing, until we can find something better. Her voice softened, but the sadness in it was real. We'll take good care of you, though. I promise. Kai nodded again, though he wasn't sure what care meant anymore. Dr. Hensley stepped in just then, flipping through the chart. Medically, he's cleared, he said. No active injuries, no infection, nothing requiring observation. It's a bit remarkable. He got very lucky. The younger social worker entered notes into her tablet. Then we can transfer custody once the paperwork's ready. Mara stood. Wait, she said. Her voice came out steady but low. You're saying you don't have anywhere for him to go? Ms. Durham looked at her kindly. We'll find something. It just might take a few days. Evan glanced at his wife. They didn't need words. The conversation passed between their eyes. He rubbed his jaw, then said, We've been foster parents before. Adopted our two through the system. Our license should still be active. The social worker blinked, surprised. You're the Callahan family? Evan nodded. That's us. We renewed last year, just in case. Mara stepped closer to Kai's bed. We can take him, she said gently. If he's comfortable with that. Kai looked up, confusion flickering across his face. You'd want me to stay with you? Mara smiled, a tired, soft thing that reached her eyes. You didn't ask for any of this. You shouldn't have to sleep on a floor somewhere while they figure things out. Evan nodded beside her. We've got room and experience. We can make it official if that helps. Ms. Durham exchanged a look with her colleague. That would actually solve a lot of problems, she admitted. You're cleared, licensed, and you're already familiar with the system. If you're serious, I can start the placement paperwork. Mara's answer came without hesitation. Do it. Kai stared at them, trying to understand why strangers would do that. Part of him wanted to refuse, to say he'd be fine on his own, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came. He didn't know where on his own even was. Ms. Durham smiled softly. All right then, Kai, looks like you just got yourself a home, at least for now. He didn't know how to respond. The word home sounded distant, like it belonged to another language. But when Mara reached out, slowly, carefully, and rested a hand on his arm, he didn't pull away. Her touch was warm, steady, real. For the first time since waking up on that road, Kai felt something that wasn't confusion or fear. It wasn't belonging, not yet, but it was something close. The rain had stopped by the time they wheeled Kai to the hospital's front entrance. The morning was gray and quiet, the kind of stillness that comes after a storm. Water dripped from the eaves, gathering in puddles that reflected the dull sky. Mara walked beside the chair, her hand lightly resting on the handle as the orderly guided them through the automatic doors. Evan followed close behind, signing a last form with the CPS worker. Kai sat still, feeling small under the weight of everyone's concern. The borrowed clothes hung loosely on him, the hoodie sleeves too long. Outside, a familiar van waited at the curb. A girl leaned against the passenger side, arms crossed. 17, maybe 18. Long brown hair tied back in a messy knot. Beside her stood a boy, younger, maybe 16, the same one who'd been in the passenger seat of the moving truck the night before. That's them, Mara said softly. Our kids. Evan gave a small smile, the rest of the moving crew. The girl straightened when she saw them coming. Mom, Dad, what's going on? Why do you have the boy from the road? Mara glanced at Kai, then back to her daughter. This is Kai. He's going to stay with us for a while. The boy blinked. Wait, what? Kai, this is Lily, Mara said, nodding toward the girl, and that's Noah. Kai offered a small, uncertain nod. Hi? Lily's eyes softened a little. You're the one from last night. He looked down. Yeah. Noah shifted awkwardly. You look a lot better than I expected. Evan chuckled, stepping around to open the back door. That's kind of the theme of the night, isn't it? Everything looking better than we expected. He clapped Kai gently on the shoulder. Come on, son, let's get you home. Kai froze for half a second at the word son, but said nothing. He climbed into the van, sitting between boxes labeled kitchen and office, fragile. As Evan started the engine, Mara turned in her seat. "We're actually new here too," she said with a tired smile. "We just moved in yesterday. We're moving to a small town just outside the city. That's what the truck was for." Kai frowned faintly. "The one that hit me?" Mara winced. "Yeah, that one." Lily glanced back from the front seat. "It's kind of poetic if you think about it. You literally fell into the family." "Lily," Mara said softly, but there was a hint of a smile in her tone. Evan laughed under his breath. "You're not wrong. We haven't even picked out rooms yet." Noah leaned forward between the seats. "We were going to do that today before." He stopped himself, glancing toward Kai. "Before everything." Evan looked in the rearview mirror. "Well, looks like the house is going to get even fuller than planned. I was thinking I'd take that little spare room downstairs as an office, but..." He shrugged with a good-natured sigh. "I can move my desk into our bedroom. No big deal." "You sure?" Mara asked. He smiled. "He's just a kid, Mara. He needs space more than I need a door that closes." Kai stared out the window as the van pulled out of the hospital lot. The town rolled by, quiet streets, neat houses, the smell of wet pavement rising through the open crack of the window. Everything felt distant but strangely familiar, like he'd seen towns like this 100 times before, just under different names. Lily looked back again, studying him. "You don't remember anything? Like where you're from or who your parents are?" Kai shook his head. "Nothing." Noah frowned. "That's wild." Evan turned down a side street lined with maples and newly built homes. "Well, whatever your story is, Kai, you've got time to figure it out. No rush." The van slowed, turning into a driveway where a moving truck still sat half unloaded. Cardboard boxes were stacked in the garage, furniture half wrapped in blankets. Mara exhaled, half laughing. Home sweet chaos. Evan parked and turned off the engine. "All right, Callahans, let's get everyone settled." Lily pushed open the door, stretching. "You mean everyone, including the mystery boy we just adopted?" "Lily," Mara said again, though this time there was no scolding in it, only a mother's weary amusement. Kai followed them out, his shoes crunching softly on the gravel. He looked up at the house, 2 stories, pale gray siding, wide porch. It looked solid, permanent. Something deep in his chest stirred at the sight, though he didn't know why. Maybe it was the word Evan had used earlier, the one that still echoed faintly in his mind. Home. Chapter 2. Home Sweet Home. Sunlight spilled through the blinds, cutting across the half-unpacked living room in pale stripes. Dust motes floated in the beams, turning lazily with every movement in the air. Boxes were stacked against the walls, some half open, others still sealed and scribbled with marker. Living room, books, fragile. I mean it. The Callahan house still smelled like new paint and cardboard, the scent of a place trying to become a home. Kai sat quietly at the edge of the kitchen table, wearing a pair of Noah's jeans and a t-shirt that said State Champions 2023. The sleeves hung a little loose on him, but it was better than the hospital gown. His hair still carried a faint antiseptic scent, though he'd showered the night before. He moved carefully, trying not to be in the way, though the chaos around him seemed impossible to avoid. Mara was at the stove flipping pancakes, humming softly under her breath. Evan was at the counter trying to clear a space for plates amid the clutter. Noah rummaged through a box labeled kitchen stuff maybe, in search of silverware. Lily sat cross-legged on the counter, scrolling on her phone, pretending to help. The whole room was a jumble of noise, voices, and half-finished unpacking, a family in motion. "Pass me that mug, would you?" Evan said, reaching across the counter toward a collection of clutter. Noah handed it over absently, still rifling through the box. Evan turned, bumping his elbow against an open cabinet door. The motion sent a chain reaction down the countertop. A tall vase tipped first, then a picture frame, then a stapler, and finally the mug itself. Time seemed to slow. Mara gasped, Lily flinched, Noah froze mid-reach. Kai moved. Before anyone could register what was happening, his hand shot out. 1, 2, 3, 4 movements so fast they blurred. The vase, the frame, the stapler, and the mug all stopped mid-fall, balanced perfectly in his grasp. He stood there for a beat, blinking, the objects hovering just inches from disaster. Then he slowly set them back on the counter. Silence followed. Thick, awkward, and a little odd. Noah was the first to break it. "What was that?" he pointed, grinning. "Are you part ninja or something?" Kai looked at his hands, like he wasn't entirely sure himself. "Just reflex," he said quietly. Evan let out a low whistle. "No joke, kid. That was some reflex." He crouched to eye level, pretending to study Kai's hands like they were secret weapons. "You sure you don't remember training with Shaolin monks or something?" Kai's mouth twitched, the smallest hint of a smile. "I don't think so." Lily grinned from her spot on the counter. "Well, if you do remember, let me know." Mara laughed softly, relief cutting through the morning tension. "Let's just call it good luck and eat before the pancakes go cold." Kai sat back down, quiet but smiling faintly. The warmth of the room pressed in, not just from the stove, but from the rhythm of it all. The sound of utensils clinking, Noah joking about syrup, Lily teasing her brother, Evan pretending to guard the coffee like a national treasure. It felt normal, human. Kai couldn't remember the last time he'd felt something like that, even though he couldn't remember much at all. As they sat together around the table, sunlight poured over the cluttered space, glinting off the picture frame he'd saved. Inside was a photo. Mara and Evan standing in front of a courthouse, each holding one of the kids when they were younger. The kind of picture that looked permanent. He caught his reflection faintly in the glass beside them. Out of place, but not unwelcome. From outside, a car horn blared. 2 short honks and a long one. The kind that only family used because they didn't believe in knocking. Mara froze mid-bite, pancake halfway to her mouth. "Oh no." Evan looked up from his coffee. "What?" she groaned, setting the fork down. "My parents, I completely forgot they were coming over this morning to see the house." Lily smirked. "Oh, this is going to be fun." "I didn't even call them," Mara went on, standing quickly. "They have no idea about, well, any of this." Evan set his mug down and gave her a sympathetic half-smile. "Then we'd better tell them before they start guessing." Before anyone could move, the front door swung open without so much as a knock. A deep, gravelly voice called from the foyer. "You kids sure are taking your sweet time unpacking, huh? Looks like a storage unit threw up in here." Mara's father stomped into view, broad-shouldered and square as a wall, his thinning gray hair sticking out like he'd fought the wind and lost. He wore a denim jacket over a plaid shirt and carried himself like a man who'd spent his life lifting things that fought back. "Hi, Dad," Mara said with a resigned smile. "Come in, make yourself at home. Oh wait, you already did." "Right, I did," he said, scanning the room. "Place is nice though, big kitchen. You're finally moving up in the world, huh?" Behind him, Mara's mother swept in with all the energy of a small hurricane. She was short and round, with a bright red purse and a voice that filled the room before she did. "I told your father to let me call first, but no, he says, they're family, we don't need to call. You look tired, sweetheart. Have you eaten? You look pale. Evan, you look pale too." "Hi, Mom," Evan said, smiling tightly. "Good to see you too." She moved straight to the stove, sniffed the pancakes, and nodded approvingly. "At least you're feeding them. That's good." "Ma, we literally just moved in," Mara said. "We're still unpacking." "I can see that," her father grunted, nudging a box with his boot. "You people need a system. You can't just live out of cardboard like savages." Noah leaned toward Lily and whispered, "You think he's going to start labeling our boxes next?" "Shh," Lily said, grinning. Mara's mother finally noticed the quiet stranger sitting at the table. She froze, eyes widening slightly. "Oh, who's this handsome young man?" Kai stiffened, unsure what to say. Evan jumped in smoothly. "This is Kai. He's staying with us for a while." Her father squinted. "Staying? What, he come with the house or something?" "Dad," Mara said warningly. He lifted his hands defensively. "I'm just asking. Kid shows up out of nowhere, sitting in my daughter's kitchen eating pancakes. Excuse me for wondering." Her mother gave him a light slap on the arm. "Stop it, Frank. Don't scare the boy." She turned to Kai and smiled wide. "Ignore him. He's got the subtlety of a freight train. I'm Angela. You can call me Nana if you want." Kai blinked. "Nana? It means grandma," Lily explained with a smirk. Angela clasped her hands. "See? She knows. And this is my husband, Frank. Don't listen to anything he says before noon. He's grumpy until his second cup of coffee." "Hey," Frank grumbled. "I'm plenty nice. Just don't like surprises." Mara moved beside Kai, resting a hand on the back of his chair. Kai's been through a lot. We're helping him get settled until child services figures things out. Angela's expression softened instantly. Oh, sweetheart. Well, you're safe here. We take care of family in this house, you understand? She reached over and pinched his cheek lightly. You eat, you rest, and you don't worry about a thing. Kai gave a small, uncertain smile. Thank you, Evan chuckled. See, Mara? We're not even done unpacking, and your mom's already adopted him. Angela sniffed. Someone around here has to make sure the boy eats. Look at him, skinny as a broom handle. Frank folded his arms, giving Kai another appraising look. His expression softened just a little, the gruffness turning thoughtful. Kid's been through some stuff, he said quietly. You can see it in his eyes. Mara frowned. What makes you say that? Frank shrugged. You don't have to be a genius to spot it. I've seen that look before. Seen it in guys who've had to grow up too fast. He's got that weight behind the eyes. Angela set a hand on his arm. Oh, Frank, don't start psychoanalyzing the poor boy. I'm not, he said, pulling out a chair. Just calling it like I see it. He nodded toward Kai. You'll be all right, kid. Takes grit to get through hard things. You've got that. Angela rolled her eyes, but smiled. He's a child, Frank, not one of your boxing buddies. Frank grunted as he sat down. Kid's living in our family's house now. Might as well know he's got people in his corner. Mara sighed, half laughing. Here we go. Angela waved a hand. Don't listen to him, sweetheart. You just be yourself. We'll handle the crazy part of the family for you. Kai smiled politely, unsure what to do with all of it. The noise, the warmth, the constant motion. It was loud, messy, and full of life. And for some reason he couldn't name, it made something deep in him ache. Frank stayed after breakfast, nursing a second cup of coffee like it was a sacred ritual. He sat at the head of the cluttered table, one boot crossed over the other, watching the chaos of boxes and kids and pancakes with an approving sort of pride. Angela had taken over the stove, humming as she washed dishes, ignoring every protest Mara made about her taking it easy. The morning light poured in through the kitchen window, and the air felt warm and lived in, the first real sense of home the Callahans had felt since moving in. Frank leaned back in his chair, looking at Kai again. You know, he said, tapping the rim of his mug, when you go through the ringer with people, it sticks. You build bonds that don't break easy. Doesn't matter who you are or where you came from. Kai glanced up from his plate, quiet, listening. Frank nodded slowly. It was like that for me back in the day. I was with the 1st Marine Division, Afghanistan, long time ago now. Didn't know half the guys when I got there, but by the end of it, he exhaled through his nose, eyes unfocused. They were family. You trust a man different when he's bled next to you. That kind of thing never leaves you. Mara, sitting across from him, softened. Dad, you don't talk about that much. Frank shrugged. No one wants to hear war stories from an old man, but those boys, they're the reason I'm still here. We had this one rifle, standard issue back then, M4A1 carbine. Reliable thing, though you had to keep her clean or she'd jam in the dust. He smiled faintly. They got all these fancy new rifles now. Sig Sauer something or other. M7 maybe? I don't even recognize half the gear anymore. Before anyone else could answer, Kai spoke up, quietly, automatically. XM7, he said. They switched a couple of years ago. Chambered for 6.8 51mm. Recoil's manageable, but the velocity's brutal, nearly 3,000 feet per second. Lethal at 500 meters easy. The room went silent. Even the sound of the dishwater running seemed to fade as everyone turned to look at him. Kai blinked, realizing what he'd said. He frowned. I don't know how I know that. Frank's brows lifted, impressed. You sure know your rifles, kid. I don't, Kai said quickly. I mean, I shouldn't. Evan gave him a cautious look. You ever handle one before? Maybe you picked that up somewhere? Kai shook his head. I don't think so. I don't remember. Frank leaned forward, studying him. You talk like a man who's field stripped 100 times. That's not just something you read online. Kai rubbed his temple, a faint headache building behind his eyes. Flashes flickered through his mind. Smoke, noise, shouting, a weapon in his hands. Not modern, though, something heavier. Older. Iron and wood, not polymer and steel. He could feel the weight of it, smell the oil and powder. He blinked hard, and it was gone. I just guessed, he murmured. Frank watched him for another moment, then nodded slowly. Well, either way, you've got an eye for detail. That'll take you far. Angela came back over, clapping her hands. Enough of the war talk, you'll scare the poor boy. Frank gave a small, dry smile. Kid doesn't scare easy, Ange, I can tell. Angela rolled her eyes. You think everyone's a soldier. No, Frank said quietly, still looking at Kai. Not everyone, but some people carry the look, even when they don't remember where they got it. Kai dropped his gaze, fingers curling against his leg. He didn't know what to say. The weight in his chest returned, something vast and old and wordless. Outside, a truck rumbled past, rattling the window. The sound was sharp, too close to something else he couldn't name. Evan stood, stretching. All right, folks, let's give the boy a break from the interrogation. We still have boxes to move and rooms to figure out. Angela kissed Mara on the cheek and began corralling Frank toward the door. Come on, soldier boy, let them breathe. Frank grumbled but went along, pausing only to give Kai one last nod, the kind men share when words won't fit. When the door closed, the house fell quiet again. Kai sat at the table, staring at his reflection in the dark surface of his untouched coffee. He didn't remember wars, didn't remember rifles, didn't remember himself, but somehow he knew what it felt like to hold one. And worse, he knew what it felt like to use it. The Callahan house was quieter after Mara's parents left, though the echoes of their voices still seemed to linger in the air. Kai sat at the kitchen table, staring at the floor, trying to make himself small. He could still feel the eyes on him, the shock when the words about rifles had come out of his mouth, the awkward silence that followed. He felt like a stranger in his own skin. He'd seen something when he spoke, heard the weight of marching feet, smelled smoke. Evan noticed the slump in the boy's shoulders as he cleared the dishes. For a moment, he just watched, trying to figure out what to say. Then he smiled, light but genuine. Hey, Kai, you want to give me a hand with something? Kai blinked up at him, startled. Sure. Evan nodded toward the back door. We've got a few boxes left in the garage that need to come inside. If you're feeling up to it, maybe help Noah get the deep freezer down to the basement. It'll give you something to do and keep me from pretending I still have the back of a 20-year-old. Kai rose immediately, grateful for something to focus on. Yeah, I can do that. Noah groaned from the couch. Wait, you're volunteering me too? Evan grinned. That's what happens when you're the only one who can still metabolize pizza at midnight. Noah rolled his eyes but followed. Outside, the air smelled of damp grass and new beginnings. The moving truck still sat halfway in the driveway, its metal ramp gleaming in the late morning sun. Boxes filled the garage in uneven towers, books, tools, bins of holiday decorations. A dog barked somewhere down the street, sharp and insistent. Kai froze mid-step. The sound hit something deep in him, buried so far down it shouldn't have been reachable. His breath caught. The world tilted. The bark became a snarl. Not a pet now, but a beast. A Roman Canis pugnax, iron-collared and blood-trained. The air filled with the screams of men and the clash of steel. Kai stood not in a driveway, but on a field of churned mud and smoke. He saw rows of soldiers, the sun flashing on their armor, heard the dogs unleashed before the charge. He felt their weight as they struck, remembered the smell of their breath, hot, wild, and full of death. A spear hit something beside him. His hand went instinctively to a blade that wasn't there. Kai? The voice was far away. He blinked. The field vanished. The sunlight returned. Noah stood in front of him, holding a cardboard box and frowning. Dude, you okay? You just froze. Kai swallowed hard, the roar of the battlefield fading to silence. Yeah, he said softly, just dizzy for a second. Noah shrugged. Happens to the best of us. You're messed up, man. He grinned. But that's okay. We all are sometimes. Kai almost laughed. The normalcy of it felt like oxygen. Yeah, he said, managing a small smile. Guess we are. They worked in easy silence after that. Kai carried box after box without effort, his movements fluid, balanced. Noah huffed and dragged behind, muttering complaints about mystery orphans with superpowers. When they finally reached the deep freezer, Noah groaned. All right, this thing weighs like 1,000 pounds. We'll just tilt and slide it, okay? Kai nodded and gripped the side. On 3, 1, 2. Noah pushed with all his weight and nearly stumbled as the freezer rose effortlessly. Kai lifted it like it was a suitcase, his muscles barely tensing. Noah blinked. Dude, what? Kai looked down at him, startled. What? You're carrying it! Noah laughed, half in disbelief, half admiration. You got like mutant strength or something? You're making me look bad here. Kai set the freezer down gently at the top of the basement stairs. I'm just stronger than I look, I guess. Noah bent over, panting dramatically. Understatement of the year. He grinned. Remind me never to arm wrestle you. Kai smiled faintly but didn't answer. His pulse had returned to normal, but the images from before still lingered. The glint of iron, the sound of barking, the weight of command shouted in Latin. He didn't know where those memories came from. But as he watched Noah wipe sweat from his brow, joking, Kai knew one thing for certain. Whatever life he had lived before this, it was harsh and unkind. By the time Kai and Noah came up from the basement, both of them were dusty and laughing. Noah still had cobwebs in his hair and was holding a broken piece of cardboard like a trophy. In the living room, the sound of raised voices met them. Lily stood near the front door, arms folded, glaring at her mother. I'm serious, Mom. It's bad enough we're starting at a new school in the middle of senior year, she said. But you dropping us off? At your school? That's social suicide. Mara sighed, rubbing her forehead. Lily, I'm not trying to embarrass you. I'm just making sure you both get there on time. It's the first week. No, it's my first week of trying not to look like a total loser, Lily cut in. And now everyone's gonna know my mom's a teacher. I am a teacher, Mara replied, voice calm but firm. That's not exactly something to hide. It is when you're the new kid, Lily shot back. From behind her, Evan was quietly moving a stack of boxes to the side, pretending to stay out of it. He looked up as Noah and Kai entered. Perfect timing, he muttered. Maybe the reinforcements can save me. Noah grinned, leaning on the banister. What's going on? Your sister's campaigning for emancipation, Evan said dryly. Mom's ruining my social life before it even starts, Lily said. That's what's going on. Noah shrugged, trying not to smile. I think it's kind of cool. Lily spun on him. You would? Hey, Noah said, throwing an arm around their mom's shoulders. If I get to have my mom as my history teacher, that's an easy A all year, baby. Mara raised an eyebrow. You think so, huh? Absolutely, he grinned. It's called a strategic advantage. Evan chuckled from the couch. You might want to rethink that strategy. Your mom's tougher on people she knows. Trust me. Yeah, Lily muttered, grabbing her bag. She is brutal on your social life. She disappeared down the hall, muttering under her breath. Evan watched her go, then glanced toward Kai, who was still standing near the stairs. You two get the freezer moved? Kai nodded. Yeah, it's done. Good, Evan said. Then his expression shifted, thoughtful, a little uncertain. You know, that reminds me of something. Mara looked over. What's that? Foster regulations, he said. Anytime you take in a foster kid, you've got to get them enrolled in school as soon as possible. Part of the deal. Oh, Mara said softly, realizing it at the same time. Right, Kai? Kai blinked. School? Evan rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I know it's a lot, but it's required, even if it's just temporary. Mara frowned, thinking aloud. The doctor said maybe 15, 16, 17 at the oldest. Noah dropped into a chair beside Kai, elbowing him lightly. That means you're probably my age. Lucky you. Kai tilted his head. Why's that lucky? Because, Noah said, grinning, I can show you the ropes. I'm a pro at new schools. I'll make sure you don't end up sitting with the band geeks or the chess club. Kai smiled faintly. What if I want to sit with the chess club? Noah pointed a finger at him. Then you're definitely one of us. Either way, I got your back. Evan chuckled. I guess that settles it. We'll get him registered tomorrow. Same grade as you, Noah. Sweet, Noah said, already claiming him. I've been meaning to recruit a wingman. Wingman? Mara asked, suspicious. Relax, Mom, Noah said quickly. I mean for like lunch and sports and stuff, not, you know. Mara folded her arms, smiling. Uh-huh, I know. Kai looked between them, still trying to piece together how any of this worked. The idea of school, a building, classrooms, teachers, felt both strange and familiar. He could see flashes of chalkboards, quills, slates, but not this modern version with computers and fluorescent lights. Evan clapped his hands once. All right, team, no more arguing. We'll finish unpacking this afternoon, order pizza, and tomorrow we'll go sign everyone up for school. Sound good? Fine, Lily's voice called faintly from the hallway. Great enthusiasm, Evan shouted back. Noah leaned toward Kai with a grin. You'll get used to it. My family's basically one big sitcom. The next morning started early, with sunlight creeping through the curtains and the sound of cereal bowls clinking in the kitchen. Mara moved like someone who'd already had too much coffee, checking papers and her tote bag twice before calling up the stairs. 5 minutes! Anyone not in this car in 5 minutes is walking! Lily's voice came back down. That's an option? Mara yelled back up the stairs. Get in the car, Lily? Evan chuckled quietly over his own mug of coffee. You sure you don't want me to handle drop-off duty? Mara shot him a look. You're unloading the last of the boxes today. I'll handle the teenagers. Kai stood by the door with Noah, wearing a clean hoodie and jeans they'd picked up the night before. He still wasn't used to the smell of fabric softener or the way the new shoes felt. Noah nudged him. Ready for the chaos? Kai gave a faint smile. Not really. The drive was short, but it felt long to everyone in the van. Lily sat in the passenger seat, earbuds in, arms crossed tight like she was preparing for battle. Noah sprawled across the back seat beside Kai, drumming on his knees. When the high school came into view, red brick, tall flagpole, students milling in small groups, Lily spoke up. Okay, Mom, this is close enough. Drop me here. Mara frowned. Lily, it's still a block away. Exactly, Lily said. A block is perfect. I walk in on my own. Look like I got here naturally, not chauffeured by my teacher mom. Mara sighed, pulling over by the curb. Fine, 1 block. Lily was out of the car before it stopped rolling. Love you, Mara called after her. Yeah. Lily waved without turning around, already putting her earbuds back in. Noah grinned. She's really leaning into the whole independence thing. Mara glanced in the mirror. You'll be walking too, once we're settled. The school's close enough. You'll all walk together after the first week. I'll likely not leave at the same time as you all. Great, Noah said, deadpan. Family strolls to school. My dream come true. Kai looked between them. You don't like walking? Noah shrugged. I don't like mornings. The enrollment office smelled faintly of old paper and burnt coffee. A friendly secretary in cat-eye glasses looked up as they entered. You must be the Callahans. We've got your transfer paperwork right here. She glanced between Noah and Kai. And this must be our new students. Kai hesitated, not sure whether to nod or speak. Noah jumped in easily. That's us, the new guys. Try not to lose us, okay? The secretary smiled. We'll do our best. Now, for your friend here, she motioned toward Kai. Since he's under foster placement, we can enroll him today, but he'll need to take a placement exam within 30 days. That'll help us figure out what classes fit best. Mara nodded. That's fine. Noah leaned closer to Kai and whispered, Maybe you'll end up in my math class, the easy one. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Kai tilted his head. You don't like math? Hate it, Noah said cheerfully. But it's mutual. A few minutes later, both boys left the office with folded schedules and new student IDs. Mara checked them over as they walked down the hall. Looks like most of your classes overlap. That should help you both adjust. Thanks, Mom, Noah said. You're the best. I'll remind you of that when I assign homework, Mara said with a smile. Homeroom buzzed with half-awake chatter, backpacks thudding against desks. Noah led Kai to 2 empty seats near the middle. Rule number 1, he whispered. Always sit where you can bail if you need to, but not close enough for the teacher to remember your name. Kai tried to smile, though his stomach fluttered with nerves. Every voice and laugh in the room felt too sharp, too aware of him. At the front, the teacher, a woman in her 30s with kind eyes, looked up from her desk. Good morning, everyone. Before we get started, we've got 2 new students joining us today. Half the class turned in their seats. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, she said. Why don't we start with you? Noah stood first, grinning easily. Hey, I'm Noah Callahan. We just moved here, so go easy on me. I'm still learning where everything is, like the cafeteria, and apparently, how not to trip on my own shoelaces. The class laughed, the tension breaking a little. Then it was Kai's turn. He stood, every eye suddenly on him. My name's Kai, the teacher smiled encouragingly. And your last name, Kai? Kai froze, his throat tightened. I don't know. The laughter came instantly, sharp and cruel, from a few desks near the back. A tall boy with a buzz cut leaned back in his chair, smirking. What, you forget it or something? How do you forget your own name? The teacher frowned. That's enough, Trent. Trent grinned wider. Just saying, ma'am. Maybe he's undercover or something, secret agent of the Amnesia Squad. Noah turned in his seat. Yeah, and maybe you're the reason the school bans hair clippers. What did you do? Put your head under a lawnmower. The class snorted. A few students stifled laughs. Trent's smirk faltered. You trying to start something? Not really, Noah said. I just figured if you're gonna talk trash, at least make it original. Enough, the teacher cut in firmly. Trent, one more word and you're in the hall. Noah, thank you, but I can handle it. Noah sank back into his chair, still smirking. Kai sat down beside him, face warm, pulse pounding. He whispered, You didn't have to do that. Sure I did, Noah said lightly. Bros stick together. Kai hesitated, then nodded slowly. The word bro felt foreign but comforting. As the teacher moved on to attendance, Noah leaned closer and whispered, Welcome to Hartley High, man. We survived the first day. We can survive anything. Kai managed a quiet smile, though his thoughts were far away. He wasn't sure how many first days he'd had in his life, but this one somehow felt different. By late morning, the day had settled into a rhythm of hallways, locker doors, and bells that seemed to ring every 5 minutes. Kai followed Noah through the crowds like a shadow, clutching his schedule and trying not to get lost in the maze of faces. Their last class before lunch was world history, which, to Noah's dismay, meant sitting through another of his mother's lectures. Welcome to the battlefield, Noah muttered as they stepped through the door. My mom's history class. Prepare for ancient torture. Kai glanced around the room. You mean literal or figurative? Both, Noah said, grinning. She's a nice teacher, but she actually likes history. They slipped into seats near the middle just as Mara, now Mrs. Callahan, wrote her name across the whiteboard in neat, practiced script. She wore her teacher's smile, the one that said professional mode engaged. Kai couldn't help noticing how different she looked here. Confident, composed, a presence that filled the room. Good morning, everyone, she said. I'm Mrs. Callahan, and this semester we'll be studying one of my favorite topics, the wars of the world. A hand shot up in the back. Wait, said a boy with a mop of brown hair. Didn't they already make a movie about that? Aliens and lasers and stuff? A few kids laughed. Mara smiled patiently. Not War of the Worlds. That's a film actually adapted from a novel by H.G. Wells. We'll be studying the real wars of our world. Conflicts that shaped civilizations, toppled empires, and built the societies we live in today. Way less aliens, though, Noah whispered to Kai. Maybe, Kai said softly. Depends on how you look at it. Mara continued, her voice growing animated as she spoke. By the end of the semester, you should all be able to answer questions like... She turned to write on the board, her marker squeaking as she listed 3 daunting prompts. 1. What was the true political catalyst behind the Peloponnesian War? 2. How did Genghis Khan's military reforms reshape Eurasia's trade and power structures? 3. Which treaty officially ended the 30 Years' War and redefined national sovereignty in Europe? The room went quiet. A few students groaned softly. By the end of this course, Mara said with a faint grin, you'll not only know the answers, you'll understand why they mattered. She turned back to the class. Now, can anyone take a guess at even one of those questions? A few heads shook. Someone muttered, yeah, right, and then Kai's hand went up. The motion was instinctive, before he even realized he'd done it. Mara blinked, surprised. Yes, Kai? He hesitated only a second before speaking. The Peloponnesian War started as a power struggle between Athens and Sparta, but the real catalyst was Athenian overreach. Its allies resented the tribute and control of the Delian League. A few students turned toward him. Kai continued, voice steady, almost detached. Genghis Khan reorganized his armies into decimal units, groups of 10, 100, 1,000, which erased tribal boundaries and made loyalty to the empire, not the clan, the foundation of command. And the 30 Years' War ended with the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. It established that each state had sovereignty over its own territory, which later defined the modern concept of nations. He stopped, realizing the room had gone silent. Several students stared at him, wide-eyed. Someone let out a low whistle. Whoa. Noah slowly turned to him, eyebrows raised. Hey, Brainiac, he whispered. You trying to get us homework on the first day? You don't want to be the teacher's pet. Mara blinked once, trying to keep her composure. That was remarkably thorough, Kai. He shifted in his seat, a faint flush creeping into his cheeks. Sorry, he said quietly. I must have read a lot, I guess. Mara's expression softened, pride flickering beneath her professional tone. No need to apologize. I'm just glad someone came prepared. From the back of the class, Trent muttered, more like someone's auditioning for Jeopardy! A few kids snickered. Noah shot him a glare that shut him up. Mara, pretending not to notice, turned back to the board. All right, I've received an overview of your work over the last semester. Let's see how much everyone else remembers before we dive in. Open your notebooks. Noah leaned toward Kai again. You really didn't have to flex like that, man. Kai smiled faintly. Sorry, it just came out. Well, if you ever need to do my homework, I'll totally let you accidentally know the answers. Kai chuckled quietly, but his mind was already elsewhere. He didn't remember reading about any of those wars. He vaguely remembered seeing them. Chapter 3. Momentum. After lunch, the smell of pizza and cafeteria grease still clung to the air as Kai and Noah made their way across the gymnasium. The place was huge, bleachers stacked high on either side, polished floors gleaming under the fluorescent lights. The banners of the Hartley High Hawks hung from the rafters, fluttering slightly in the air conditioning. Noah elbowed Kai as they walked in. Okay, this is officially the best part of the day, he said under his breath. Coach Marlowe's the gym teacher. She teaches my science class, and trust me, you'll see why that's important in about 3 seconds. Kai frowned. You like gym? I like motivation, Noah said, grinning. As if on cue, Coach Marlowe stepped out from her office. She was tall, athletic, early 30s maybe, with a whistle hanging from her neck and confidence radiating off her like heat. Her voice carried across the gym. All right, people, listen up. We're not starting conditioning until tomorrow. Today's just roll call, uniforms, and a few laps to remind you what running feels like. Then you can shoot hoops until the bell. Noah leaned closer. See what I mean? Kai gave a quiet, amused smile. You think she's going to be impressed by your ability to jog in a circle? Absolutely, Noah said. Charm is an endurance sport. From across the court, Lily walked in with a group of girls, her gym clothes slung over her shoulder. She spotted her brother and rolled her eyes. Oh no, she muttered loud enough for him to hear. Not you two! Hey sis, Noah said with mock enthusiasm. Welcome to our kingdom. Don't talk to me, she said flatly, walking past. I'm pretending I don't know you. Coach Marlowe clapped once. Ladies to the left locker room, gentlemen to the right. 5 minutes, then we're on the court. The boys' locker room was a chaotic mix of echoes, deodorant spray, and the metallic slam of lockers. Kai followed Noah to a bench near the back, trying to stay invisible. He wasn't used to crowds, or to changing in front of other people. At least he didn't think he was. As he pulled off his hoodie, the cool air hit his skin. The scars on his back caught the harsh overhead light, white lines crisscrossing like a map. The old marks of lashes, of wars long gone. Trent noticed. Of course he did. Whoa, he said, voice carrying through the room. What happened to you, freak? The Callahans got you tied up in their basement or something? A few laughs rippled nearby. Kai froze, gripping the edge of the bench. He didn't look at Trent, didn't move, but his jaw tightened. Noah's voice cut through the noise. Shut up, Trent. Trent turned, eyes narrowing. What's that, new kid? I said shut up, Noah repeated, standing now. Maybe you didn't hear me over the sound of your ego inflating. Trent's smirk slipped into something darker. You've had a mouth on you since homeroom, Noah shrugged. Someone's got to keep you humble. That did it. Trent stepped forward, and 2 of his friends, one broad-shouldered, the other wiry and twitchy, followed with the mindless loyalty of hyenas. Noah didn't back down, but Kai saw the shift immediately. The tension in Trent's shoulders, the glance to his friends. He was going to grab him. Before Kai could speak, Trent's hand shot out, shoving Noah in the chest. Let's see if you talk so big when you're on the ground. Noah stumbled back, but before Trent could touch him again, Kai moved. It wasn't a decision, it was instinct. He stepped between them, one arm catching Trent's wrist mid-reach. The sound of contact cracked through the locker room like a whip. Trent's eyes went wide. What the? Kai's voice was calm, low, and steady. Don't touch him. For a moment, no one moved. The locker room was silent, except for the faint drip of a shower head and the hum of the lights. Trent yanked at his arm, but Kai's grip was solid, unshakable. Then, realizing everyone was staring, Kai released him and stepped back. Just don't. The tension in the locker room didn't break. If anything, it thickened. Trent's pride couldn't handle the look Kai had given him. Calm, steady, unafraid. He stepped closer, his smirk returning with a hard edge. You think you're tough, huh? You and your little foster brother? One of his friends, the stocky one, shoulders like a battering ram, cracked his knuckles. Let's show him what happens when you mouth off to us. Noah muttered under his breath. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Before Kai could reply, Trent lunged. Everything slowed. His body reacted long before thought arrived. Trent's fist cut through the air. Too wide, too wild. Kai stepped aside. The motion was effortless, precise. He didn't even think about it. The punch hit empty space, and Trent stumbled forward, momentum carrying him into a locker with a metallic clang. The broad-shouldered friend charged next. Kai pivoted, guiding the boy's arm past him and let gravity do the rest. The kid tripped over Trent's leg and hit the tile in a grunt. The third came in low, trying to tackle. Kai sidestepped, caught him by the sleeve, and redirected his weight. The boy spun, feet leaving the floor, and landed on his back with a dull thud. 3 seconds. It had taken 3 seconds. Kai hadn't thrown a single punch. Trent scrambled up, red-faced, and swung again, a clumsy arc of anger. Kai shifted just enough that the blow grazed his shirt. Then Trent's own momentum carried him forward again, straight into the locker door. The sound rattled the entire row. When it was over, all three of them were sprawled on the floor, groaning, surrounded by scattered towels and rolling deodorant cans. Kai stood over them, breathing steady, posture relaxed. He hadn't broken a sweat. Noah stared, mouth open. Okay, he said softly, remind me never to get on your bad side. Kai blinked, as if waking from something distant. I didn't mean to. Before he could finish, a sharp whistle shrieked from outside. Coach Marlowe's voice boomed through the door. All right, boys, I'm coming in. Everyone better be clothed. There was a brief, frantic shuffle of locker doors and towels as the entire room scrambled to look presentable. When the door swung open, Coach Marlowe stepped inside, eyes scanning the chaos. 3 boys were still on the floor. She crossed her arms. Do I even have to ask? No one spoke. Trent glared up at Kai but said nothing. His friends kept their heads down. Marlowe's eyes narrowed. Fine, if nobody wants to tell me what happened, everyone's running laps until the bell. A collective groan rippled through the locker room. Now, she barked. On the court! Move! A few minutes later, the gym echoed with the sound of sneakers slapping hardwood and labored breathing. The boys ran and ran. Trent and his crew were wheezing after the first few circuits. Noah held his own, but even he started flagging halfway through. Kai, meanwhile, ran as though gravity were optional. His stride was effortless, smooth, balanced, every movement controlled. He lapped them once, then twice, then again, moving with the kind of rhythm that came only from centuries of muscle memory. Marlowe's whistle blew as she watched from the sidelines, hands on her hips. You 3, she called to Trent's group, pick it up. You're getting smoked by the new kid. Trent glared at Kai, red-faced, but couldn't manage a word through his panting. Kai kept running, steady, calm, eyes forward. The air rushed past him, the noise of the gym fading until all he could hear was his own breath and the rhythmic thud of his shoes. By the end of class, the rest of the students were collapsed on the bleachers, drenched in sweat and half dead. Kai stood among them, posture easy, barely winded. He looked like he could have kept going for hours. Marlowe blew her whistle one last time. That's it, everyone. Hit the showers. Good work today. As the others groaned and shuffled toward the locker rooms, Noah leaned against the wall beside Kai, grinning through his exhaustion. You're not human, man, he panted. You know that, right? By the last bell, the halls of Hartley High were loud and restless. Lockers slamming, laughter echoing, sneakers squeaking on the polished floors. The smell of cafeteria food and floor wax mixed into something distinct, the scent of ordinary life. Kai followed Noah down the crowded hallway, backpack slung loosely over one shoulder. The day had passed in a blur, math, history, gym, and though he didn't quite feel normal, he managed to blend in well enough to avoid more attention. Almost. Trent hadn't spoken to Kai after gym, but the hatred in his eyes had hardened into something worse, humiliation. And humiliation needed an outlet. Now, as Kai and Noah passed the far wing of the school, they saw him find one. A smaller boy stood near the trophy case, shoulders hunched, clutching a stack of books. His name was Eli Barrett, quiet, thin, always looking like he wanted to disappear into the nearest wall. His clothes were a size too big, his shoes worn at the edges. Trent and his two friends blocked his path. "Hey, Barrett," Trent said, voice dripping sarcasm. "Nice shoes. Goodwill having a sale again?" Eli didn't answer, keeping his head down. Trent reached out and flicked one of the boy's books from his hands. It hit the floor with a soft thud, papers scattering across the tile. "Oops," the friends laughed. Kai stopped walking. His entire posture shifted, shoulders tightening, eyes narrowing. It wasn't just anger that filled him. It was something older, colder, something that had watched cruelty repeat through ages. He started to move forward. Noah grabbed his arm. "Don't," he said quietly. Kai looked at him, confusion in his eyes. "He needs help." "I know," Noah said, "but you can't. Not today. You'll get expelled before you even finish your first week." Kai hesitated, gaze locked on Trent and Eli. "Trust me," Noah added. "Some people have to fight their own battles. You can't save everyone." The words hung in the air, heavier than Noah meant them to be. After a long moment, Kai nodded slowly and turned away. But the look in his eyes lingered, like someone holding back a storm. As they walked toward the exit, the sound of laughter followed from behind. Kai didn't look back, though every instinct in him screamed to. By the time Mara picked them up, the sun was dipping low over the parking lot. Lily was already in the passenger seat, scrolling on her phone, her earbuds tangled around her fingers. Mara smiled as the boys climbed in. "So how was your first day?" Noah grinned. "We survived. That's basically a win." Kai nodded. "It was fine, Mara said. "That's it? Just fine?" "Nothing caught fire," Noah said helpfully. "That's a solid start." Mara laughed and started the car. "I'll take that as a success." From the front seat, Lily glanced up from her phone. "So apparently some of my friends saw Kai and Jim today." Kai glanced up, surprised. "They did?" "Yeah," Lily said, rolling her eyes. "And apparently you're hot." She made exaggerated air quotes. "So congrats, I guess," Noah snorted. "Oh, this just got awkward." Lily groaned dramatically. "And now that you're my foster brother, I'm legally required to say, 'Gross,'" Noah finished, laughing. "Exactly," Lily said, smirking. "So gross." Mara tried not to smile, but failed. "All right, enough teasing. Let's get home before I have to referee another round." Kai leaned back in his seat, looking out the window as the town rolled by. The laughter between Noah and Lily felt distant but warm, a sound that filled the quiet places in him. Still, his mind drifted back to Eli, to the look on the boy's face, to the way Trent's hand had shoved that book to the ground. Something about it unsettled him, stirring a feeling he couldn't place. It wasn't memory exactly, more like a shadow of one, a sense that he'd seen that kind of cruelty before, though he couldn't imagine where or when. It left a hollow ache in his chest, as if some distant part of him still recognized the injustice, even if the rest of him had forgotten why. Noah's words echoed faintly. Some people have to fight their own battles. Kai wasn't sure he agreed, but for now he stayed quiet. By the time they pulled into the driveway, the sun had dipped behind the rooftops, washing the neighborhood in gold and long shadows. The moving truck was gone, the last of the boxes stacked neatly in the garage. Evan stood in the yard, staring up at the side of the house with a look of deep concentration and mild panic. One hand shaded his eyes, the other rested on his hip. Mara leaned out her window. "What are you doing out here?" Evan didn't turn around. "Trying to make peace with gravity," he said grimly. Noah climbed out of the van, squinting up. "Let me guess, internet's still not working?" "Bingo," Evan said. "They said the signal's live, but there's no connection inside. I called tech support, and they told me it's probably a loose wire on the dish." He pointed up to where the small satellite dish perched just beneath the roofline. "2 stories up?" "Of course." Mara crossed her arms. "And let me guess, you're about to do something very unwise." Evan gave her a helpless look. "We don't have a ladder tall enough. The guy on the phone said it's a 5-minute fix if you can reach it." Lily groaned. "Or we could just wait until they send someone out." "Earliest appointment's Thursday," Evan said. "That's 4 days without Wi-Fi." Noah whistled. "That's practically medieval." Evan looked around, as if hoping a ladder might suddenly appear. "If I could just get up there somehow." He stopped when Kai stepped past him without a word, studying the side of the house. His eyes traced the drain pipe, the small ledge of the window frame, the thin lip of siding beneath the roof's edge. "Kai?" Mara asked. "What are you doing?" He didn't answer. He just exhaled once, then moved. In 3 silent, fluid motions, he leapt onto the porch railing, grabbed the edge of the drain pipe, and swung himself up. His feet pressed against the narrow siding, his hands finding holds where there shouldn't have been any. It was like watching a shadow climb. Within seconds, he was halfway up the wall. Evan gaped. He's climbing the house." "Correction," Noah said, eyes wide. "He's scaling the house, like a ninja. Or Spider-Man." Kai reached the dish, steadying himself effortlessly. He crouched, tugged gently on the cable, and adjusted the connection where the wire had loosened. There was a soft click, then a brief flash of green on the receiver light. "Got it," he called down calmly. Evan cupped his hands. "Are you standing on the roof right now?" Kai glanced at his footing. "Mostly." He moved back toward the edge, swung down the drain pipe, and dropped the last few feet, landing in the grass with barely a sound. His movements were smooth, precise, almost rehearsed. Noah's jaw hung open. "Okay, seriously, what was that?" Kai blinked, confused. "What?" "That!" Noah gestured wildly at the house. "You just climbed 2 stories like it was a playground." "I just climbed," Kai said simply. It didn't seem hard. Mara and Evan exchanged a look, part amazement, part disbelief. Evan ran a hand through his hair. "You didn't even hesitate. I can't even climb a step stool without needing therapy." Noah laughed. "I'm telling you, we definitely missed his spaceship when we hit him, or maybe some radioactive bug bit him on the way down." "Very funny," Mara said, but even she couldn't hide her astonishment. Kai tilted his head, still genuinely confused. "Isn't that normal?" "No," Noah said, grinning. "Not even a little." Kai just shrugged. "Well, the internet works now." Evan blinked, then barked a laugh. "You know what? I'm not asking questions. If you ever want a part-time job in home repair, the job's yours." As the family headed inside, the Wi-Fi light blinking happily through the window, Kai lingered a moment on the lawn. He looked up at the roof he'd just climbed, trying to understand how his body had done it so naturally. There was no memory of training, no recollection of skill, just the certainty that he'd done things like that before. Somewhere. Somehow. The dream came like a tide, slow at first, then all at once. Kai's breath deepened, and the hum of the real world slipped away. The ceiling above his bed dissolved into smoke, the faint sound of rain against the window fading into the crackle of a fire. When he opened his eyes, he wasn't in a bedroom anymore. He was sitting on a long wooden bench inside a great hall, walls of rough timber glowing gold from torchlight. Laughter shook the air. The smell of roasted meat and ale was thick enough to taste. Men and women crowded around heavy tables, eating, shouting, singing. He looked down. His hands were calloused and dusted with ash. His clothes were different. Leather bracers, fur about his shoulders, a tunic darkened by years of wear. Someone slammed a mug into his hand. "Drink, Kai!" The man beside him was broad and bearded, with hair like copper wire and eyes bright with drink. "You're the bravest outsider I ever met." The man roared, clapping him on the back so hard it nearly knocked the mug from his grasp. "No one stood their ground like you did today!" The room cheered. The chief, massive, grinning, beard braided with bronze rings, lifted his horn high. "To Kai, the fire-hearted foreigner!" They drank. The hall shook with music, laughter, the stamp of boots on wooden planks. For a moment, everything felt whole, warm and bright and alive. Then the chief's grin faltered. Someone shouted near the door. The sound of wood splintering cut through the laughter. The heavy door shuddered as iron bars slammed across it from the outside. A woman screamed. Kai stood, heart hammering. "What's happening?" "The windows!" someone yelled. "They've barred the windows!" The first wisp of smoke curled under the door. Then came the smell, pitch and burning straw. "No," Kai whispered, backing away. Outside, through the cracks, came the roar of flames. The rival tribe. He could hear their shouts, their laughter, the hiss of torches as they threw them against the walls. The hall became an oven. Smoke poured through the beams, choking the air. The crowd panicked, pounding at the doors, clawing at the shuttered windows. Kai tried to lift a table to break through the barricade, but the fire was faster. It climbed the walls like a living thing, crawling toward the rafters. The chief stumbled toward him. his beard already smoldering, his voice breaking through the chaos. "Run, boy, run! I can't leave you! Go!" The roof caved inward. The world turned to fire. He felt the heat swallow him, burning through his clothes, his hair, his skin. He screamed, not just from the pain, but from the sight of those he cared for consumed in the flames. He threw himself at the wall, his body half ablaze, splinters of wood tearing at his arms. Somehow he broke through, crashing into the cold night air, smoke billowing around him. He barely had time to breathe before the rival warriors were there, torches and axes in hand, faces painted with ash and blood. One swung a blade at him. He caught the man's wrist, twisted, drove an elbow into his chest. Another came from behind. He turned, ducked, slammed his shoulder into the man's ribs. It was instinct, pure, brutal, unthinking survival. They kept coming, he kept fighting. His body was on fire, but his strength didn't fade. The flames clung to him like ghosts. "Kai!" The voice was real. It tore through the dream like a blade. His eyes flew open, his body moving before his mind could catch up. The hall was gone. The air was cool. Dim morning light filtered through the blinds of his bedroom. Evan was on the floor beneath him, his arm twisted in a locked position. Noah was behind Kai, grabbing at his shoulders. "Let go! Kai, let him go!" Kai blinked, confused, panting hard. He looked down. Evan's face was tense with pain, but not panic, his free hand held up in surrender. Kai released him instantly, stumbling back. I didn't." His voice broke. "I'm sorry." Evan sat up slowly, rubbing his arm. "It's okay. You were dreaming, I think." Noah's voice was shaky, half concern, half amazement. "Dude, that was not a dream. That was like full-on nightmare." Kai pressed his hands against his face, trying to steady his breathing. The smell of smoke still clung to him, though it wasn't real. He could still feel the fire, the weight of loss he didn't understand. Mara appeared in the doorway, her robe pulled tight, eyes wide. "What happened?" Evan glanced up. "Just a bad dream. It's fine." Kai looked at him, guilt flooding his chest. "I didn't mean to." "I know," Evan said quietly. "It's okay." He offered a weak smile. "You've got one heck of a grip, though." Noah tried to lighten the moment. "So we're adding sleep fighting to your list of superpowers?" Kai didn't answer. His hands were still trembling. Somewhere deep inside, he knew that what he'd seen wasn't just a dream. It felt like memory, but of what or who he had no idea. Chapter 4. Hiding. The week that followed passed quietly. No more fights, no more strange dreams Kai could remember. He went to school with Noah and Lily, ate dinner with the Callahans, even helped Evan clean out the garage one afternoon. For the first time since waking up on that rainy road, life felt almost ordinary. It was Saturday when the quiet broke. Evan came in from taking out the trash, wiping his hands on a rag and muttering something about new neighbors. He dropped the lid on the bin and stepped into the kitchen where Mara was drying dishes. "You won't believe this," he said. "The Gleasons, next door, they said they sold their house." Mara looked up. "Sold it? Already? We just met them last week." "I know," Evan said, shaking his head. "Didn't even look like it was for sale. Apparently some older couple made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Cash. Well over market value." "That's odd," Mara said, frowning. "Did they say who?" "Just that they move out next week," Evan said. "Nice folks, too. Said they hated to leave but couldn't turn down the deal." Noah wandered in halfway through the conversation, munching on cereal straight from the box. "You think they're like secret millionaires or something?" Evan grinned. "If they were, they sure hit it well. House was worth, what, 300? Maybe the new owners just really liked the view." "Or the neighbors," Mara teased, bumping his shoulder. "Right," Evan said dryly, "because everyone wants to live next to me and my garbage can." Lily walked in, tying her hair into a messy bun. "Please tell me we're not spending another Saturday unpacking boxes." Evan snapped his fingers. "Actually, I had a better idea." "Oh no," Noah groaned. "Last time you said that, we ended up in a home improvement store." "This one's fun. I promise," Evan said, grinning. "We're going bowling." "Bowling?" Lily repeated, skeptical. "And after that," Evan continued, "the arcade." Noah blinked. "The what?" "The arcade," Evan said. "You know, pinball machines, racing games, air hockey, maybe a claw machine that never gives you what you want." Lily raised an eyebrow. "You mean like old video games?" "Old?" Evan said, mock offended. "Excuse me, some of us grew up mastering those games before phones even existed." Noah smirked. "Dad, we can play all that on our phones now." Why would we go somewhere for it? Because, Evan said, pointing dramatically, you can't smell victory in an app. You can't hear the sound of quarters clinking in a pocket or the joy of crushing your old man at skee-ball. Mara laughed. You're really committing to this, huh? Absolutely, Evan said. We're going. Family night. All of us. Kai, who had been sitting quietly at the table, looked up. What's bowling? That earned him a few incredulous stares. You're joking, Noah said. You've never bowled? Kai shook his head. I don't think so. Evan smiled. Well then, you're in for an education. Shoes that don't fit, slippery floors, and heavy balls you throw at pins while pretending you know what you're doing. It's the perfect American pastime. Kai looked intrigued. Sounds dangerous. Only if you're Noah, Lily said. Noah tossed a cereal puff at her. Hey, Mara clapped her hands together. All right, everyone. Bowling alley in 30 minutes. And maybe, just maybe, we can go one evening without bickering. Noah grinned. No promises. The bowling alley glowed like a carnival under blacklights. Neon signs buzzed, laughter echoed, and the sound of pins crashing filled the air. The arcade beside it flashed with color. Screens blinking, buttons clicking, machines chiming with digital fanfare. Evan was practically beaming. See? Look at this place. Smells like nostalgia and questionable pizza. Noah leaned toward Kai. He's in his natural habitat. Lily rolled her eyes. I can't believe people used to do this for fun. You're saying it like it's ancient history, Evan said, shaking his head. You kids have no appreciation for classics. They bowled for an hour, or rather Evan bowled while Noah tried to curve the ball like a pro and failed spectacularly. Lily managed 2 strikes in a row, which she made sure everyone noticed. Kai surprisingly took to it instantly. His throws were clean, balanced, and perfectly timed. The ball rolled straight and fast every time, knocking all 10 pins down like it had been rehearsed. Noah stared. You're kidding me? You've never bowled, and you're this good? Kai shrugged. It's just balance and angles. Evan groaned as his own ball hit the gutter. Balance and angles, my foot. You're good, just so we are clear, we're not putting money down on this. You can't shark us. When they moved to the arcade, Evan was the first one at the pinball machine, his eyes lighting up like a teenager's. Okay, who wants to see how real skill looks? Lily leaned against a game cabinet, smiling despite herself. You're a child. An experienced child, Evan said proudly, hammering the flipper buttons. Mara shook her head, laughing. I can't remember the last time I saw you have this much fun. See? Evan said over the sound of the machine. You don't get this on your phone. Kai stood a few steps back, watching them. The lights, the laughter, the music. The family felt alive, connected, whole. He didn't know why the warmth of it tugged at him the way it did, but for once, the ache inside him was quiet. Even if he didn't understand where he came from, this, for now, felt like something close to belonging. By 9 o'clock, the neon lights of the bowling alley had dimmed into a warm, humming glow. The crowd had thinned out to the late-night regulars, families finishing their last games, teenagers clustered around the claw machines, and the occasional league player rolling one last strike before calling it a night. To everyone's surprise, Noah and Lily were actually having fun. Noah was in a heated air hockey match with his sister, laughing between volleys, while Lily shouted exaggerated victory cheers every time she scored. Kai stood nearby, quietly amused. He didn't laugh often, but the sight of the two of them bickering in good spirits made the corners of his mouth twitch upward. Mara leaned against a table with Evan, watching their kids. See? She said softly. You said they'd hate it? Evan smirked. I said they'd pretend to hate it. There's a difference. As another round of air hockey ended with Noah dramatically clutching his chest in defeat, Evan checked his watch. It's getting late, he said. We should probably get home, finish those invoices, and unload the rest of the boxes. Mara nodded. Yeah, they can hang out another half hour, though. It's only a few miles from the house. She turned to the kids. All right, team, Dad and I are heading home. You two can stay a bit longer, but stick together, got it? Got it, Lily said, grabbing her cue stick from the rack near the billiards corner. We'll just play a few rounds. Evan pointed at Noah. You're in charge, Noah saluted with a grin. Sir? Yes, sir. Lily threw up her hands. Really, Dad? He's going to think you're serious. Mara gave Kai a gentle smile. Keep an eye on them for me? Kai nodded. I will. Thanks, sweetheart. she said, patting his arm before heading out with Evan. The arcade quieted after they left. The flashing lights reflected off the polished pool table, casting shifting patterns of color across the green felt. Noah racked the balls while Lily chalked her cue. "You ever played pool before?" Noah asked Kai. Kai shook his head. "I don't think so. Maybe not. But it doesn't look complicated." Lily raised an eyebrow. "Famous last words." Noah grinned. "Yeah, it's all angles and geometry. The trick is knowing where to hit, not how hard." Kai leaned over the table, studying the setup. He nodded slowly. "Angles and geometry," he repeated. Noah broke, sending the cue ball cracking into the cluster. 2 solids dropped into the corner pockets. He whooped. "Ha! I'm solids!" Kai picked up a cue, testing its balance in his hands. It felt familiar, like a weapon almost, though he couldn't place why. He lined up his first shot, fingers adjusting automatically to perfect form. Without hesitation, he struck. The ball bounced off 2 rails and sank neatly into a side pocket. Noah blinked. "Okay, beginner's luck." Kai lined up again. This time the cue ball kissed the 8, banked off the far cushion, and pocketed another stripe. Lily's mouth fell open. "You sure you've never played?" Kai frowned slightly. "I don't think so." He moved with quiet precision, each shot more deliberate than the last, banking, spinning, ricocheting, until nearly every stripe had vanished from the table. The balls clacked rhythmically, clean and sure. When he paused, Noah leaned on his cue. "You've got to be kidding me. You're like a pool robot. Is there anything you're not awesome at?" Kai's brow furrowed. "It's just about physics," he said. "Angle of incidence equals angle of reflection, accounting for." He stopped mid-sentence. His own words startled him. Lily tilted her head. "Accounting for what?" Kai blinked, his voice quieter. "Spin, drag, and speed of contact. That's how the early billiard tables were designed in the 15th century. Both siblings stared at him. Noah finally said, "Wait, how do you even know that?" Kai looked down at his hands, gripping the cue. "I don't know." For a moment, the 3 of them stood in the shifting neon light, the air heavy with quiet wonder. Then Noah broke the silence with a grin. "Well, whatever you are, remind me not to bet money against you." Lily shook her head, smiling despite herself. "Yeah, no kidding. He's like the Einstein of pool." Kai looked at the table, at the cue, at the perfect lines his shots had drawn across the felt. He tried to feel proud of it, but instead, he felt that same strange pull in his chest again, like a door deep inside his mind had opened a crack, showing him flashes of something old and forgotten. The walk home was quiet at first, the kind of silence that comes after a good night. Laughter spent, energy winding down. The moon hung low and pale, its reflection stretching across the wet asphalt from an earlier drizzle. The air smelled faintly of rain and oil, and the only sound was the rhythmic thud of their sneakers as they cut through the side streets toward home. Noah kicked a pebble along the curb. "I can't believe you ran the table twice," he said. "I'm officially never gambling with you." Lily smirked. "You don't have to gamble to lose." "Hey," Noah started but stopped when the wind shifted, carrying with it something sharp. Acrid. Smoke. Kai's head lifted first. The smell was thick and unmistakable. Burning insulation, scorched wood, something chemical beneath it. A faint orange glow painted the undersides of the clouds ahead. "Do you see that?" Lily asked, voice uneasy. They turned the corner and froze. 2 blocks away, an apartment building was burning. Flames poured from the 1st and 2nd floors, reaching high enough to lick the balconies above. Fire trucks lined the street, lights flashing red and white against the smoke. A crowd had gathered on the sidewalk, some holding phones, others just staring in horror. A firefighter shouted orders over the roar. "Keep the line steady. We need pressure on that east corner." Noah took a step forward. "Holy," he caught himself. "That's bad. That's really bad." The bottom floors were completely engulfed. Windows burst with the heat, spraying glass into the night. Fire hoses hissed against the flames, but the water barely made a difference. Steam rose faster than it fell. "The stairs must have collapsed," Lily said, covering her mouth. "They can't reach the top floors." Another engine pulled in, sirens cutting out as firefighters jumped to join the others. One of them yelled, "We've got people still inside. 4th floor window, left side." Kai's chest tightened. He could just make out silhouettes moving behind the smoke, a woman clutching a child, trapped against the window by the flames below. The crowd gasped as she waved frantically for help. A ladder extended from one of the trucks, but it didn't reach far enough. The top floors were out of range. "Get the second ladder up," a captain shouted. "Already at max extension," someone yelled back. "We can't reach them." The heat rolled across the street in waves. Even from here, Kai could feel it against his face, heavy and suffocating. A firefighter ran past, shouting to the others, "We're losing the third floor. It's about to go." Noah's voice was quiet now. "They can't get to them." Lily's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her phone. "There's a kid up there." Kai didn't move. He watched the smoke rise, his heartbeat steady but heavy in his chest. His eyes followed the structure, the gaps in the balconies, the lines of the fire escapes, the rhythm of collapsing beams. His mind started mapping paths, estimating distances, timing the spread of the fire as if some other part of him, something deep and ancient, had woken up. He could hear the screams now, a child crying, a woman shouting for help. Noah looked at him. "Kai?" But Kai's focus was locked on the building, his expression unreadable. The firefighters' shouts blurred into background noise. The world narrowed to fire, structure, movement. He could see it all, the way the flames danced through the stairwell, the points where the beams would give way next. He knew the fire wasn't going to wait, and neither could he. Kai took a step forward. "Kai," Noah said sharply, "what are you doing?" Kai's voice was calm, certain. "I can get up there." "What?" Lily's eyes widened. "No, you can't! The building's burning!" He didn't look away from the flames. "They won't make it if I don't." Noah reached for him, panic rising. "Dude, this isn't a game! You'll get yourself killed!" And before either of them could stop him, he started toward the fire. Noah shouted after him, but Kai was already moving. The heat hit like a wave as he crossed the street, hot enough to sting his skin, bright enough to paint everything in gold and red. Firefighters yelled for him to stay back, but their voices barely reached through the roar of the blaze. Kai didn't head for the burning structure directly. His eyes had locked onto the smaller brick building beside it, 3 stories tall, close enough that the top floors nearly touched. The roof lines were separated by a narrow alley and 15 feet of open air. "Kid?" one of the firefighters shouted. "Get back!" Kai didn't answer. He ran. He sprinted toward the adjacent building, using a railing to boost himself upward. His feet found every surface like instinct. A pipe, a window ledge, the rough edge of a sign. He climbed fast, impossibly fast, muscles moving in perfect rhythm. Within seconds, he was halfway up, smoke curling around him like fog. A firefighter below looked up, eyes wide. "What the?" Kai reached the top of the smaller building and paused, crouched low. The burning apartment towered in front of him, a living wall of flame and smoke. Through the haze, he could still see them, the woman and the small figure of her daughter, pressed against the shattered window, coughing, terrified. There wasn't time to think. He backed up several steps, lungs filling with hot air. Then he ran. The roof trembled beneath his stride. His foot hit the edge and he launched himself forward, arms out, body slicing through the smoke. For an instant, he was weightless. The air was molten around him, glowing orange and white. Then his hands found the crumbling edge of the third-floor balcony, and he slammed into it hard enough to rattle his bones. Dust and sparks rained down, but he held tight. "Holy crap! He made it!" someone shouted below. Kai pulled himself up, gripping the railing until his fingers found purchase. The woman saw him through the smoke and screamed, half in fear, half in disbelief. "It's okay!" He shouted over the roar. "I'm here to help!" Her eyes were wild with terror. "The stairs are gone! We can't—" "I know, hold on to me." He reached through the window and lifted the child first. A girl, maybe 5 years old, coughing, her face streaked with soot. She clung to him, tiny hands gripping his neck. He turned back to the mother, who was frozen in place, shaking her head. "You can't! There's nowhere to go! Trust me." Kai wrapped an arm around her waist, feeling her trembling against him. Then he turned back toward the edge. Below, the fire crews were shouting, hoses re-aiming, water arcing in streams that hissed as they struck the heat. He stepped onto the railing. The flames reached for them, twisting and snapping in the wind. And then, impossibly, he climbed. Hand over hand, foot over foot, he descended the wall like a creature born to it. His body fluid, sure, finding every hold where there should have been none. The mother buried her face against him, clutching her child as tightly as she could. "Keep your eyes closed." Kai shouted. Below, the firefighters saw him through the haze. "Get water on that wall," the captain ordered. The hoses turned, blasting the brick where Kai moved. Steam erupted around him, cooling the path just enough for him to keep going. His muscles burned, the heat searing his arms, but he didn't stop. The flames licked at his sleeves. Smoke clawed at his throat. He felt the skin on his hands sting, but he ignored it, shifting his weight as debris fell past him. One more ledge, one more drop. When his shoes finally hit solid ground, a cheer erupted from the gathered crowd. Firefighters rushed forward, wrapping the woman and child in blankets, ushering them toward the medics. Kai staggered back a step, catching his breath. His hair was damp with spray, his skin smeared with soot, but he was alive, and so were they. The woman turned to him, tears streaking through the ash on her cheeks. "Help her," she whispered hoarsely. "Please help her." She stopped, panic flickering again in her eyes. "My daughter," Kai blinked confused. "She's right here." "No, my other daughter," she said, gripping his arm. "She's still up there, in her room. I couldn't get to her." Her voice broke on the last word, and for the first time since he'd stepped into the fire, Kai felt the tremor of fear cut through the adrenaline. He turned back toward the building, the inferno rising higher, swallowing the top floors in flame. The woman's words hadn't even faded before Kai turned back toward the burning building. Smoke rolled across the street like a living thing, and the fire had grown louder, roaring, furious, as if the world itself were burning from the inside out. Flames chewed through the upper floors, spitting embers into the night sky. "Kai!" Noah shouted, his voice breaking. "Don't! It's too late!" But Kai didn't hear him. It was as if he could hear here. The little girl's cries echoed in his mind. He took a step forward, and two firefighters intercepted him. One was shouting, the other held out an arm like a barricade. "Kid, stay back," the first said. "You already did enough. The structure's unstable." "You go in there. You're not coming out," the second warned. Kai's jaw clenched, his muscles coiled, heat prickling along his skin. "There's still someone in there." "Then it's too late," the first snapped. Kai didn't think. He moved. In a blur, he grabbed the firefighter's sleeve, twisted, and flipped him over his shoulder. The man hit the wet pavement with a surprised grunt, unharmed but stunned. The second tried to grab him, but Kai shoved him back, not hard enough to hurt, just enough to clear his path. The bystanders gasped as Kai sprinted straight toward the flames. "Stop him!" someone yelled, but it was already too late. He leapt onto the neighboring building again, the same one he'd scaled before, smoke curling around him like storm clouds. The fire glowed so bright it turned the night into day. Every window below him shattered outward, glass raining into the street. Kai reached the roof and didn't pause. He ran faster than before, ignoring the heat that singed his skin and clothes. The air burned his lungs, but his focus never wavered. At the ledge, he launched himself across the gap once more. The wind howled around him, carrying sparks that trailed behind like falling stars. His fingers found the burning balcony rail and pulled. The metal seared his palms, but he didn't let that slow him down. He climbed through the shattered window into a hallway thick with smoke. The heat was unbearable now, flames crawling up the walls, the floor creaking beneath his feet. "Kai!" someone yelled from below, but the sound was swallowed by the fire. He pressed forward, covering his mouth with his arm. "Where are you?" he shouted. A faint sound answered him, soft, scared, muffled. He followed it, pushing open a door half-eaten by flames. The room inside was small, the wallpaper peeling, the ceiling black with soot. He dropped low, scanning beneath the smoke. Then he saw her. A little girl, maybe 8, hiding under her bed, her eyes wide and wet. She clutched a stuffed rabbit, the fur singed at the edges. Kai crouched and reached for her. "Hey, it's okay. I've got you." She shook her head, coughing. "It's too hot," she whispered. "I know," he said gently, sliding an arm beneath her shoulders. "Close your eyes and don't let go." The floor cracked behind them, a warning groan that sent dust and sparks raining down. The stairs were gone. There was no way back the way he came. The flames were climbing faster than he could descend. He looked upward. The ceiling beams were charred, but still holding. Above them, the next floor was burning slower. If he could get there, if he could reach the far side, he tightened his hold on her. "Hold on tight." The girl buried her face in his shoulder, arms wrapped around his neck. Kai leapt, grabbing the lower edge of the ceiling beam and pulling both of them up. The flames clawed at his legs, but he kept moving, climbing through a hole in the floor into what remained of the top story. The roof was half gone. A gaping hole exposed the night sky, red and gold from the fire below. He ran for it. The floor sagged with every step. The walls crumbled inward. There was only one way left, forward. He sprinted for the window at the far end of the hall, the child clutched to his chest. "Almost there," he murmured. He lowered his shoulder, bracing for impact, and jumped. The window exploded outward as he burst through it, glass scattering into the night. For a heartbeat, he was flying through the smoke-filled air, the girl crying into his chest, and the flames reflecting off the tears on her face. Then he landed hard on the roof of the adjacent building, rolling to absorb the impact. The girl tumbled safely beside him, coughing but unhurt. "Got you," he breathed, checking her over. Her eyes blinked open, dazed but alive. Down below, the firefighters had seen it happen. "Over here," one shouted. "Get a ladder up, he's got her." They scrambled to set it up, water arcing across the gap to cool the surface around him. Kai stood there for a second, chest heaving, the girl's small hand gripping his sleeve. She was safe now. He could hear the shouts, the sirens, the chaos, but he knew what would come next. Questions, attention, cameras, disbelief. He couldn't let that happen. "Stay here," he told the girl softly. "They're coming for you." "Wait," she said, reaching out. "Don't go." But he was already moving. By the time the firefighters reached the roof, only the girl remained, wrapped in her blanket of smoke and ash, staring after the figure who'd vanished into the night. The fire truck's sirens were still echoing through the neighborhood when Kai found Noah and Lily again. They were standing near the intersection, faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes scanning the crowd for him. When they finally saw him emerge from the alley, clothes scorched, hair damp from the spray, eyes still reflecting the firelight, Noah exhaled a shaky breath of relief. "Dude, Kai," he said, running to him. "You're alive." Lily followed, her hand pressed to her mouth. "We thought you went back in there." Kai didn't answer. He kept his head low, walking past the bystanders and flashing lights. "We need to go," he said quietly, "before someone starts asking questions." Noah glanced back at the firefighters who were swarming the street. "Right. Yeah. Okay." They slipped down a side street, away from the noise and chaos, the glow of the fire fading behind them. The night air was cool, thick with the smell of smoke. When they were finally clear, Noah gave a nervous laugh that sounded half hysterical. "Dude, you jumped between buildings. You ran through fire. We should totally get you a cape or something." Kai shot him a look that was half confusion, half exhaustion. "Or I don't know," Noah continued, grinning weakly. "A superhero name? The Fire Climber? The Ash Avenger? No?" Lily elbowed him. "Noah, not funny." She was staring at Kai now, at the back of his shirt where the fabric had melted and fused to his skin. The edges were blackened and still smoking faintly. "Noah," she whispered, "look at his back." Noah turned and froze. Oh man, that's Kai, that's bad." Kai reached back instinctively, wincing as the fabric tugged. "It's fine? Fine? Your shirt's melted into you," Lily said, her voice rising. "You need a hospital." "I said it's fine." Before they could stop him, he grabbed the collar and tore the ruined shirt away. The sound of ripping fabric was followed by both of them gasping. His back was a mess of burns, angry red welts streaked across his shoulders, skin cracked and blistered. The kind of injury that should have dropped him to his knees. But Kai didn't flinch. He just stood there, breathing evenly, as the wounds began to move. Lily took a step back. What's happening?" Noah stared, speechless, as the burns began to fade. The raw skin softened, the redness dulled, the blisters smoothed. Within seconds, the damage was gone, completely gone. Kai's breathing slowed. He looked over his shoulder, the skin unmarked, untouched, like it had never happened. The three of them stood in stunned silence. Finally, Noah managed, "Okay, so not to sound insane, but are you, like, an alien?" Kai looked down at his hands, flexing them slowly. "I don't know." "Because," Noah continued, voice cracking a little, "normal people don't just Wolverine their way out of third-degree burns." Lily's voice was quiet, trembling. "This isn't possible." Kai didn't argue. He couldn't. He didn't understand it any more than they did. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind moving through the empty street. Then Lily spoke again, firmer this time. "We can't tell Mom and Dad." Noah blinked. "What? Why not?" "Because they'll freak out," she said. "They'll call the cops or a doctor or someone, and then this won't stay secret for long. You saw what he just did. If people find out, they'll take him," Noah finished, realization dawning. Kai looked between them, confusion and gratitude mingling behind his eyes. "You'd really keep this secret?" Lily nodded. "You saved those people. You don't owe anyone anything. We'll figure this out, just quietly." Noah let out a shaky laugh. "Guess this makes us what, sidekicks?" Lily glared. "Noah," he held up his hands. "Kidding. Mostly." Kai said nothing, just stared down the street toward where the flames still flickered faintly in the distance. The sirens were fading now, replaced by the hum of night. He didn't understand what his body could do. But in that moment, surrounded by the two people who knew his secret and hadn't run from him, he felt something strange. Safe. Chapter 5. Memories. By Monday, the fire was all anyone could talk about. Headlines called it the miracle rescue, a mother and two daughters saved from a blaze that should have consumed them. Eyewitnesses described a mysterious figure who came out of nowhere, scaled the burning building, and vanished before first responders reached the roof. Kai kept his head down in the halls of Hartley High. Every mention of the story felt too close, like a spotlight brushing past him. He didn't say a word. Neither did Noah or Lily. By the end of the week, the news cycle had moved on, and it was time for Kai's placement test. The testing room was quiet, except for the faint hum of the fluorescent lights. A stack of sharpened pencils sat neatly on the teacher's desk, and a clock ticked somewhere above his head. Kai sat alone at the center desk, the test packet in front of him. Rows of empty chairs surrounded him, the kind usually filled with restless students or whispered excuses. "Take your time," said the teacher who'd escorted him in. "It's just a placement exam. No pressure. When you're finished, drop it off in the main office." Kai nodded silently as she left, then looked down at the first page. He skimmed the first few questions, algebra, grammar, reading comprehension, and immediately knew every answer. The solutions weren't guesses or deductions. They came to him instinctively, as if someone else had already written them in his mind. He turned the page. World history. Questions about ancient trade routes, cultural shifts, forgotten languages. He could see them. The maps, the paths, the rise and fall of empires, so vividly it made his head ache. He flipped through the rest of the packet and realized something unsettling. He knew everything. Every formula, every date, every obscure vocabulary word. Kai stared at the pencil in his hand. This wasn't fitting in. He glanced toward the empty door, then made a decision. He filled in the bubbles one by one, neat and deliberate, marking each correct answer. But every fourth question he paused, took a breath, and circled the wrong one. Sometimes obviously wrong, sometimes just off enough to look like a careless mistake. By the end of the hour, the test looked ordinary, not perfect, normal. When he dropped it off at the main office, the secretary smiled politely. "You're done already? That was quick." Kai offered a small shrug. "I read fast." That evening, Mara sat at her desk at home, a cup of coffee cooling beside her and a small stack of placement exams in front of her. She'd agreed to help grade them, a task she usually found tedious but calming. When she reached the one with Kai Callahan written neatly at the top, she paused. Her lips curved into a small smile. He's fitting in well, she thought, even helping Noah with his assignments now and then. She started grading. It didn't take long to notice the pattern. His answers were sharp, confident, right up until every fourth question. Then, without warning, he'd make small, strange errors. A misspelled word, a simple math mistake, a historical date off by 1 century. Mara frowned. It was too consistent to be random. When she totaled the score, it came out to 75%. Respectable but unremarkable. She sat back in her chair, tapping the pencil against her chin. "Huh," she murmured. By all accounts, Kai was quiet but bright. His essays in class were clear and well organized. His recall of details during discussions was nearly photographic. But this, it didn't fit. Maybe he overthinks under pressure, she reasoned. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that he'd held back on purpose. She slipped the test into her leather work bag to double-check later, then gathered the rest of the papers. Evan poked his head into the study. "Still working?" "Almost done." she said, zipping the bag. Just one test that doesn't make sense. He grinned. If it's Noah's, the answer's probably pizza, and the reason is some girl. Mara smiled faintly but didn't answer. Her thoughts were still on Kai, the quiet boy who'd appeared out of nowhere and somehow seemed to know everything but never talked about himself. She placed the bag beside her chair, turned off the lamp, and told herself it was nothing. Just a bright kid, trying to fit in. But as she left the room, she couldn't help thinking, he could have aced it. The next day passed in an easy rhythm. Notes in the margins of notebooks, the scrape of chairs, the distant buzz of lawnmowers outside the school windows. For most students, it was just another Tuesday. For Kai, it was a careful balancing act. He'd spent the week learning how to look ordinary, how to laugh when Noah did, how to nod when teachers called his name, how to seem like a boy with nothing hidden behind his eyes. He was getting good at it. Until the hallway. It happened between classes, near the science wing where the lockers jammed and the fluorescent lights flickered. Eli Barrett, the quiet kid from before, was standing at his locker when Trent and his friends cornered him again. "Hey, Barrett," Trent said, voice thick with mock cheer. "Still wearing the same shirt, huh? What, your mom couldn't afford laundry this week?" Eli kept his eyes down, fumbling with his books. Trent leaned closer. "You hear me?" Kai and Noah were walking at the far end of the hall when Noah spotted them. His expression darkened. "Not this again," he muttered. Kai slowed but didn't stop. His body tensed automatically, like it was waiting for a command. "It's just words," Noah said under his breath. "He's not hitting him." Kai's jaw tightened. "Words can do damage too." "Yeah," Noah said, "but you remember what happened last time you tried to help. The school still thinks those guys tripped over themselves. I'd like to keep it that way." Kai's eyes stayed on Trent, watching the scene play out. The bully laughed and flicked a pen out of Eli's hand. It clattered to the floor. Eli's shoulders hunched, but he said nothing. Kai's fists curled slowly at his sides. He could feel the wrongness of it, the instinct to intervene pounding under his skin like a pulse. But Noah was right. He couldn't afford more attention. Not after everything. Then somewhere outside, a car backfired. The sound was sharp and hollow, echoing down the corridor. But to Kai, it wasn't just noise. It was a blast, a mortar strike, a scream. The hallway fell away. He was in mud now, cold, thick, stinking of blood and cordite. The air shook with artillery. The sky was a dull, colorless gray, and the world burned at its edges. He was lying on his back in a trench that had been half collapsed, rain mixing with blood in the soil. The ringing in his ears was endless. When he looked down, there was a gaping hole where his stomach should have been. He saw his own hands, mud-caked, trembling, pressing against the wound. His fingers slipped on torn flesh. For one long, impossible moment, he saw the loop of his own intestines glistening in the gray light. He shoved them back inside. The pain hit hard enough to take his breath away. He screamed, but even as he did, he saw the flesh knitting together beneath his palms, the wound closing, the torn skin fusing back into place. Steam rose from his body in the cold air. All around him, men were dying, faces he almost remembered, voices he couldn't. Someone shouted his name, but it was swallowed by the thunder of another blast. Then everything went white. "Kai!" Noah's voice dragged him back. The school hallway snapped into focus, the sound of lockers and footsteps flooding his senses. His body was shaking, sweat running down his back. "Kai," Noah said again, gripping his shoulder. "You okay, man?" Kai blinked, breathing fast. The flickering lights above buzzed faintly. Across the hall, Trent was still laughing, nudging Eli toward his locker. Nothing had changed. The world hadn't exploded. Kai swallowed hard. I'm fine." Noah frowned. "You sure? You look like you just saw a ghost." Kai forced his breathing to steady. "Just loud noise." "Yeah, that car backfire was nuts," Noah said, still watching him warily. "You zoned out for a sec." Kai nodded, but his gaze drifted to Eli, still gathering his books, still silent. The anger that had burned in him during the war memory hadn't faded. It was the same now, just quieter, controlled. He turned away, jaw set. Not yet. Not today. But he knew one thing for certain. If Trent ever crossed the line from words to violence, he wouldn't stand idly by. The ride home from school was quiet. Lily was doing homework on her phone. Noah was half asleep against the window, and Kai stared out at the passing houses, the sunlight flashing in quick, rhythmic bursts across his face. His head still ached faintly from earlier. The flash, the trench, the blood spilling over the muddy ground. He could still feel it. The cold mud. The burn of the shrapnel. The impossible healing. But by the time they pulled into the driveway, he'd buried it deep again. Evan's car was already in the drive, and a white sedan sat beside it. Unfamiliar, clean. "Uh-oh," Noah muttered. "That looks official." When they stepped inside, the living room was strangely quiet. Evan was sitting on the couch across from a woman with a leather folder in her lap. She stood as they entered, smiling politely. "Hi there," she said. "You must be Kai." Her tone was warm, but her eyes were sharp, trained to read every twitch, every hesitation. She wore a gray blazer and a faint scent of lavender. Her name tag read R. Danner, Child Services. Kai froze by the doorway. "Hello," Mara brushed a hand against his shoulder. "It's okay, Kai. Miss Danner just wanted to check in. Standard follow-up." "Right," Evan added with a forced smile. "She just got here." The woman smiled again. "Nothing to worry about. You've been with the Callahans a few weeks now, right?" Kai nodded. "Yes, ma'am." "And how are things here?" He hesitated. "Good. Everyone's kind." "That's good to hear," she said, jotting something in her folder. "You've adjusted well from what I can see. School going okay?" Kai glanced at Mara. "It's fine." "Good," she said, her pen moving smoothly. Then her tone shifted, still soft but probing. "I'll be honest, Kai. We've been trying to piece together your background, but it's been difficult." Evan folded his arms. "Difficult how?" Ms. Danner sighed, flipping open a file. "Well, we've run your name, your description, even facial scans through the National Missing Persons Database. Nothing. No matches. No record of you existing before the night you were found." Noah and Lily exchanged a glance, their earlier secret suddenly feeling heavier. The woman turned another page. "No birth certificate, no school records, no social security number. It's unusual." Mara frowned. "Unusual how? He's just a teenager. Maybe his records were misplaced or—" "I thought so too," Ms. Danner said, "but we searched everything, county, state, even archives, just in case. Nothing." She hesitated, studying Kai. "Honestly, the only explanation that makes sense is that whoever raised you didn't want anyone to know who you were or what they were doing to you. I suspect they don't want to be found, not with the kind of scars you've got, Kai." The room went still. Kai's stomach tightened. "Scars?" Ms. Danner nodded. "I saw the medical reports from your first night at the hospital. The markings on your back and chest, the ones that looked like old wounds. It's pretty clear you've been through something no child should go through. It's hard to imagine any loving family letting that happen." Mara's hand moved to her mouth. "Oh my God." Noah looked away. Lily stared at the floor. Kai stayed perfectly still. His heart beat once, heavy, deep, and then another time, slower. He didn't know how to respond. Ms. Danner's voice softened again. "I don't say that to upset you. I just want you to know that, whatever your past is, you're safe now. You've got people who care about you." He nodded faintly, though the words barely reached him. She hesitated before closing her folder. "There was one thing, though." Mara looked up. "A lead?" "Yes, for a moment I thought we'd found something. A match came up in an old missing persons archive. Boy in his teens, almost identical features to Kai." She smiled faintly. "For a second I thought we had our answer." Evan leaned forward. "And?" She gave a small, disbelieving laugh and pulled out a missing persons flyer. "The file's from 1963, over 60 years ago. Clearly impossible. The kid would be in his 70s by now." Lily went still. Noah's eyes flicked toward Kai. Ms. Danner closed the folder and tucked it neatly under her arm. "Still, I thought it was worth mentioning. Sometimes people have doppelgangers, strangers who could be their twin. Life's strange that way." "Yeah," Evan said softly, glancing at Kai. "Strange." The social worker smiled politely again. "Anyway, you're lucky to have landed where you did. I'll check back in a few weeks, but everything looks good here." She shook their hands, thanked them for their time, and left. The door shut softly behind her. For a moment, no one moved. Finally, Mara let out a breath. 60 years, she said quietly. "That's eerie." Evan gave a low whistle. "No kidding? Maybe he was a relative?" Noah forced a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "Maybe he's just got one of those classic faces." "Right," Lily muttered. "Classic." Kai didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at the door long after the sound of Miss Danner's car faded down the street. Somewhere deep inside, a single thought surfaced. one that chilled him more than the woman's words ever could. Kai hadn't felt settled since the social worker's visit. Her words echoed in his mind all week. No records, no name, no trace. And that photograph, someone who looked exactly like him 60 years ago. Mara was in her usual hurry before dinner, juggling a pot of sauce with one hand and setting plates with the other. "Okay," she said over her shoulder. "Remember to be polite. The new neighbors are coming by at 6. Older couple, the Reeds. They just bought the Gleason's house next door." "Older like retired?" Noah asked, reaching for the silverware. "Older like they've probably been retired longer than you've been alive," Evan said, grinning as he uncorked a bottle of wine. "70s, maybe 80s. Nice folks, from what I heard." "They're coming here for dinner?" Lily asked, glancing up from her phone. "Yes," Mara said firmly. "They wanted to meet everyone, and I thought it'd be good to welcome them properly. It's what neighbors do." Noah groaned. "What neighbors do when they're old, maybe." "Be nice," Mara warned. "You could learn something about manners from them." Kai helped carry bowls to the table, moving quietly, his thoughts elsewhere. He tried to smile when Mara passed him a tray of rolls, but the tension in his chest hadn't eased since the afternoon. When the doorbell rang, the air in the house seemed to shift. Not ominous, just heavier somehow. Evan wiped his hands on a towel and went to answer it. "Evening, you must be the Reeds." The man and woman who stepped inside looked like they'd walked out of another time. The woman, Evelyn, had white hair pinned back neatly and wore a pearl necklace that gleamed against her soft blue sweater. Her husband, Harold, had a firm handshake and sharp eyes that didn't quite match his friendly smile. He moved a bit stiffly, leaning on a cane, but there was strength in the way he carried himself, the kind that came from a lifetime of command. "Thank you for having us," Evelyn said warmly. "Your home is lovely." "Oh, please," Mara said, brushing off the compliment. "We're still unpacking boxes. It's a work in progress." Evan ushered them in. "Come in, sit down. Dinner's almost ready." As they entered, Harold's gaze found Kai. It wasn't a casual glance. It was sharp, intent. The old man's smile faltered for just a second before returning. "And who's this?" Mara smiled. "This is Kai. He's new with us." Kai nodded politely. "Nice to meet you, sir." "Nice to meet you too," Harold said slowly, eyes narrowing just slightly. "Kai, you said?" "Yes, sir." The old man studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Unusual name, strong name." Evelyn placed a hand on her husband's arm. "Oh, Harold, don't make the poor boy nervous." She smiled at Kai, but there was something knowing in it. Kai tried to smile, but Harold's gaze didn't move away. Dinner started light, small talk, a few jokes from Noah that made Lily groan, Mara's stories about teaching. The Reeds seemed pleasant enough, though Harold did most of the talking. He asked questions, not about the neighborhood or the move, but about Kai. "So, young man," he began after the second course, "Mara tells us you've been with them several weeks now." "Yes, sir. Must have been quite an adjustment. Where'd you say you're from?" Kai hesitated. "I don't really remember." Evelyn made a sympathetic sound. "Oh dear, you poor thing." Harold's eyes didn't soften. "No memories at all?" "Just my name," Kai said quietly. Harold leaned back in his chair, his cane resting across his knees. "Strange thing, memory. Holds on to what it shouldn't, forgets what it mustn't." The tone in his voice made Kai's pulse quicken. Mara didn't notice. She was already passing the breadbasket to Evelyn. "He's been doing great at school, though. Bright kid, fits right in." Harold smiled faintly. "I'm sure he does." Kai forced himself to eat, though the food tasted like ash. Every time he glanced up, Harold was watching him. Not unkindly, but with the look of a man studying something rare, maybe even impossible. When Mara mentioned the recent fire, Harold's fork stopped midair. "Oh, that?" Evelyn said. "Terrible thing. I saw it on the news." "Yes," Mara said. "Right here in town. They're still looking for whoever pulled those people out. Brave soul, whoever it was." Harold's gaze flicked briefly toward Kai again. Just enough for Kai to see the knowing there. A flicker, faint but certain. By the time dessert was served, Kai could barely focus. The conversation moved easily around him, but he felt like he was sitting in a room made of glass, every sound sharper, every word deliberate. When the Reeds finally stood to leave, Harold clasped Evan's hand firmly and smiled at Mara. "Thank you for the meal. Wonderful company." Evelyn kissed Mara's cheek. We'll have you over soon, dear. As they turned to go, Harold paused by Kai. He lowered his voice, just enough that the others didn't catch it. "It's funny," he said, eyes glinting under the porch light. "You look just like someone I knew once, long, long ago." Kai's breath caught. "You?" The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. No, couldn't be. That boy would be long gone by now." He patted Kai's shoulder, almost fatherly, almost threatening, and followed his wife out into the night. The door shut behind them. Mara exhaled. "Well, that went nicely." Evan grinned. "See? I told you I could host a dinner without burning something." Noah stretched. "That old guy gave me the creeps." "Be nice," Mara said automatically. But Kai wasn't listening. He stood by the window watching as the Reeds crossed the yard to their new home. Harold paused on the porch, glancing back once, straight toward Kai, and raised a hand in the faintest of gestures. Not a wave, a recognition. And as he disappeared into the dark, Kai felt it in his gut. The old man knew him. By morning, the sky had turned a dull winter gray, the kind that seemed to press down on everything, the house, the air, even the thoughts you didn't want to have. Kai sat at the kitchen table, staring into a bowl of cereal that had long since gone soggy. He hadn't slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the old man's face, Harold Reed's, leaning close, that half smile that wasn't a smile at all. He'd said it so casually. "You look just like someone I knew once." But the weight behind those words, Kai couldn't shake it. Mara noticed right away. She was pouring coffee when she turned, brow furrowed. "Kai, you look pale. You feeling okay?" He hesitated, then decided to be honest, or at least close to it. "I'm not really feeling well," he said quietly. Her expression softened immediately. "You sound tired." "Is it your stomach? Headache?" He shook his head. "No, just off. I don't know." Mara came over, laying a hand lightly on his shoulder. "You've had a lot going on lately. A new school, new people, new home. It can take a toll." Kai nodded, staring at the tabletop. "Yeah, maybe that's it." "Well," she said with the tone she used when she was both worried and trying not to hover, "why don't you stay home today? Rest. I'll call the office." Kai looked up, surprised. "You sure?" "Of course," Mara said, giving his shoulder a small squeeze. "I'll check on you at lunch. Just drink water, okay? And if you feel worse, text me." He managed a small, grateful smile. "Thanks, Mara." She smiled back, kissed the top of his head almost absently, and grabbed her bag. "Noah, Lily, leaving in 2 minutes." The morning bustle came and went quickly. Within 5 minutes, the front door shut behind them, and the house fell still. Kai waited. He sat by the window in the living room, counting the minutes. The Reeds' car, a clean white Buick, was still parked in their driveway. He watched through the curtain as the morning light brightened, as the mail truck came and went, as the neighborhood slowly came to life. Then, just after 9, the Reeds' front door opened. Evelyn Reed stepped out first, bundled in a soft gray coat, purse on her shoulder. Harold followed, walking slow but steady, cane tapping lightly on the concrete. They exchanged a few words by the car that Kai couldn't hear. Evelyn smiled at him before climbing into the driver's seat. The Buick rolled down the street and disappeared around the corner. Harold stood at the end of his driveway for a few seconds, staring back toward his house. And then, slowly, he started walking in the opposite direction with his cane until he vanished beyond the hedges on a stroll around the neighborhood. Kai's pulse quickened. He waited 1 more minute, then another, and then he slipped out the front door. The air was cold and still. A single crow perched on a power line above, watching as Kai crossed the yard. The Reed house looked perfectly ordinary from the outside. Clean shutters, trimmed bushes, a white mailbox with gold lettering. But as he reached the front steps, that feeling of dread deepened. Not fear exactly, but a sense that he was standing on the edge of something that had been waiting for him. The front door was locked, of course, but the side gate wasn't. Kai moved along the narrow path beside the garage, past a set of garden tools and a stack of neatly arranged firewood. At the back door, he paused. The curtains inside were drawn. He tried the handle. It turned easily. Unlocked. He stepped inside. The air was faintly scented with dust and something older, leather, parchment, the faint bite of oil and metal polish. The kind of smell you found in museums or attics that hadn't been opened in decades. The house was quiet but not empty. He could feel it, the weight of lives lived long and carefully. He moved through the kitchen first. It was immaculate. Every dish washed, every surface clean. No clutter, no warmth, just precision. In the living room, framed photos lined the mantel. He scanned them quickly. Most were ordinary family pictures. The Reeds in younger years, at a wedding at the coast. But a few caught his attention. One photo, yellowed with age, showed a man in uniform standing beside an old military jeep. The man looked very similar to Harold, though much younger, maybe in his 20s. But it wasn't the man that froze Kai's breath. It was the figure standing beside him. Another soldier, lean, dark-haired, with Kai's same face, same jawline, same eyes. Kai's hand trembled as he reached out, tracing the glass. The photo was dated 1918. Kai's fingertips were still pressed against the glass when the voice came from behind him. "So you do remember?" He spun around. Harold Reed stood in the doorway, framed by the dim light from the hall. His cane was in one hand, but his posture was straighter than before. Eyes sharp, the faintest smile at the corner of his mouth. Kai's heart kicked hard in his chest. "I what?" Harold took a slow step forward, the tap of his cane echoing across the hardwood. "You remember your past," he said softly, "or maybe just the feeling of it." "I don't remember anything," Kai said truthfully. His voice felt small in the still air. "You said I looked familiar." Harold studied him for a long moment, then asked, "Do you know who I am?" Kai hesitated, his throat dry. "You're my grandfather?" For a second, Harold blinked, and then to Kai's surprise, he laughed. A low, warm, genuine laugh that filled the room. "No, not your grandfather. That would be quite the story, wouldn't it?" Kai didn't move. "Then who are you?" Harold didn't answer right away. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the photo on the mantel, the one with the soldiers beside the old jeep. He limped closer and picked it up with both hands, studying it with a faraway look. "That," he said quietly, "is a picture of my father, 1918. He served in the Great War." Kai blinked. "World War I?" Harold nodded, eyes still fixed on the photo. "He was barely 20, thought he was invincible. Then his company was ambushed near the Moose. Most of them were killed or captured. My father was one of the unlucky ones, shipped off to a makeshift camp behind enemy lines." He paused, his voice roughening with something that wasn't age. "He used to tell me stories about the war when I was a boy. But there was one story he told over and over again, the night he was saved." Kai didn't speak. Harold's eyes glimmered faintly in the low light. "He said there was a young private in his unit. Barely more than a kid, probably lied about his age to get in. Never spoke much, but he fought like no one he'd ever seen. My father said the boy had this look about him, like he'd already seen 100 wars and lived through them all." Kai swallowed hard. "What happened to him?" Harold smiled faintly. "After he was taken, my father thought that boy was dead. Weeks later, in the middle of the night, the guards started dropping one by one. Gunfire, confusion, chaos. When it was over, my father said the boy was standing there, covered in mud and blood, unlocking the gates. He'd come back for them." Kai's breath caught. "He led 46 men out that night," Harold went on quietly, "snuck them through enemy lines, guided them back to Allied ground. My father said it was the most impossible thing he'd ever witnessed." He turned toward Kai then, eyes hard and searching. "He said that boy was the bravest soldier he ever fought beside, said he owed him his life." The room was silent except for the faint creak of the old house settling. Harold lifted the photo, tapping the glass with one finger. "When my father came back from the war, he was a changed man. He couldn't get past all those people he left behind. It was many years later he met my mother and settled down, but had that boy not saved my father, I would never have been born." Kai's mouth was dry. "You're saying," Harold nodded slowly, "that boy was you, Kai." Kai stared at him, shaking his head. "That's not possible." "Isn't it?" Harold asked quietly. "Look at him." Kai looked. The soldier in the picture, mud-streaked, eyes defiant, standing beside Harold's father, was him. Every rational part of him wanted to reject it. The photograph was a century old. The story belonged to ghosts. And yet, something deep inside him stirred, like a door cracking open after being sealed for too long. He whispered, "I don't understand." Harold set the photo down and met his gaze. "Neither did my father. He said that boy just disappeared after the war. No record, no burial, no family. He used to joke that maybe he was an angel sent to keep him alive." Kai felt his pulse pounding in his ears. "And you think that boy is me?" He set the photo down gently on the mantel, keeping his hand on it like it was something holy. "When I was 10, Harold continued, he was dying. The gases used in the war had given him cancer in his lungs. Every breath hurt. He knew he didn't have long." Kai's heartbeat slowed. He could almost see it as Harold spoke. The sick man in a hospital bed, the smell of medicine, the quiet grief in a child's eyes. "One day," Harold said, "a boy came to visit him. A young man, maybe 16. My father couldn't believe it at first. He said it was you." Kai froze. "Me?" Harold nodded slowly. "The same boy from the trenches, not older, not changed, not a single line different. It was as if time had forgotten you." He paused, eyes distant now, as if reliving the memory. "I was there. I remember standing at the foot of the bed. My father could hardly speak, but when he saw you, he smiled. He said, 'You came back.'" The room felt smaller somehow, the air heavier. Harold went on, his voice softening. "My mother had died from pneumonia that winter. My father was all I had left. Before he passed, he asked you to look after me." Kai's mouth went dry. "I did?" Harold nodded. "You did. You stayed. You raised me until I was old enough to stand on my own. You taught me how to cook, how to read maps, how to defend myself, how to work with my hands. You were kind, but in those years you never changed. Not once." Kai's throat tightened. "And then? One day you were just gone." Harold's voice cracked slightly, the sound of an old wound resurfacing. "No note, no goodbye, just gone. I searched the woods, the towns nearby, nothing. You vanished like a ghost." He drew a long breath, his eyes glistening faintly. "I grew up, built a life, married, had children, but I never forgot you. I couldn't, because you never aged a day in my memory." Kai said nothing. The silence was fragile, trembling between them. Harold's gaze hardened, not with anger but with conviction. "I know what you are, Kai. You may not believe it, but I've seen it with my own eyes. You're the same boy who carried my father out of the trenches, who sat at his bedside, who held my hand when I was a frightened 10-year-old. And as you can see from that picture, you haven't aged a day since 1918. Kai's pulse thundered in his ears. "That's impossible." Harold shook his head. "No, you're impossible, but you're real. You were my guardian when I had no one else." He stepped closer, his voice trembling but sure. "I've spent my whole life trying to find you again, Kai, the boy who never grew old, the one who saved my father and raised me." The old man's eyes softened, wet with memory. "I kept an eye on the missing persons reports. I was sure if you left me that maybe someday you would leave another, and maybe they would post something. Give me a clue. So many years watching those boards, and finally Child Services gave me an exact location. My wife thought I was crazy, to up and move us halfway across the country at a moment's notice. And now, after over 70 years, you're standing in front of me again, just like before. Not one day older." Kai's breath caught. His hands shook. The truth in Harold's words pressed down like a weight he couldn't carry. "Tell me," Harold whispered. "Where did you go? Why did you leave me?" But Kai had no answer. Only the echo of a life he couldn't remember, and the ache of something deep inside him that somehow knew it was true. Kai's voice was barely above a whisper. "I really don't remember," he said, and the words shook as he spoke them. "Anything. Not you. Not your father. Not the war. Nothing." Harold studied him for a long moment, his eyes searching Kai's face as if he could read the truth written somewhere beneath the skin. The silence stretched, heavy and trembling. "I believe you," Harold said finally, though his tone carried an edge of sorrow. "But I remember, and I've had a long, long time to look for answers." He turned away, his steps slow but sure as he crossed the room toward an oak cabinet tucked beneath a shelf of old books. The wood creaked faintly as he opened it. Inside were stacks of folders, binders, and envelopes, carefully labeled, neatly arranged, decades of something quietly and obsessively gathered. Kai's pulse quickened. "What is all that?" Harold reached in and lifted out a weathered binder, its corners soft with age. "Evidence," he said. "Proof. Maybe even a confession to my own madness, depending on who you ask." He carried it to the dining table and opened it. The smell of old paper and ink filled the air. "When you left, I was a young man. You were all I had left. For years I thought maybe I dreamed you up. Then I started finding you." Kai frowned. "Finding me?" Harold nodded and turned the first page. It held a yellowed newspaper clipping, protected under a plastic sleeve. The headline read, Mystery hero saves factory workers from fire, 1942. Beneath the headline was a grainy photograph, black and white but clear enough. A boy, smoke-streaked and grim-faced, helping a man from a burning building. The boy was Kai. "This was during the Second War," Harold said quietly. "You hadn't aged a day since the photo in 1918. Kai stared at the photo. His mind wanted to reject it, but the image was too clear. His face, his eyes. In the photo, his shirt had ridden up slightly, and he could see the scar across his belly. Harold flipped the page. Another article, this one from 1918, written in French. The title mentioned L'Ange de Guerre, the Angel of War. Beneath it was a sketch of a figure in tattered military garb standing amidst a battlefield, surrounded by fallen men. The description matched him almost perfectly. "They said he appeared where the fighting was worst," Harold said, voice distant now. "Bullets couldn't touch him. Fire wouldn't take him. Soldiers claimed he was an angel sent by God to end their suffering, but when the war was over, he vanished." He turned another page. This one wasn't a photo, but a high-resolution scan of an old painting. A grand hall, golden and regal, filled with nobles and warriors. Behind the throne of a crowned king stood a young man, stoic, armored, half in shadow. Kai's breath hitched. The painting was easily 500 years old, maybe more, but the face, his face, was unmistakable. "That," Harold said, tapping the glass, "was painted sometime in the early 14th century, English royal court. Historians argue over who the figure behind the king was. Some think a bodyguard, others a servant. I know better." Kai took a step back, shaking his head. "No, that can't be me." Harold flipped another page, then another. Old portraits, etchings, newspaper photos, centuries of history, and through all of them, the same face, the same eyes, always just behind the moment. Never the center, but always there. "You've been part of this world for longer than you can imagine," Harold said, his voice trembling between awe and fear. "Every generation has a story about someone who looks like you, never aging, never dying, sometimes a soldier, sometimes a healer, always protecting people." He reached for the last folder and laid it open. Inside was a faded scrap of parchment, older than anything else in the collection. The ink was dark and uneven, the handwriting ancient. Harold's hands trembled slightly as he read. "It's a translation from an Aramaic text found in Damascus, dated around 200 BC. It describes an angel of war, a figure who walks among men, healing from every wound, cursed to wander until the end of days." He looked up, his eyes wet and shining. "The text says his name was Kairos." Kai froze. The sound of it rippled through him like thunder through deep water. It was close, too close to his own name. Harold nodded slowly. Kairos, the bringer of change, the one who turns battles. That's you, isn't it?" Kai's hands shook. "I don't know," he whispered. "I don't remember." Harold reached across the table, his old fingers brushing the edge of Kai's sleeve. "You may not remember, but I do. You raised me. You saved my father. You saved me. And somehow you're still here. You always will be. I never really got to say it, but thank you." Kai pulled his arm back, staring down at the sea of papers and faces that weren't supposed to exist. The weight of centuries pressed on him, silent and terrible. He whispered, "If what you're saying is true, then what am I?" Harold's eyes softened, sad and certain. "You're the same thing you've always been, the protector of the innocent in this world, and my Uncle Kai, the immortal who raised me." Remnants of the past. For a long time, the room was silent except for the faint hum of the furnace and the soft rustle of old papers as Harold closed the final folder. Kai sat still, eyes fixed on the sea of evidence across the table. Photographs, articles, even the ancient parchment that bore his name in another form. He felt hollow, as though something inside him had been pulled loose and left echoing. Harold steadied himself with his cane, then nodded toward the corner of the room. "There's one more thing you should see." He walked slowly, his steps uneven but purposeful, until he reached a low shelf half hidden behind a stack of books. From beneath it, with great effort, he dragged out an old wooden chest bound with tarnished iron. Its surface was worn smooth by time, the stenciled letters on top nearly faded away. KM Kai's pulse quickened. "That was mine?" Harold nodded. "It was. You left it behind when you disappeared." He rested his hand on the lid, tracing the grain with his thumb. "I was so young back then, and I didn't understand what it was. Years later, I found it again when I was going through my storage. I made use of a few items when I had to, but most of what's inside is still as you left it." Kai knelt beside the chest. His hand hovered over the latch, but he didn't open it. There was something about it, something heavy, like the past itself was waiting inside. "What's in it?" he asked quietly. Harold gave a faint smile, eyes full of the weight of memory. "Your life, I suppose, the pieces you've left behind." Kai looked down at the chest, the air between them tense with unspoken things. "You want me to open it?" Harold shook his head. "No, not yet." Kai looked up, surprised. Harold leaned on his cane, studying him. "You've spent centuries running from what you are, Kai. Maybe it's time you stop chasing ghosts and start living for once." "I don't know if I can," Kai said. "If what you're saying is true, then I'm not." He hesitated, searching for the word. "Normal." "No one is," Harold said gently. "But you've got a chance to pretend, and that's not something to throw away lightly." He nodded toward the window. Through the thin curtain, the Callahan house visible across the yard. "That family next door," Harold said. "They're good people, the kind you used to fight to protect. Maybe this time, you don't have to fight at all. Maybe you just get to be part of it." Kai stared out the window, something tightening in his chest. "Whatever's in that chest will still be there when you are ready," Harold continued. "But at this moment you have something rarer, a home, a family that cares about you, even without knowing why. You got lucky, Kai. Don't waste it chasing answers that only bring you pain." Kai swallowed hard, then stood slowly. His hand brushed the chest again, the wood biting faintly against his fingers. Harold leaned on his cane, watching Kai study the chest. "You know," he said after a long silence, "over the years I started noticing something curious." Kai looked up. "What's that?" Harold's mouth twitched in a faint, wistful smile. "Stories, legends, all of them sounded like you." Kai frowned. "Like me?" "Oh yes," Harold said, eyes distant now, as though sifting through 100 lifetimes of memory. "You've been alive so long, you've become a story the world keeps retelling, over and over, in new names and faces." He began pacing slowly, his voice soft but steady. "Take Peter Pan, for instance. A boy who never grows old, who disappears and reappears through generations, always leading others to safety, never staying long enough to belong. That tale's older than Barry made it sound. I think he just gave your curse a new coat of paint." Kai blinked, unsure what to say. Harold continued, his tone deepening. "And then there's the Green Knight, the immortal warrior who could not be slain. Some say he was no man at all, but something that walked among them to test the hearts of others. Or Cuchulainn, the Irish hero who fought like 10 men and rose again after every fall. Some scholars say he was part god. I think he was just you." Kai shook his head slightly. "You can't be serious." Harold's smile didn't fade. "You ever hear the name Ashur the Undying? A Mesopotamian tale, soldier of the old gods, cursed to wander the deserts until the world's end. Or the Roman stories of Aelius, the boy who healed from every wound in the Colosseum and vanished before the emperor could claim him." He nodded at Kai, the lamplight glinting in his eyes. "Different eras, different names, but always the same face, the same story. A boy who can't die, who walks through history, changing the course of wars, saving strangers, and slipping into legend before anyone can prove he existed." Kai felt the weight of the words settle into his bones. "So you think I'm the origin of every myth that couldn't die?" Harold chuckled softly. "Not everyone, but enough of them. People need their heroes, Kai, and when the real ones never die, well, the stories can't either." He gestured toward the unopened chest. "Maybe that's what's in there. Proof that every story starts somewhere." Kai's eyes lingered on the chest again. He didn't open it. Not yet. "I'll think about it," he said quietly. Harold nodded, relief softening his face. "That's all I ask." Harold's gaze lingered on Kai, part wonder, part grief, and something tender that only age and gratitude could shape. Kai turned toward the door, unsure what to say or even how to leave. His mind swirled with 1,000 unspoken things. The chest, the myths, the weight of a life he couldn't remember living. "Wait," Harold said quietly. Kai stopped. The old man steadied himself on his cane, his voice low but sure. "Before you go, may I?" Kai frowned slightly. "May you what?" Harold's eyes softened. "Give you a hug, one more for the road." The words hit Kai harder than he expected. For a long moment, he stood frozen, uncertain how to respond. Then, almost shyly, he nodded. Yeah, okay. Harold stepped forward with care, setting the cane aside. His arms wrapped around Kai, frail but steady, the embrace of someone who'd waited a lifetime to close a loop. He held on longer than most people would have. When he finally pulled back, his eyes glistened in the dim light. Thank you, he said. For what? For taking care of me when I was a boy, Harold said softly. You didn't have to. You could have walked away. But you stayed. After the war, there were thousands like me, children with no homes, no fathers. Most didn't make it. But I did. Because of you. Kai swallowed hard. I wish I could remember. Harold smiled, a weary knowing curve of his lips. Maybe it's better you don't. You've carried enough already. Kai nodded faintly. There was nothing else to say. He reached for the chest, lifting it by its handles. The old oak creaked but held firm. Harold watched him from the doorway. Be careful with that, he said. And Kai? Kai glanced back. Whatever's in there, it's yours, but it doesn't define you anymore. The sun was low when Kai came back. School had just let out, and the Callahan house was alive with the usual after-school noise. Backpacks dropped by the door, Lily on her phone, the smell of something cooking in the kitchen. Mara looked up from the counter the moment she saw him. Kai, where on earth did you go? I came home early and couldn't find you. Kai hesitated, then shifted the old trunk in his arms. I went for a walk, he said quietly. The neighbor Harold gave me this, said I could use it for storage. Evan glanced over from the dining table where he was sorting through the mail. Well, that was nice of him, he said easily. Seems like a decent guy. Mara came closer, eyeing the trunk. It looks ancient. Kai shrugged. Yeah, I guess it is. Mara nodded slowly, still watching him. Are you feeling any better? You were out sick today, remember? Kai shifted the trunk slightly, avoiding her gaze. I'm not sure yet, he admitted. I think I just need some quiet. Do you mind if I stay in my room tonight? Mara softened immediately. Of course not, sweetheart. Take all the time you need. Evan looked up and gave a reassuring nod. Yeah, we get it. Everyone needs to unplug once in a while. Mara and Evan exchanged a quiet glance as Kai carried the trunk down the hall. They didn't say it out loud, but both of them were thinking the same thing. They'd seen it before. Kids from rough situations who didn't know what to do with peace. Sometimes safe didn't feel right when danger was all they'd ever known. Kai paused at his bedroom door. Thanks, he said softly. Mara smiled. You're home now. That's what matters. He nodded and disappeared into his room, closing the door behind him. Inside, the quiet felt heavier than before. The trunk sat at the foot of his bed, its old metal hinges dull in the fading light. For a long time, Kai stood there staring at it, the temptation almost unbearable. But the same thought came back, the same quiet truth that had haunted him since he'd left Harold's house. If he really was who Harold said he was, if he'd lived through centuries, seen kingdoms rise and fall, then how many people had he lost? How many goodbyes had he already survived? Immortality wasn't freedom. It was loneliness stretched thin over eternity. He pushed the trunk under his bed, out of sight, out of mind. Then he sat on the edge of the mattress, staring at the dim glow from the window. Somewhere outside, he could hear Mara laughing faintly at something Evan said, the easy rhythm of an ordinary life. Kai wondered if ordinary was the one thing he'd been searching for all along. Kai woke to the smell of coffee and rain. The faint patter against the window mixed with the quiet hum of voices downstairs. He lay there for a moment, staring up at the ceiling, letting the sound of it settle over him. Noah's knock came a few seconds later. Hey, you up? Kai rubbed his eyes and sat up. Yeah, what time is it? Almost 7, Noah said through the door. Mom made eggs. Lily's hogging the bathroom again. Kai pulled on a clean shirt and met him in the hallway, both of them still half asleep. Downstairs, the usual morning clatter was missing. The air felt off. Mara and Evan were sitting at the kitchen table, their untouched mugs steaming between them. The television on the counter was muted, a scrolling banner of local news running across the bottom. Morning, Noah said, yawning. You guys look like someone died. Mara's eyes flicked up to him, soft but strained. Noah, school's canceled today. Lily, already halfway through a piece of toast, froze mid-bite. Canceled? Why? Evan sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. There was an incident last night. He hesitated, looking at Mara before continuing. With a student from your school. Noah frowned. What kind of incident? Mara took a slow breath. The police found a body early this morning. It was one of your classmates. The kitchen went still. The only sound was the faint hum of the fridge. Who? Lily asked quietly. They haven't released the name yet, Evan said, but it sounds like it happened not far from town. They said he was found in a ditch off Old Creek Road. Noah's expression hardened. Murdered? Mara nodded reluctantly. That's what they're saying. For a moment, no one spoke. Lily set her toast down. Noah sank into the nearest chair. Kai stood by the counter, silent, the air thickening around him. Mara tried to find the right words. They'll probably close the school for a couple of days. Police interviews, counseling, all that. Evan leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. This town was supposed to be safe. That's why we moved here, remember? Fresh air, good schools, no crime. Now look at it. 3 break-ins this month. That car theft on Main Street, and now this. Mara's hand rested on his arm. It's probably isolated. People are scared, but that doesn't mean... No, it's more than that, Evan said. Every week there's something new. You can feel it in the air. It's not the same place it used to be. Kai listened quietly, the words blurring together. A student, their grade. His mind searched faces he barely knew. The laughter in the hallways, the sea of names he hadn't learned yet. Noah finally spoke, his voice low. You think it's someone from our classes? Evan gave a slow nod. They said your grade level, probably. Mara's eyes softened. You two didn't know anyone who was out last night, did you? Noah shook his head. No, we came straight home after practice. Lily looked at Kai. You? Kai hesitated. No, he said quietly. I stayed in. Mara nodded. Good, I don't want you kids wandering off for a while, all right? Until they find whoever did this. Yeah, Noah said, his usual grin replaced by a grim set to his jaw. No argument here. Evan glanced at Kai. You doing all right, kid? You look pale. Kai forced a small nod. I'm fine. But he wasn't. Something in his gut twisted. A familiar unease he couldn't explain. The kind he'd felt on battlefields long before the world forgot what they were called. He looked toward the window. Rain streaked down the glass, blurring the street beyond. Somewhere out there, police lights flashed faintly through the gray. He didn't know why, but a thought surfaced quietly, uninvited. Whoever killed that student, it wasn't their first time. He couldn't explain how he knew that. Only that, deep inside, something old and instinctive stirred. Something that had been dormant. A week passed. The quiet, safe little town the Callahans had moved to didn't feel quiet anymore. Every day brought a new story on the local news. Another break-in, another body found in the outskirts, another warning from the sheriff's department for residents to lock their doors and stay home after dark. By the time the school reopened, the change was visible. A squad car was parked at the curb out front every morning. 2 uniformed officers stood near the doors, checking backpacks at random. The hallways, once filled with chatter, now carried a brittle silence, everyone talking in low voices, glancing over shoulders. No one said it out loud, but fear had moved in. Kai felt it like a pulse under his skin. Not just fear, something else, something deeper. He sat in class beside Noah, listening half-heartedly as the teacher talked about algebraic functions. Outside, the gray sky pressed low against the windows. He could see one of the officers pacing by the doors, hand always close to his holster. When the bell rang, students filed out in uneasy clusters. Even Trent and his friends were quiet now, their swagger gone, laughter replaced with tight whispers. Lily met them at the lockers. They're saying it's gangs, she said, eyes darting. 3 of them, different groups fighting over the same territory. Noah frowned. In this town, what territory? We've got a feed store and a bowling alley. I mean, yeah, we are close to the city, but still. Apparently it's about money, Lily said. Drugs, smuggling, all of it. The cops think they're using the highway as a route. Kai stayed silent. He'd heard the same rumors in fragments around the halls. Gangs, yes, but the violence didn't fit the pattern. This wasn't random. It was coordinated, controlled, almost purposeful. Maybe we should ask Mom to drive us again, Noah said quietly, until this dies down. Lily nodded. She already said she would. Noah smirked, trying to keep the mood light. You ever notice how crime spiked right after we moved here? Starting to think it's your fault. Lily gave him a sharp look. You're hilarious. Kai barely heard them. His attention was elsewhere. On the way, the air felt heavy, electric, like the moment before a storm breaks. He couldn't explain it, but it tugged at something deep in him, something primal. He couldn't shake the feeling that what was happening wasn't just crime. It was organized, precise, planned, and underneath it all, something else, something wrong. It wasn't the kind of fear that made people hide. It was the kind that crawled into a town and hollowed it out from the inside. He leaned against the glass, staring at his reflection in the window, his unchanged face, and felt the same instinct that had once saved men in trenches long before any of these people were born. Whatever was coming, it wasn't just another gang war. It was something bigger, and it was just getting started. Before Kai could retreat too far into his thoughts, the sound of Lily's voice cut through the noise of the hallway. "There you are," she called, weaving through the thinning crowd before grabbing his sleeve. Kai blinked. "What's? Congratulations," she said, tugging him toward the double doors that led to the old auditorium. "You've been volunteered." "For what?" "To help set up for the dance," she said matter-of-factly, shoving open the doors. The scent of dust and floor polish hit him at once. Kai hesitated. "There's still going to be a dance? After?" "Yes." Lily turned to face him, her expression firm but tired. They thought about canceling it, but Principal Hayes said the school needed something good, something normal. You know, so everyone doesn't spend the next month looking over their shoulder. Kai looked around. Half a dozen students were already there, stacking chairs, unrolling streamers, and arguing about color schemes. Someone had wheeled in the sound system from the gym. For the first time in days, there was laughter. Small, hesitant, but real. Lily handed him a box of light bulbs. "Here, these go along the stage." Kai raised an eyebrow. "You sure about this?" She gave a dry laugh. "No. But if I stay home watching Mom panic about crime rates one more night, I'll lose my mind." He couldn't argue with that. By mid-afternoon, the rest of the crew had shown up, including Noah, dragged in by Mara herself. He shuffled in with a dramatic sigh, balancing a box of decorations in one arm. "Mom says we're all bonding," he muttered to Kai. "Apparently, forced family labor builds character." Lily shot him a look. "It's not labor, it's community service." "Tomato, tomato," Noah said, setting the box down. "So what's the theme anyway? Doom and daisies? Apocalypse prom?" Lily ignored him and turned to the group at large. "The student council voted this morning," she said, picking up a poster board from a nearby desk. Across it was written in big looping letters, "A Night Under the Stars." "The idea," she explained, "is that we make the gym look like a ballroom. String lights, drapes, a fake sky ceiling with constellations. They even want people to dress up and do actual formal dancing. Waltz, swing, whatever we can fake," Noah groaned. "So tuxes, great." "Could be worse," Kai said quietly, sorting the light strands. "Yeah? How?" Noah asked. Kai gave a faint smile. "They could have gone with medieval, armor's heavy." That earned a small laugh, which, given the week they'd had, felt like a victory. By the end of the day, the atmosphere around the school had shifted slightly. The walls didn't feel so tense. Even the officers by the front doors had started to smile again when the music tests began echoing through the halls. Mara had been right, Kai realized as they packed up for the day. There was something about working together, about watching Lily bark orders while Noah fumbled with string lights, that made the heaviness lift, if only for a little while. As they headed out, Lily looked over her shoulder. "You'll come to the dance, right?" Kai shrugged. "If you need help setting up." "No," she said, smiling. "As in actually go. It's supposed to be fun." Kai didn't answer, but something about her tone made him nod. That night, as he passed the gym on his way out, he paused at the doorway. The faint shimmer of hanging lights swayed above the floor. The scene felt oddly peaceful, like something from another life. He could almost see it. The polished floor, the soft music, people dancing under the fake stars. Chapter 7. Under the stars. The gym was unrecognizable. Strings of white and gold lights crisscrossed the rafters, casting a soft star-like glow across the polished floor. Fabric drapes of midnight blue framed the stage, and a glittering paper moon hung above the bleachers. The air smelled faintly of punch, cologne, and floor wax. For a town that had been holding its breath all week, the dance felt like a collective exhale. Students flooded in wearing tuxedos and bright dresses. laughter bubbling up in uncertain bursts as the DJ switched between pop songs and slow numbers. Teachers chaperoned near the walls, smiling tiredly, pretending to relax. Even the police officers at the door had softened their expressions, watching from a discreet distance. Kai followed Noah and Lily through the entrance, trying not to feel completely out of place. The low thrum of the music vibrated through the floor. Noah grinned, straightening his tie. "Man, we actually pulled this off. Look at this place." Lily rolled her eyes but smiled. "You mean I pulled it off? You two were just manual labor." Kai allowed himself a small grin, but his attention drifted. The crowd moved in bright clusters, faces half hidden under the string lights. For a moment, everything felt almost normal. Almost. Then he saw him. Across the gym, half shadowed near the refreshments table, stood a man who didn't belong. Early 20s, maybe? Sharp black suit, pressed and spotless, a single glinting ring on his finger. His hair was dark, slicked back just enough to look deliberate, and his posture was relaxed, too relaxed for someone crashing a high school dance. But it was the man's eyes that caught him, cold, observant, steady. They landed on Kai and stayed there just a heartbeat too long. Kai blinked, and the man smiled faintly, just the corner of his mouth, before turning and melting into the crowd. When Kai looked again, he was gone. "You okay?" Noah asked, nudging him. "You look like someone just stole your lunch or something." Kai gave a half shrug. "Thought I saw someone I knew. Guess not." "Yeah, well," Noah said with a grin, "even if you didn't, half the school's acting like they know you anyway. You realize every girl here's been talking about you all week, right?" Kai frowned. "What?" Lily nearby overheard and groaned. "Oh, don't act surprised. You walk around brooding and quiet like some movie character, and they eat it up." "I'm not brooding," Kai said automatically. "Exactly what a brooding guy would say," Noah shot back, grinning. Kai shook his head, a half laugh escaping before he could stop it. But even as he tried to blend into the crowd, he could feel it. The eyes. Whispers at the edge of the music, quick glances followed by laughter and blushing faces. He didn't understand it. He wasn't trying to stand out, but something about him seemed to draw people in like gravity. The lights dimmed and the DJ's voice crackled through the speakers. "All right, folks, we're slowing things down for a bit. Grab someone and make it count." A slow melody filled the room. Soft strings, steady rhythm. Pairs began to form across the floor. Some couples held each other shyly, others swayed apart, laughing at the awkwardness of it all. Kai lingered near the edge, watching. Noah and Lily had already been dragged off by friends, leaving him standing by the wall. A few girls stole glances in his direction. One whispered to another, nudged her forward, then chickened out halfway across the floor. Kai smiled faintly to himself, unsure what to do with the attention. He'd apparently faced armies and survived battles, but this was unfamiliar territory. He turned his gaze toward the crowd again, scanning for the man in the black suit. Nothing, just students and teachers, lost in the moment. But somewhere deep in his gut, a flicker of unease refused to fade. Whoever that man was, he hadn't come for the dance. And the way he'd looked at Kai, like recognition, not curiosity, made Kai's skin crawl. The lights of the gym shimmered like stars trapped in glass, soft and golden, but beneath the music and laughter, tension ran like a current. Trent was back to being Trent. Even with the school crawling with officers and teachers trying to keep things peaceful, he'd found a way to make the night about himself, and to ruin it for everyone around him. It started at the punch table. The smaller boy he always tormented, Eli, quiet and gentle, the kind of kid who flinched when people raised their voice, was standing there refilling his cup when Trent accidentally bumped him from behind. The bowl tipped forward, crimson liquid cascading over Eli's white dress shirt. Laughter followed, sharp and mean. "Oh no, man," Trent said, grinning wide. "Looks like you didn't get the memo. It's red tie night, not red shirt night." Eli stammered something, but Trent just clapped him on the shoulder and pushed past him, leaving a trail of sticky footprints behind. Kai watched from across the room, jaw tightening. The teachers didn't see. They never did. Trent didn't stop there. He turned his attention toward a group of girls standing near the bleachers, smiling, awkward, trying to enjoy themselves. The first had an ill-fitting dress that hung just a little too loose at the shoulders. "Nice dress?" Trent said loud enough for everyone to hear. Borrow that from your grandma? The girl's smile faltered. Then another, a heavy-set girl with kind eyes and nervous hands, standing alone near the wall. Hey, Trent called, smirking. You planning to dance, or are you waiting for the floor to cave in first? Laughter rippled again, cruel and hollow. Kai's stomach turned. The girl tried to smile, her face going red as she fumbled for her drink. When she thought no one was looking, she brushed at her eyes with the back of her hand. He'd felt that he had seen that look before, too many times. The look of someone trying to make themselves smaller in a room that had already decided they didn't belong. Across the floor, a group of popular girls gathered near him, all perfume and practiced smiles. Kai, one of them said sweetly, touching his arm. Dance with us? Another chimed in. Or maybe just with me? Their laughter was light, expectant. He smiled politely, shaking his head. Thanks, but I'm okay, one teased. You've been standing there all night. Don't be shy. I'm not shy, he said gently. Just not in the mood. They exchanged quick glances, whispers already forming as they drifted away. He barely noticed. His gaze had returned to the girl sitting alone near the bleachers, the one Trent had humiliated. She was staring down at her hands now, her untouched drink trembling slightly in her grip. No one sat with her. No one looked her way. The DJ's voice broke through the speakers. All right, everyone. Time to find your partner. We're doing a waltz next. The crowd shifted. Some groaned, others laughed, but couples began to form again. The music that followed was softer this time, a classic melody that seemed older than the rest of them. Steady, graceful, timeless. Kai's pulse quickened. He could still feel the rhythm before the first note even finished, something buried deep in him remembering the steps without being taught. The way hands met, how the world turned in circles to a measured beat. But his eyes stayed fixed on the girl in the corner. She sat perfectly still, pretending to scroll through her phone, her face turned away from the floor where everyone else began to dance. Kai took a slow breath. Maybe Harold was right. Maybe living like a normal person meant choosing what kind of man he wanted to be. And tonight, in a gym full of cruelty disguised as laughter, he knew exactly who that was. He stepped away from the wall, the light catching the edge of his sleeve as he crossed the floor. The music began, slow, graceful, full of soft strings and patience, the kind of melody that made the world slow down just enough to feel like time was listening. Kai crossed the gym floor, the crowd parting instinctively around him. He stopped at the edge of the bleachers where the girl sat, clutching her cup, staring at the floor as if she wished she could disappear. Hey, he said gently. She blinked, startled, looking up through red-rimmed eyes. Oh, hi, he smiled softly. Would you dance with me? Her expression froze. For a heartbeat, she didn't seem to understand the words. Me? He nodded. Color rose to her cheeks. I don't dance. Then I'll make it easy. He offered his hand, palm open. She stared at it, panic flickering in her eyes. I'll mess it up. I don't know the steps. That's all right, Kai said, voice calm, steady. Just trust me. She hesitated, glancing toward the floor where other couples were forming. The whispering had already started. The popular girls near the punch table were exchanging wide-eyed looks. Someone snickered. The girl's hand trembled as she placed it in his. You really don't have to. I want to, he said simply. When they stepped onto the floor, she moved stiffly, uncertain. I really can't dance, she murmured again, almost pleading. Kai leaned closer, his voice quiet but warm. Then don't, just step on my feet. Her eyes widened. What? Step on them, he said again, smiling now. I'll do the rest. She shook her head quickly. I'll crush you. Kai chuckled softly. Trust me, you won't. After another uncertain pause, she lifted her foot and placed it on his shoe, then the other. He waited until she steadied herself. Ready? He asked. I think so, she whispered. The next beat of music hit and Kai began to move. Slow at first, one measured step, then another. The girl wobbled, clutching his shoulder, but his grip was sure, guiding her through the rhythm like he'd done it 1,000 times before. Because he had. Ballrooms, royal courts, candlelit halls from centuries past. The memories came unbidden, not as flashes, but as instinct. Every pivot, every graceful spin flowed through him as naturally as breathing. He turned them gently, his movements smooth and effortless. Don't look down, he said softly. Look at me. She lifted her eyes, uncertain, and then her expression changed. The fear melted away, replaced by something small and bright. They moved across the floor in slow circles, her skirt brushing the polished wood, her laughter breaking free in a quiet, astonished sound. Then Trent's voice cut through the air like glass. "Well, would you look at that?" he called from the sidelines. "Didn't know we were doing charity dances tonight." Laughter rippled, sharp and uneasy. The girl's steps faltered, but Kai tightened his hand around hers. His voice didn't rise. "Ignore him," he said softly. "He doesn't exist right now, just the music." She nodded faintly, and he turned her again, the light catching the edge of her hair. Something shifted in the room then. The laughter died away. The mockery faded. Students began to move aside, clearing space without realizing they were doing it. Kai moved with the kind of confidence that couldn't be faked, a timeless ease, each motion deliberate and full of grace. It wasn't just a dance, it was command, the kind that made others pause and take notice. By the second stanza, the girl's smile had grown. The fear was gone, replaced by something radiant. To her surprise, she wasn't clumsy anymore. She was gliding across the floor. Halfway through, Noah, who'd been watching from the edge with his arms crossed, let out a long sigh and muttered, "Screw it." He turned to the girl with the thick glasses, the one who had spent most of the night hiding behind the drink table. "Hey," he said with a grin, "how about we make this an even number?" Her jaw dropped, but she nodded, letting him lead her onto the floor. Lily watched, smiled, and shook her head. "Unbelievable," she muttered. Then she stepped forward and grabbed a quiet boy near the corner. "Come on, we're not letting them have all the fun." By the time the song neared its end, the gym floor was full again. But this time, it looked different. The pretty girls who'd laughed earlier were dancing with the quiet ones. The shy kids were smiling. Even Trent stood near the bleachers, arms folded, uncertain, his confidence shaken by the sight of the crowd moving together, no longer divided by the fragile borders he'd drawn. At the edge of the room, Mara and Evan stood beside the refreshment table, watching the scene unfold. Mara's eyes shimmered, a soft smile playing at her lips. Evan slipped an arm around her shoulder and whispered, "Guess the kids figured it out better than we ever could." When the song ended, the room fell quiet for half a second before the applause started. Soft at first, then rising until it filled the gym like thunder. The girl at Kai's side was beaming now, her cheeks flushed, eyes bright. "That was," she started, then shook her head, laughing through a few tears. "That was the first time I didn't feel invisible." Kai smiled. "Then it was worth it." As the crowd broke into chatter again and the music shifted back to something faster, Kai glanced once toward the darkened edges of the gym, toward the crowd where the man in the black suit had been standing before. The applause from the waltz still echoed faintly as the music shifted to something upbeat, a fast pop rhythm that sent the couples scattering back to the sidelines. Noah gave Kai a friendly nudge. "Not bad, man. You've officially broken the social hierarchy of the entire school." Kai smiled faintly. "I didn't mean to." "Yeah, well," Noah said, straightening his jacket, "you did, but that slow dancing stuff?" He shook his head with mock seriousness. "Not really my thing." Kai raised an eyebrow. "No?" "Nah." Noah flashed a grin that could only mean trouble. "I'm more of a classic hip-hop guy," Lily groaned. "Oh, Noah, don't you dare." But it was too late. He was already moving, ducking through the crowd, sliding between students until he reached the DJ booth. He leaned over the table, whispered something, and the DJ, clearly amused, nodded. The music cut out mid-beat. For a split second, silence filled the gym. Then the deep thump of bass kicked in, sharp, rhythmic, and loud enough to shake the floor. The lights shifted automatically, strobing across the polished wood as Noah stepped into the center of the room, hands raised like a showman. "Oh no!" Lily muttered, covering her face. "He's really doing it!" Kai chuckled softly. "Doing what?" Students began to gather around in a wide circle, cheering as Noah started to move. And to his credit, he wasn't bad. He slid, spun, popped, and locked with practiced ease, the rhythm sharp and clean. The crowd clapped in time, laughing, shouting encouragement. Noah threw in a backspin, then a knee drop that earned him a round of applause. When the beat hit again, he ended with a final pose, grinning, flushed, basking in the roar of the crowd. Thank you," he said dramatically, bowing. "Now, who's next?" He turned, eyes landing squarely on Kai. The crowd followed his gaze. "No way," Kai said, half laughing. Noah grinned. "Come on, man, beat that." The crowd took up the chant almost instantly. "Kai! Kai! Kai!" Even the DJ leaned over the booth microphone, voice booming. "Looks like we've got a challenge, folks." Kai rubbed the back of his neck, smiling in disbelief. "I don't know, Noah. Hard to follow that." "Oh, please," Noah said, smirking. "You're good at everything. Let's see what you've got." Kai sighed, then gave a small shrug. "All right." He stepped into the circle. The chant grew louder, echoing through the rafters. The DJ restarted the track, a hard, fast beat that pulsed through the gym. For the first few seconds, Kai didn't move. He closed his eyes, feeling the rhythm, the weight of it. Then, without warning, he dropped low, one hand bracing the floor as his body spun in a clean, controlled windmill that transitioned seamlessly into a flare. The crowd erupted. Noah's jaw dropped. What the? Kai flowed from one move into another with impossible precision. Spins that blurred too fast to follow, headstands that shifted into freezes mid-motion. Every twist, every turn was flawless. The years, decades of watching and learning every form of dance the world had created poured through him. He'd seen the early breakers on cracked concrete streets, the rise of the hip-hop era, the birth of rhythm and expression itself. It wasn't memory, it was muscle, ingrained deep over centuries, and it all came alive now. Noah recovered from his shock and dove in beside him. "All right then," the crowd screamed as the two of them moved together, first in rhythm, then in competition. Noah spun, Kai matched it. Kai dropped into a freeze, Noah mirrored it. They traded moves like words in a conversation, the beat tightening, faster, harder. Then it turned into something more. Less a battle, more a performance. Noah bounced to the rhythm, laughing as he hit every mark. Kai moved in fluid arcs beside him, strength and grace balanced in perfect timing. They circled, crossed paths, mirrored each other's steps until the crowd was clapping in rhythm, shouting their names. "Kai Noah, Kai Noah!" Mara and Evan stood near the chaperone table, watching in disbelief. Evan grinned. "That's your kid out there." Mara laughed, shaking her head. "That's our kids out there." The song hit its final beat. Noah slid to one knee, hands out like a showman. Kai leapt, twisted midair, and landed in a perfect freeze beside him just as the music cut out. Silence for a heartbeat. Then the gym exploded in cheers. Lily ran up, half laughing, half mortified. "You two are ridiculous." Noah grinned, sweat running down his forehead. "Ridiculous and undefeated." Kai laughed softly, helping him up. "You set the bar high." "Yeah," Noah said, catching his breath. "You just jumped over it." As the next song began and the crowd surged back onto the floor, Kai looked around. The gym felt alive again. No fear, no tension, just laughter, movement, and light. The night air outside the gym was cool and soft, thick with the scent of wet pavement and popcorn from the concession stand. Though music still pulsed faintly inside, laughter, footsteps, the steady rhythm of a town finally breathing again. Kai followed Noah and Lily out the side doors, the three of them flushed from dancing and still half laughing. Mara and Evan were waiting near the parking lot, leaning against their car under the streetlight. "Well," Evan said, arms crossed, a grin breaking through, "I think it's safe to say that was one for the books." Noah smirked. "You're welcome. I learned all those moves from the dance classes Mom forced me to take when I was 9. Mara laughed. "Oh no, sweetheart, not for that." Noah frowned. "Wait, what?" Evan stepped forward, clapping a hand on Kai's shoulder. "The slow dance," he said. "That moment you created before you and Noah started showing off, you changed the whole tone of the night." Mara nodded, her eyes soft with pride. "You made people feel seen, Kai. You all did. That's not something most kids think about. You reminded them it's okay to care about each other." Lily smiled faintly. "Guess we've got Mom's motivational speeches rubbing off." Evan chuckled. "Nah, this one was all heart. That's what makes it count." Mara looked at the three of them, pride and exhaustion warring in her expression. "I don't know what I did to deserve such good kids," she said, voice thickening just a little, "but I'm not taking it for granted." Kai smiled, quiet and awkward, unsure how to accept that kind of affection, but it warmed something inside him all the same. They began walking toward the car, voices blending into the hum of the night. Mara unlocked the doors while Noah and Lily argued good-naturedly over who had better moves. Kai hung back for a moment, letting the others go ahead. The gym lights reflected across the wet pavement. the parking lot mostly empty now except for a few lingering couples saying goodbye. That's when he saw him, the man in black. He was standing at the far end of the lot, half shrouded by the shadow of a brick wall. The same expensive suit, the same slick dark hair. His eyes found Kai's through the distance, sharp, deliberate, and filled with something that wasn't malice, but understanding. Recognition. The world seemed to fade for a heartbeat, leaving only that gaze between them. Then the man smiled, small, almost polite, and turned away, vanishing into the alley beside the gym. Kai's breath caught. "Hey," Noah called from across the lot, "you coming?" Kai blinked, the sound pulling him back. "Yeah," he said, "I'll be right there." He crossed the pavement quickly, heart pounding for reasons he couldn't explain. The alley was narrow and dark, lined with dumpsters and old bricks slick with rain. He could still feel the echo of presence, the faint hum of awareness like static in the air. But the man was gone. Only the quiet remained. Kai turned to leave, but something on the ground caught the light, a small glint against the concrete. He crouched down, brushing away a few fallen leaves. It wasn't metal, it wasn't trash, it was stone. A carved chess piece, a black king heavy and worn smooth by time. The edges were chipped, but the craftsmanship was unmistakable. Ancient, hand-chiseled. Kai turned it over in his palm. The surface was cool, unnaturally so, like it hadn't been touched in centuries. The faintest pattern was etched along the base, a symbol he almost recognized. Almost. "Kai?" Mara's voice carried faintly from the lot. "Everything okay?" He slipped the piece into his jacket pocket. "Yeah," he called back. "Just dropped something." As he walked back toward the car, his mind spun. A chess piece that felt older than history itself, and a symbol that stirred a memory he didn't have but somehow felt. He looked once more toward the alley. The shadows had already swallowed the place where the man had stood. After finishing the dance, it was now time to clean up. They weren't quite out of the gym when the world tilted. Mara had one of the last boxes in her arms, balancing it like a soldier on leave. Kai was 20 feet back, carrying 3 stacked cartons. The parking lot smelled of rain and rubber. The night still hummed with the afterglow of the dance. A car screamed into view. Black, too low, too loud, skidding across the lot like it had somewhere urgent to be. For a heartbeat, Kai thought it was one of the parents running late or a drunk teen showing off. Then he saw the driver, the man in the black suit, eyes fixed ahead with that same patient, strange smile. Everything narrowed. Sound sharpened into one thin line. The thud of his heartbeat, the whine of tires, the whoosh of air. People on the curb were still laughing, half unaware. Mara kept walking toward the van, one hand already on the door. The car turned. Kai dropped the boxes without thinking. They hit the pavement and exploded into a scatter of streamers and tissue paper. He ran. He reached Mara in time to shove her sideways. His shoulder slammed into her, the motion all muscle and instinct. She went down hard, face into the asphalt. For a second she didn't move. The car hit him. It hit with the sound of a thunderclap. Metal striking flesh, the car's nose crumpling as if against a boulder. Kai's body launched forward. For a breathless instant he was on the hood. Then he bounced, a hard, hot arc, and tumbled over the roof. He rolled across the wet pavement, each revolution sounding like dull drums. He came up raw and winded, smelling exhaust and ozone. Pain cut through him, bright and immediate, but under it something else, older and colder registered. The wrong alignment of his hip, the unnatural angle of his forearm. He tasted metal in his mouth and knew something had snapped. No one seemed to understand the full picture at first. Noah and Lily were still clutching boxes at the van's side when they turned and saw Mara curled on the asphalt and Kai half-formed beside her. The parking lot full of students and chaperones went suddenly aware, faces shifting from merriment to panic. "Mom!" Noah's voice was a raw thing as he ran. Evan was 2 steps behind, keys jangling. His face had already gone from confusion to fear to a father's worry in a dozen heartbeats. He shoved through the small crowd, hands out, asking with his posture what words couldn't. What happened? Mara was scraping herself to her knees, hand pressed to her cheek where the pavement had kissed her skin. She rolled over slowly to look for Kai, and didn't see him right away. She saw his jacket snagged on something, the boxes spilled, then Kai. Kai blinked up at the sky, his vision blurred. His right leg was twisted, the hip socket visibly wrong. His forearm was bent backward, bone-piercing skin. He took one breath, steady, deliberate, and another. Then he forced the hip back into place. A sharp, wet crack echoed through the lot. The pain burned through him, violent but fleeting, fading almost as soon as it came. His arm followed, a grim, practiced motion as he twisted the joint until the bone slid back under the skin. The blood stopped almost instantly. The wound sealed itself, leaving behind only faint red smears. Within seconds, the bruising lightened, his body knitting itself back together in eerie silence. He exhaled once shakily. The world steadied. "Mom!" Noah's voice broke through the ringing in his ears. He turned his head and saw them. Evan, Noah, and Lily rushing out of the gym doors, arms full of boxes. Mara was on her hands and knees, groaning, confused but alive. Kai pushed himself up before they reached him, forcing his posture straight, ignoring the ache still fading from his muscles. He brushed dirt from his jacket, pulled his sleeve down to hide the bloodstain. Evan reached them first. "Mara, are you okay?" She nodded weakly. I think so. It just came out of nowhere." Evan's eyes flicked to Kai. "What about you? You look pale." "I'm fine," Kai said quickly. "It missed me." Noah's gaze darted between him and the tire marks. "Missed you?" he said quietly, incredulous. He caught Lily's eye. She understood. They'd seen this before. The way he'd healed after the fire. Evan crouched by Mara, checking her arms. "We're calling the police. That driver, whoever it was, they aimed right for you." Mara shook her head, still dazed. "If Kai hadn't pushed me..." She stopped, her voice trembling. She looked up at him, eyes glassy with gratitude and fear. "You saved my life." Kai tried to smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Anyone would have done the same." "No," she said firmly. "They wouldn't have." She pulled him into a hug, tight, trembling, full of all the things she couldn't put into words. When she let go, her hands lingered on his shoulders. "But listen to me, Kai," she said softly, her voice half laughter, half tears. "Next time a car is coming for me, let it hit me. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you." Noah looked at her like she'd lost her mind, but she only smiled through it, the kind of love that carried both gratitude and terror. The police were called. Statements were given. The rest of the committee huddled near the doors, whispering about the car, the driver, the speed. No one had seen his face clearly. As the paramedics spoke with Mara and the officers spread out, Kai's gaze drifted down the dark stretch of road where the Mercedes had vanished. The black chess piece in his pocket seemed to hum against his palm, faint and alive. Chapter 8. A Hero is Born. It was one of those late Saturday nights where the whole house felt half asleep, but still awake, quiet except for the steady clicking of controllers and the glow of the television spilling across the living room. Noah sat cross-legged on the floor, headset crooked, eyes locked on the screen. Kai was on the couch behind him, calm and focused in that infuriating way that drove Noah crazy during every game. Come on," Noah muttered, leaning forward as his character dodged an attack. "I swear if you kill me one more time..." "I didn't," Kai said, completely flat. "You ran straight into that grenade." Noah spun around, glaring. "That was your grenade." Kai smiled faintly, fingers moving over the controller with surgical precision. "It worked, didn't it? Worked for you." The game roared with noise, their characters ducking behind cover, explosions lighting up the screen. Noah's headset buzzed with chatter from teammates across the country, voices layered with the kind of excitement only competition could bring. "I swear, if you beat me at this too, I'm deleting your profile," Noah said. "Finally found something I can win." Kai's tone didn't change. "You said that about chess." "Yeah, but this isn't chess, it's ranked," Noah said, like that meant something sacred. "There's skill, timing, and luck," Kai offered. "And strategy," Noah finished, ignoring him. They were both laughing when Evan's voice called from the hallway. "All right, you two, wrap it up. You've been glued to that screen for 3 hours. 5, Kai corrected absently. Evan frowned. "That's not helping your case, son." "We're almost done," Noah said, not taking his eyes off the screen. "Just one more match. We're in a ranked climb. If we win this, we move up a whole division." Evan blinked. "A what?" "Division, like a higher rank, like it's important." Evan crossed his arms, clearly unimpressed. "So is getting off your butts and walking to the bowling alley. Your sister's wrapping up with her friends, and I don't want her walking home alone." "Dad, come on," Noah groaned. "We're in the middle of a ranked..." I don't care if you're in the middle of a royal coronation, Evan said, voice sharp but not unkind. Walk down there and bring your sister home. It's dark. She'll appreciate it. Noah groaned louder, but Kai had already set down his remote. We can finish later, he said. Noah gave him a betrayed look. You're supposed to back me up. I'm trying to keep you alive, Kai said, standing and grabbing his jacket. Your father outranks us. Ha, funny, Noah muttered, shutting off the console. Okay, fine, we'll go, but I'm coming back for that last match. Evan smiled faintly. Glad to hear it. Be quick. It's not that far, but don't dawdle. They stepped outside a few minutes later, the air cool and quiet, the sky hazy from distant streetlights. The Callahan neighborhood was peaceful, rows of modest homes, trimmed lawns, and the faint hum of crickets. But lately, peace felt like something borrowed, not earned. The bowling alley was only a miles away, a 20-minute walk if you stayed on the main road. Shortcut? Noah said, already veering left toward the back trail that cut between two lots. Kai hesitated. Your dad said the main road. Yeah, and he also said not to dawdle. Shortcut's faster, Noah said, waving him along. Besides, it's fine. We've walked this way before. Kai followed, though his unease lingered. The path wound behind a row of empty storefronts and small repair shops, the kind of place that looked harmless by day but carried too many shadows at night. They could hear the thump of music. Ain't a night for heroes, boys? Walk away. Noah didn't. He shoved him hard in the chest. She's my sister. The man's grin widened. Then you should have kept a better eye on her. The punch came faster than Noah expected. It hit square in the jaw, spinning him sideways into the pavement. He landed hard, coughing, his hand pressed to his face. Noah, Lily cried, struggling against one of the bikers who grabbed her arm. Kai moved between them without a thought. His voice came out steady, quiet, almost too calm. Let her go. The biker holding Lily sneered. Or what? Kai's eyes flicked to Noah, still trying to push himself up. 12 of them, 4 kids. This was bad. He felt it then, the pulse in his chest, that old buried heat that came when danger turned real. His instincts screamed to stop holding back, to do what centuries of battle had trained him for. But even now, part of him hesitated. He wasn't supposed to stand out. He wasn't supposed to draw attention. Another biker stepped closer, chain swinging in his hand. You deaf, kid? You gonna back off or we're gonna make you? Kai didn't move. The laughter started again, low and confident, the circle tightening around him. Noah groaned from the ground, trying to stand. Kai, he said weakly, help her. Kai's jaw tightened. His gaze slid from Lily's terrified face to the circle of men closing in, to the faint reflection of his own expression in the chrome of a nearby bike. The patience inside him snapped. Every muscle in his body coiled, old reflexes waking like something ancient stirring from a long sleep. The men didn't see it yet. They just saw a quiet kid standing in the dark. But they were about to learn, very quickly, that he wasn't just a kid. The first man reached for him, laughter still in his throat. Kai took a slow breath. The first man lunged. Kai moved like water. He sidestepped, grabbed the biker's wrist, and twisted hard. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the parking lot, followed by the man's yell as Kai pivoted, driving his elbow into his ribs. The biker went down gasping. The others froze for half a second, caught between shock and fury. Then everything exploded. 2 came at him from behind. Kai dropped low, sweeping his leg in a clean arc. Both hit the ground, helmets clattering against pavement. A third swung a chain. Kai ducked, the metal whip slicing through the air above his head, and came up fast with a palm strike that sent the man sprawling into a parked bike. Lily screamed, Kai! But it wasn't for him. Jess, her friend, had tried to bolt for the street. One of the bikers caught her by the arm and backhanded her across the face. The sound was sickening. She crumpled to the ground, motionless. That did it. Something broke inside Kai. Not fear, not anger. Something colder. Older. He didn't feel the pain when a fist caught him in the jaw. Didn't flinch when another slammed a pipe across his shoulder. He caught the next attempt mid-swing, yanked the man forward, and sent him flying into the wall. The pipe bent in his hand like aluminum foil. Noah was on his feet again, swinging wildly at one of the smaller men. He landed a lucky punch before getting shoved back. Kai, he shouted. There's too many. Kai didn't hear him. His focus had narrowed to movement, rhythm, and the cold precision of survival. Every motion was a dance older than memory. He blocked, twisted, flipped one man over another, his strikes controlled but devastating. He was all speed and balance, the night itself folding around him as if gravity had let go. A biker tried to grab him from behind. Kai drove his heel back into the man's knee. The joint buckled with a wet pop. He spun, slammed an open hand into the man's chest, and sent him skidding across the asphalt. Someone else grabbed a length of chain and swung. Kai caught it midair, yanked the attacker forward, and kneed him in the gut so hard the man folded over with a grunt. "Holy!" Noah started, then stopped. There weren't words for what he was seeing. Lily was crouched by her friend, tears streaking down her face. She looked up just as Kai launched himself off a fallen motorcycle, twisting midair, landing in a crouch between two more men. They hesitated, eyes wide. He could see it, the flicker of doubt, the animal realization that whatever this was, it wasn't human. One swung, the other backed up. Both hit the ground seconds later. When the last of them dropped, the only sound left was the rasp of Kai's breathing and the rattle of chains hitting pavement. Jess still wasn't moving. Lily pressed her fingers to her neck, sobbing. "She's alive," she said through tears, "but we need to get her help." Kai nodded once, his chest rising and falling hard. His knuckles were raw, his jacket torn, but his eyes burned with something fierce and bright. Then a noise broke through the stillness, the heavy crash of a door slamming open, the back of the bar. 10 more bikers poured out, bigger, meaner, and already drunk on the promise of violence. The leader, tattooed arms, blood on his face from someone else's fight, took one look at the scene and bared his teeth. "You little punks think you can mess with us?" he roared. The group surged forward, metal pipes and knives flashing in the light. Kai turned his head just enough to glance at Noah and Lily. His voice came out quiet, calm. "Stay behind me." Noah swallowed hard. "Kai!" But Kai had already stepped forward, body lowering into a stance that no one alive could name anymore. The bikers charged, roaring like thunder, and Kai moved to meet them. The second wave hit like a storm. 10 men. Chains, pipes, knives, violence, and adrenaline rolled into one ugly roar. Kai met them head-on. The first swung a crowbar. Kai ducked, drove his palm into the man's ribs, and felt bones snap under the impact. Another came from the side. Kai pivoted, caught his arm mid-swing, and twisted until the shoulder gave way with a wet pop. He didn't think. There wasn't time to. There was only motion and instinct. The centuries of combat buried beneath his calm life, rising like a tide he could no longer stop. A knife flashed in his peripheral vision. He caught the man's wrist, slammed it against a wall, then the light pole, then once more. Hard. The blade clattered away. The man screamed and didn't get up again. The others hesitated, just for a breath. Then one drew a gun. It gleamed under the streetlight, the barrel jerking up toward him. The world slowed. Kai lunged. His hand hit the man's wrist before the trigger could pull. He twisted. The shot went wide, a spark hitting asphalt, and then he drove his elbow down on the man's arm. A sickening crack followed, the gun spinning out of his hand. The biker fell back, clutching the useless limb, howling. Kai kicked the gun aside. It slid across the lot into the shadows. "Get him!" one shouted. "He's just one kid!" They rushed all at once. Kai dropped low, swept one man's legs out from under him, spun and drove a backhand into another's jaw. He felt it shatter. The third came in swinging a chain. Kai caught it, looped it around the man's neck and yanked hard, slamming him into his friend. The ground was littered with bodies now, groaning, writhing, broken. Noah stared, frozen. Lily had one arm around her unconscious friend, the other pressed to her mouth. Kai didn't stop. He couldn't. His pulse roared in his ears, his body moving with a strength that terrified even him. The leader, huge, covered in tattoos, charged, swinging a length of pipe. "You're dead, kid?" he bellowed. Kai met him halfway. The pipe slammed into his shoulder, metal bending against him. Kai didn't flinch. He grabbed the man's collar, lifted him clean off the ground, and slammed him onto the hood of a car so hard the metal buckled. The man groaned, blood pooling from his mouth. You're not." Kai grabbed a motorcycle by the handlebars. The machine must have weighed 600 pounds, but to him it felt like nothing. He hoisted it over his head, every muscle in his body thrumming with controlled fury. The leader looked up, eyes wide with raw terror. "Please," he managed, begging for mercy. "Why?" Kai's voice came low and distant, like it wasn't even his. You didn't? Kai! The voice cut through the chaos like light through storm clouds. Lily. She was standing, her hands trembling, eyes wide, not in fear of the bikers, but of him. Kai, she said again, voice cracking. Stop, please. He froze. The world around him went still, the smell of oil and blood, the faint whimper of the broken men, Noah's sharp breaths. Lily's eyes shone in the dark. You can't be like them. Her words hit harder than any punch. Kai looked down at his hands, at the bike trembling in his grip, at the man cowering beneath it, and for the first time since the fight began, he saw himself, saw what he was doing, what he'd almost become. His fingers loosened. The motorcycle thudded back to the ground beside the man. The leader scrambled backward, crawling away as Kai stepped back, breath shuddering. The silence that followed was heavier than the violence had been. Lily still stared at him, tears streaking her cheeks. You saved us, she whispered, but if you'd done that, you would have crossed a line. Kai swallowed hard, the adrenaline bleeding out of him all at once. His voice came rough and quiet. I know. He turned away from the groaning bodies, from the shattered glass, from the part of himself he didn't want them to see. The sirens were already echoing in the distance, faint but growing louder. He didn't wait for them. He just looked at Noah and Lily, both staring at him with a mix of awe and disbelief, and said softly, "We need to go." And as they disappeared into the dark, Kai couldn't shake the weight in his chest. He wasn't sure which frightened him more, what he'd just done, or how easy it had been. The three of them moved quickly through the side streets. Kai in front, carrying Jess in his arms like she weighed nothing, Noah trailing close behind, glancing over his shoulder every few seconds for flashing lights. Lily stayed beside Kai, holding onto his sleeve as if letting go would make everything unravel. Sirens echoed faintly behind them, the sound bouncing off the alley walls. They had maybe a few minutes before the police arrived at the scene. Are we going to get arrested? Noah asked between breaths. Because I'm pretty sure beating up a biker gang that bad isn't covered under self-defense. Kai didn't answer. His focus stayed straight ahead, steps even despite the weight in his arms. Jess's head rested against his chest, her breathing shallow but steady. They turned another corner, the streetlights thinning until they reached the quiet rows of houses leading toward home. Kai slowed, kneeling to check Jess's pulse again. Her eyelids fluttered. What happened? Lily leaned down quickly, her voice soft and soothing. You're okay. You got scared and hit your head, but we got away. You're safe now. Jess blinked, disoriented, glancing from Lily to Kai. What about those guys? They're not going to bother anyone again, Noah said quickly. Promise? Jess shivered, still dazed. I don't remember. That's okay, Lily murmured. What's important is that everyone is okay. They reached her house a few minutes later, a single-story home with an old porch light flickering like it couldn't decide whether to die. Kai laid her down gently on the front steps, making sure she was propped safely against the railing. Noah rang the bell, then ducked behind a bush as the door opened. Jess's older brother stepped out, eyes going wide. Jess! Hey, what happened? She fell, Lily said quickly. She's okay, probably just needs rest. The boy didn't question it. He helped his sister up and hurried her inside, calling for her mom as the door shut behind him. Silence fell. Noah turned to Kai, still breathing hard, his hoodie streaked with dirt. Okay, now can we talk about the insane thing you just did? Kai looked down at his hands, the same hands that had broken bone and bent metal like it was nothing. What do you want me to say? I don't know, Noah said, gesturing wildly. Maybe start with the part where you turned into an avenging kung fu demigod in the middle of a biker brawl? You lifted a motorcycle, dude. Like, over your head. Lily crossed her arms, still shaken. He's right, Kai. You can't do that where people can see you. If the cops had shown up 2 minutes earlier, they would have put us in handcuffs or worse, Kai said evenly. I did what I had to. Lily's voice softened. I know, but you also scared everyone, including me. Kai's expression faltered. I didn't mean to. I know, she said. That's what scares me. Noah exhaled, rubbing his temples. Look, man, I'm not ungrateful. You saved her. You saved us. But I have to ask, how? I mean, no one heals like that. No one moves like that. And that guy hit you with a pipe. I saw it bend. Kai hesitated. For once, he didn't try to deflect. He looked between them, These two kids who had somehow become the closest thing to family and decided they deserved the truth. At the hospital, he said slowly, the doctors said they thought I was 15, maybe 16. Yeah, Noah said. So? Kai's gaze dropped to the pavement. They were wrong. Lily frowned. Then how old are you? He hesitated, then said quietly, older than you'd believe. Noah gave a nervous laugh. What? Like 2 or 3 years older? Big deal, man. Kai's eyes lifted to meet his. They were calm, but there was something in them, an exhaustion that felt ancient. No, he said, 2 or 3,000. The words hung in the air like a slow bomb going off. Noah's mouth opened, but nothing came out. You're joking. Kai didn't answer. Lily stepped closer, her voice barely above a whisper. How do you know? Kai nodded. Harold. Apparently I knew him long ago. He said I've lived through wars before anyone remembered writing them down. That I've fought for kings whose names turned into legends. He said I've died more times than I can count, and every time I revive. The streetlight buzzed overhead, a soft hum filling the silence that followed. Noah ran a hand through his hair, pacing in a small circle. Okay, hold on. So what, you're saying you're immortal? Kai shook his head. I don't know. I just know I'm not normal. And I think... He hesitated. What? Noah asked. Kai's gaze drifted toward the end of the street where the lights from the police cars reflected faintly off the clouds. I think someone else does know. Maybe more than one person. I don't know who. I just feel it. Lily's voice was quiet. Like someone's watching? He nodded. Yeah. They stood there for a while, the night air wrapping around them. Noah eventually shoved his hands in his pockets, his voice softer now. Okay, so you're immortal. People might be watching, and we just took down a biker gang. Cool, totally normal weekend. Kai almost smiled. I told you I wasn't good at fitting in. Lily's expression softened. You fit in better than you think. You just need to be careful, please. Kai nodded slowly. I will. They started the walk home together, silent except for the crunch of gravel underfoot. The sirens were fading now, just a distant echo carried on the wind. But Kai couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, hidden in the dark corners of the town, someone had seen exactly what he'd done tonight, and they were waiting for him to do it again. Chapter 9, Limits. It started as Noah's idea, which in retrospect should have been warning enough. 2 nights after the fight, the town still hummed with rumors. The police blamed the biker gang for tearing each other apart in some kind of drunken brawl. No one mentioned 2 teenage girls or a mysterious stranger. For now, they were safe. But Noah wasn't done thinking about it. Kai, he'd said that afternoon, pulling him aside in the garage, you have got to know what you can do. I mean, there has to be a limit, right? Kai had just stared at him. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, well, Noah said, lowering his voice, neither was fighting 12 grown men, and that turned out awesome. By nightfall, Noah had a plan and a key. Where'd you get that? Kai asked as they crouched behind the gymnasium after dark. Noah twirled it on his finger, smirking. Borrowed it. You mean stole it. Semantics. Mom's school keyring has like 40 of these. She'll never notice one's missing until Monday. Kai sighed. You realize this is a terrible idea? Yup, Noah said, unlocking the side door. That's what makes it fun. The heavy door creaked open, spilling a sliver of light into the night. They slipped inside, the faint smell of floor polish and rubber mats filling the empty halls. The athletic building looked different without the noise. Just rows of benches, gleaming dumbbells, and racks of metal that caught the light from the emergency lamps. Noah flicked on the switch. The fluorescence buzzed to life. All right, Mr. Immortal, he said, rubbing his hands together. Let's see what you can do. Kai shook his head but followed him to the weight benches. And if someone comes in? No one's coming in. It's Friday. Even the janitor's got a poker night. Kai sat on the bench, glancing at the weights. You really want me to do this? Are you kidding? This is science, bro. Noah started loading plates onto the bar, 45 after 45, the metal clinking into place. All right, he said. We'll start normal. 2 plates aside. Kai lifted it easily, the bar easily moving as he pressed it skyward. Okay, Noah said, grinning. Too easy. Add another. They stacked more on, 2 more plates, then another pair. The bar began to groan faintly under the load. Kai didn't even flinch. Still fine, he said. Noah stared. That's 400 pounds, dude. Kai gave a small shrug. Feels like 50. Okay, Noah said, practically vibrating. Now we're getting stupid. He added more, carefully, until there hardly any space left. The bar looked like it had swallowed every plate in the building. He stepped back, eyebrows raised. You're gonna break something. Kai's voice was quiet. Probably. He lifted. The metal screamed. The bar flexed visibly under the strain, bowing like a drawn bowstring. The ends trembled. The plates rattled. Kai's arms didn't shake. He exhaled once, smooth and steady, and pressed the bar upward until it locked out above him. Noah just stood there, mouth open. You just benched everything. Kai set the bar back into place gently. The rack groaned like it was grateful to survive. You done? Kai asked. Not even close. Noah laughed, stepping closer to inspect the bar. You see that bend? That's not supposed to happen. I think you actually hit the limit. Kai sat up, wiping his hands on his jeans. I told you there was no point. No point? Noah said. Dude, you just broke physics. You're like Captain America's angry cousin. Kai gave him a look. I'm not a superhero. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Noah said, shaking his head. You've been walking around pretending you're just some quiet kid, and you're out here bending gym equipment like it's no big deal. Kai didn't answer. His gaze had drifted toward the warped bar, toward the way it bowed under the weight even now, humming faintly in the silence. Noah stared. You didn't even breathe heavy. Kai set the bar back. I guess it's not that hard. Not that, dude, do you even know how insane this is? Kai looked down at his hands. No, I don't know what normal is. Noah stopped smiling. For a second, the weight of that simple sentence settled between them. Kai rubbed his palms together, eyes unfocused. It's strange, he said softly. I don't remember ever training, but my body knows how to do things, like it's lived 100 lives I can't recall. Noah hesitated, then said quietly, maybe that's what Harold meant, that you've done all this before. Kai shook his head. I don't know. When I fought those men, it didn't feel new. It felt remembered, like something I was built for. He reached for the bar again. Noah frowned. You're not serious, Kai, that's enough. You already maxed the thing out. But Kai was staring at the plates, at the faint bend in the bar, and a flicker of curiosity tugged at him. He didn't know what he was, or what he'd been, but maybe this was a start. Just a little more, he said. Noah groaned. You're gonna break the bench, or yourself. Kai didn't answer. He added yet more plates, filling the bar until there was no room left. The bar sagged visibly, groaning in protest. Dude, that's over 700 pounds, Noah said. The bar isn't rated for that. Kai gripped it anyway, hands tightening around the knurled steel. He lifted. The metal screamed. The plates rattled, but it rose, smooth, controlled. Kai's breath came slow and steady. For a moment, he felt something hum deep in his chest. A strange pulse of energy that didn't feel like muscle or adrenaline, but something older. He set the bar back down carefully. The rack quivered, the bar visibly bent in the middle. Noah's eyes were wide. Holy crap, you just broke the bar. Kai sat up, staring at the warped metal. His pulse was steady, but his mind was anything but. I didn't think I could do that, he said quietly. Yeah, well, Noah said, still gaping. Apparently you can do a lot of things you don't think you can. Kai looked down at his hands again, turning them slowly. They looked ordinary. Rough palms, short nails, but they didn't feel ordinary. They felt like something designed for more than this world knew. I don't know what I am, he said softly. Noah shrugged. Guess we'll figure it out. But maybe let's not do it with Mom's key next time, yeah? Kai gave a small, reluctant smile. They shut off the lights and slipped out into the cool night, locking the door behind them. The gym fell silent again, empty except for the faint metallic creak of the ruined barbell bent under the weight of what it had just endured. The night air was cold as they walked home from the gym, sneakers crunching softly against the gravel. The streets were empty, washed in a pale orange glow from street lamps overhead. Kai was quiet, lost in thought, still seeing the image of the bent barbell in his mind, the way it had screamed under his hands. The walk home was quiet, the kind of stillness that made even the crickets sound distant. The street lamps hummed overhead, throwing thin halos of orange light onto the cracked sidewalks. Noah kicked a loose rock down the road, his hands stuffed in his hoodie pocket. Man, if Grandpa Frank saw that bar you mangled, he'd have a field day, he said, laughing to himself. He'd probably tell you it's because everything's made cheap these days. Back in my day, he deepened his voice in mock imitation, steel didn't bend unless you meant it to. Kai's steps slowed. Something in that name, Frank, hit him like a sudden punch of vertigo. Noah didn't notice. You should have seen him last Thanksgiving, he went on. Dropped a turkey on the floor, blamed the oven for being too slippery. I swear, the man's a legend. Kai stopped walking. Something in his chest tightened, a pulse of heat followed by a sudden cold wave that hit his head like vertigo. The air around him seemed to thicken, the world tilting. Kai? Noah said. Hey, you good? But Kai wasn't hearing him anymore. The world was gone. The streetlight's glow flickered and turned into the dim buzz of a single hanging bulb. The room was dark, stone walls slick with moisture. A chain rattled as Kai tried to move. Thick iron links wrapped around his wrists, bolted into the wall above him. His shirt was gone. Tubes ran from his arms, his blood dripping into glass jars. His skin was cold and damp, every breath a sharp ache in his ribs. The bulb swung faintly overhead, revealing bruises, dried blood, and the heavy shackles that cut into his arms. Footsteps echoed from the shadows, slow, purposeful. Then a voice, smooth, cultured, and too calm for the setting. So, the man said, stepping into the thin cone of light, this is where you've been hiding. Kai's eyes lifted. The man was tall, dressed in black from throat to heel. His hair was dark, neatly combed back. His face, too pale to be healthy, too elegant to be ordinary, wore an expression of detached curiosity, like a doctor examining a rare specimen. He tilted his head, the faintest hint of amusement curling his mouth. I should have known Frank was behind you dropping off the map. He always did have a knack for locking things away he couldn't understand. He stepped closer, the leather of his gloves creaking softly. Wow, he said dryly. You stink. How many years has he kept you down here? Kai didn't answer. His throat was dry, words buried beneath exhaustion and fury. The man sighed, then crouched in front of him, studying his face. You could have come back, you know. You could have called. His smile widened slightly. But no, you disappear for decades, and suddenly everyone thinks the great Kai is gone for good. He reached up, gently tapping Kai's cheek with the back of his gloved hand, as if to make sure he was awake. If I let you out, he said softly, are you going to behave yourself? Kai's breath came rough, his voice barely a whisper. What do you want? The man leaned closer, eyes sharp, gleaming with something predatory but not quite human. Oh, come now. You know what I want. You always have. He straightened, looking almost wistful. I thought you gave up on our little game, he said. But here you are, rotting in a cellar. I almost feel sorry for you. He paced a few steps, gloved fingers trailing along the damp wall. Tell you what, I'll let you get your strength back before we play again. Wouldn't be sporting otherwise. His smile faded, replaced by something colder. Try not to run this time, old friend. The bulb flickered, the light dimming until the room was almost swallowed in darkness. The memory shifted. The air was cold, so cold it burned his lungs. Trees whipped past him as he ran, branches tearing at his arms and face. His legs were heavy, his breath ragged. The forest was dark, the ground slick with mud and leaves. Something massive moved behind him. Not footsteps, thuds, each one a hammer against the earth. He could hear it breathing, hear the weight of it breaking branches as it followed. He didn't know where he was or why he was running. His heart pounded like it was trying to break free of his chest. He stumbled, caught himself on a tree trunk, then pushed forward again. His vision swam, his limbs trembling. Whatever strength he had, it was leaving him fast. He looked back. For a flash through the trees, he saw it. Something towering, its outline shifting and monstrous. Eyes gleamed in the dark, red and wrong. The ground seemed to shake beneath its steps. He turned back, gasping, trying to keep his balance. His legs felt like lead, his lungs on fire. The forest ended suddenly, the trees giving way to open air and pavement. He staggered out onto the road. A flash of light, two perfect white orbs cutting through the dark. Headlights, the roar of an engine, tires screaming. He turned, eyes wide. The world exploded in motion, and then everything went black. Kai! Noah's voice dragged him back. The night air hit his face again, cool and sharp. The streetlight hummed overhead. He was standing in the middle of the road, breathing hard, his hands trembling. Kai, man, what happened? You just froze. Kai blinked, his throat dry. I don't know. You look like you saw a ghost. Kai swallowed hard, forcing his voice to steady. Maybe I did? Noah frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Kai didn't answer. He started walking again, slower this time. The image of the pale man burned behind his eyes. The detached calm. The way he'd said our little game. The way the name Frank had made something inside him remember. He didn't know who that man was. He didn't know what the game meant. It was after midnight when Noah's text came through. Noah, still up? Kya? Wawa, you didn't think we were done with the tests, did you? Kai sighed when he read it, but 10 minutes later, there was a soft knock on his door. He opened it to find Noah grinning up at him, holding a tablet in one hand and a bag of chips in the other. You're insane, Kai whispered. Correction, Noah said, climbing in. I'm dedicated to science. He dropped the tablet on the bed and wiped his hands on his hoodie. Okay, so you're strong. We established that. But what about the other stuff? That biker foo you pulled. That wasn't luck. That was something else. Kai crossed his arms. You mean the thing that almost got me arrested? Exactly, Noah said brightly. Come on, man, don't you want to know what you're capable of? Kai hesitated, then nodded slightly. Maybe? Good. Noah swiped across the tablet screen. Then welcome to the first ever Kai Combat Showcase. He hit play. A video popped up of a black belt instructor demonstrating a kata, fluid and sharp. Karate, Noah said. Start simple. Kai stepped back, studying the man's form for barely 10 seconds. Then he mirrored it. Every strike, every pivot, flawless. His movements were faster, smoother, more precise. Noah blinked. Okay, that's freaky, Kai shrugged. It just feels familiar. Yeah, familiar like you invented it, Noah muttered, queuing up another. All right, new one, Taekwondo, lots of kicking. Please don't break my mom's lamp. Kai exhaled, centered himself, and began. His body moved like a machine built for rhythm. High kicks, spinning strikes, perfect balance. Not a wasted motion. The bag of chips fell from Noah's hand. Dude! Kai stopped mid-spin, looking embarrassed. Too much? Too much? Noah threw his hands up. You look like you've been training for 20 years. You don't even break a sweat. Kai smiled faintly. Maybe I just have good coordination. Uh-huh, Noah typed in another. Fine, Mr. Coordination. Let's up the difficulty. He clicked a compilation titled Obscure Martial Arts You've Never Heard of. The first clip showed an African stick-fighting style. Fluid, fast, unpredictable. The second, an ancient Greek wrestling form. Then a Southeast Asian art involving rope bindings and low stances. Kai tried each one. Watched once, then replicated. Perfectly. By the time he got to the last one, a style that looked more dance than combat, Noah had stopped laughing. He just watched, wide-eyed, as Kai's movements blurred between forms like water changing shape. When Kai finally stopped, breathing steady, Noah let out a long whistle. You sure you don't remember anything? Kai shook his head. Nothing. Because that wasn't YouTube-level skill. That was ancient monk meets super soldier type stuff. Kai smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It's strange, he said quietly. My mind doesn't remember, but my body seems to. Noah flopped down onto the bed beside him. You're a freak of nature, man. And when they make the movie about you, because let's face it, they will, I better be in it, like your sarcastic origin story sidekick. Kai raised an eyebrow. You'd want that? Are you kidding? I'd be famous. The Immortal and the other guy. Kai actually laughed. That title's terrible. Hey, it'll sell, Noah said, grinning. We'll work on the tagline later. They sat there in the dim light of the bedroom, the tablet still glowing faintly beside them. For a moment, it almost felt normal. Two kids joking about superheroes, not one of them possibly being one. But when the laughter faded, Kai looked at his hands again. The way they'd moved tonight, too precise, too perfect, still haunted him. If this was instinct, what else was buried beneath it? And what would happen when more of it woke up? Chapter 10. Higher Education. For the first time in a long time, Kai found peace in the ordinary. The clatter of dishes at breakfast, the shuffle of backpacks, the sound of Noah arguing with Lily over who stole the last granola bar, these small things grounded him. They were the kind of details that didn't exist in the fragments of memory that haunted him. No blood, no chains, no death. Just morning sunlight spilling through the window and the smell of coffee. Field trip day, baby, Noah announced, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. College life, here I come. Mara raised an eyebrow from where she stood by the coffee maker. You do know the point of the trip is to explore potential career paths, right? not scope out the cafeteria. Please, Noah said, grinning. It's not about the cafeteria, it's about the college girls. Higher education, Mom. I'm embracing it. Lily rolled her eyes. You're a walking embarrassment. Kai tried to hide his smile behind his cereal spoon. Evan walked in, half-dressed for work, holding a mug. Don't forget your permission slips. The last thing I need is the school calling to say my son's been sent to detention. Wouldn't be the first time, Lily muttered. Kai stood, tucking his hands into his jacket pockets. What are we supposed to do when we get there? Tour, lunch, and some sample classes, Mara said, handing him his form. It's a good chance to see what interests you. They'll have all kinds of departments open. Noah leaned against the counter, smirking. I'm interested in social studies. You know, studying people. Specifically, people in cheerleader outfits. Lily groaned. You're hopeless. Kai just shook his head. I think I'll check out the history program. Mara smiled softly. That sounds perfect for you. Yeah, Evan added. From what Mara tells me, you might even teach the professor a thing or two. Kai hesitated at that, because in a strange way it might have been true. The school buses rolled into the college parking lot by mid-morning. The campus stretched out before them like something from a catalog. Tree-lined paths, red brick buildings, students sitting on benches with laptops and coffee cups. This, Noah said, stepping off the bus with a dramatic sigh, is heaven. Don't embarrass me, Lily warned, pulling her hoodie tighter. No promises? Kai walked a few paces behind them, watching everything. The place had a pulse, energy and laughter and youth. He could almost pretend he was like them, just another student trying to figure out his future. Almost. A tall man in a university jacket waved them forward. All right, high schoolers, welcome to your campus tour. Groups split off in different directions. Noah joined a pack heading toward the engineering building after noticing the ratio of girls to guys. Lily went with a few friends toward the arts wing. Kai, curious and quiet, followed a smaller group marked history and anthropology. Inside the building, the air smelled of paper and chalk dust. The walls were lined with photographs of excavations and faded maps of empires long gone. He felt something stir in his chest, a faint pull, like the whisper of an old life brushing past. The professor giving the tour was a middle-aged man with a salt and pepper beard. History, he said, isn't just about remembering dates and names. It's about understanding how we got here and how easily we forget where we came from. Kai listened intently, each word sinking deeper than he expected. The professor pointed at a large map pinned to the wall, a map of Europe as it looked in the 15th century. This, the professor said, was the age of conflict and rebirth. Empires fell, kingdoms rose, and men like Vlad III ruled through fear and fire. The name hit Kai like a spark. His stomach tightened. The professor continued, oblivious. He was the inspiration for the Dracula myth, though history paints a much more complicated picture. Brutal, yes, but also cunning, deeply loyal to his people and relentless in his pursuit of power. Kai's breath caught. For an instant, he could almost see it. Armored men in the snow, banners of black and red, the glint of steel in the moonlight. He blinked, and it was gone. The group began moving toward the next room, but the professor stopped him. You seem interested, he said kindly. You like history? Kai nodded. It feels familiar. The man smiled. Good answer. The best historians always feel that way. Noah's voice broke through the moment, calling from across the hall. Yo, Kai, you gotta see this. Free pizza samples at the student union. The professor chuckled. Ah, yes, the most sacred of academic traditions. Kai smiled faintly, following after Noah. They spent the afternoon exploring, Noah collecting phone numbers and telling bad jokes, Lily joining them reluctantly after her art session, Kai walking the old paths between the buildings like he'd been there before. After lunch, most of the students wandered toward the student union or the football field for free food and music, but Kai stayed behind. The history professor, Dr. Alden Royce, according to his badge, had mentioned he'd be teaching an advanced seminar that afternoon. You're welcome to sit in if you like, Royce had said with a smile. We'll be discussing ancient Egypt, religion, burial customs, and their concept of the soul. Not exactly light reading, but something tells me you'd appreciate it. Kai had nodded, something deep in him tugging him toward the offer. Now he sat halfway up the tiered lecture hall as students filed in. The air smelled faintly of chalk and old carpet. A projector hummed to life, displaying a slide of hieroglyphs across a sandstone wall. Dr. Royce walked to the center of the room. "All right, class, let's start with a question." He turned to the board and wrote in neat block letters, K-A and B, two halves of the soul. "Can anyone explain," he said, "the difference between the K and the Ba?" A few hands went up. A student in the front row recited, "The Ka was the life force or vital essence, and the Ba was like the personality or spirit that could travel after death." "Correct," Royce said. "But here's a follow-up. Which of the two, according to early dynastic belief, required sustenance from the living?" Silence. Kai raised his hand slowly. Royce looked surprised but nodded. "Yes, young man, the Ka," Kai said. "It was sustained by offerings, food, drink, incense, anything to maintain its strength in the afterlife. The Ba, though, was freer. It could move between the worlds of the living and the dead." Royce smiled faintly. "Exactly right, and very few remember that distinction. The Ka depended on the living, but the Ba depended on memory," Kai said quietly. "Without remembrance, the Ba faded, and the person was lost forever." A few students turned to look at him. Royce paused, regarding Kai curiously. "That's unusually perceptive." He turned back to the board, writing something else. "Next question, then. Why did the Egyptians fear a second death? One that came after physical death?" Someone mumbled. "Because of judgment?" Kai's voice was steady. "Because memory is fragile. They believed you died twice, once when your body failed and again when your name was no longer spoken. To them, being forgotten was the truest kind of death." Dr. Royce stopped mid-step, studying him with open fascination. "That's not an answer I usually hear from undergraduates," he said. "Let alone visiting high schoolers." Kai shrugged slightly. "I just understand it." Royce leaned against the desk. "And what do you think about the practice of preserving the body? Was it vanity or faith?" Kai hesitated. "Neither. Maybe control. They wanted to master what they feared, to bind eternity in linen and salt." He paused, brow furrowed. "But they were wrong about something." Royce tilted his head. "Wrong?" Kai nodded. "They thought immortality was a blessing. It isn't. It's a debt you never finish paying." The room went quiet. Even the air seemed to hold still. Dr. Royce blinked, his expression softening into curiosity tinged with something like awe. "That's a rather haunting way to put it." Kai swallowed, unsure why he'd said it at all. "Just a thought." The professor cleared his throat. "Well, that's certainly one I'll be quoting." He smiled, then shifted back to the projector. "Let's move on. Can anyone tell me the symbolic purpose of the opening of the mouth ceremony?" A student near the back raised her hand. "It was to restore the senses to the deceased, right? So they could eat and speak in the afterlife?" Royce nodded. "Correct, but what does that tell us about how the Egyptians viewed death itself?" Kai spoke again, quietly but clearly. "That it wasn't an end, just maintenance. They treated death like another form of living. The ceremony wasn't resurrection. It was continuity." The professor turned slowly. "You've studied this before?" Kai hesitated. "I don't think so, but it feels familiar." Royce watched him for a long moment before nodding thoughtfully. "Familiar is very impressive." When the lecture ended, most students hurried out, laughing, checking their phones, already forgetting the conversation about souls and eternity. But Dr. Royce stayed at the front, organizing his notes. Kai lingered in his seat. The professor looked up and smiled. "You have a sharp mind," he said. "Most people several years your senior barely stay awake during this class." "I liked it," Kai said. "It makes sense." Royce gestured for him to come down. "Walk with me for a moment." Kai joined him at the front. The older man tucked his papers under one arm. "You remind me of someone I knew a long time ago. A man who used to say history wasn't about the past, it was about memory." Kai tilted his head. "Was he a teacher too?" Royce chuckled softly. "In a way." He studied Kai's face for a moment, something unreadable passing behind his eyes. "You have a gift for seeing beneath the surface. Don't lose that curiosity. It's rarer than you think." Kai nodded. "Thank you, sir." Royce smiled faintly. "You're welcome. And if you ever find yourself here for real, I'd be honored to have you in my class." "Professor?" Kai said quietly. Royce glanced up, his expression warm but curious. "Yes? Could I ask you a few more questions?" "Of course." Royce smiled, setting his papers aside. "Always happy to talk history. What about?" "Earlier today," Kai said, "you mentioned Vlad III, Vlad Tepes." Royce raised an eyebrow. Ah, the Impaler. Now that's a name that gets attention. What about him? Kai hesitated. You said he inspired the legend of Dracula. I wanted to know more about the real man, not the stories. The professor leaned against the desk, intrigued. A good question, he said. Most people only know the myth, the fangs, the cape, the Transylvanian castle, but the truth is both more human and more horrifying. He picked up a piece of chalk and drew a rough outline of Europe on the board, circling the region of Wallachia. Vlad the Thurs ruled here in the mid-15th century, Royce began. It was a brutal time. War with the Ottomans, shifting loyalties, assassinations. Vlad ruled through fear. He was ruthless, yes, but he was also intelligent. He used terror as a weapon of order. Kai nodded slowly. And the impalements? Oh, those were real, Royce said, almost grimly. Thousands of them. His enemies feared him more than they feared death itself. But what people forget is that his cruelty kept his people safe, at least for a while. He paused, watching Kai's expression. You've read about him before? Kai shook his head. No, it just is interesting. Royce chuckled softly. That's how you know you're a historian at heart. He turned back to the board. Now, as for the vampire myth, most of that came centuries later. People in Eastern Europe had strong beliefs about the dead walking again. They found corpses that hadn't decayed and assumed the worst. Kai frowned. And the blood? Ah, Royce said, tapping the chalk against the board. That's where things get interesting. There were rumors, nothing verifiable, that Vlad sometimes dined among the impaled after battle, that he would eat as they died, even drink from goblets stained with blood. But again, myth often grows from exaggeration. Drinking blood was a symbol of dominance, not immortality. Kai's voice was soft. But myths usually start somewhere, don't they? Royce looked at him, a glint of interest in his eye. Yes, every legend usually has a thread of truth. The question is, what does that thread connect to? Kai stared at the board, at the simple chalk line representing Wallachia. You said his death wasn't certain. That's right, Royce said. Most historians believe he died in battle in 1476, beheaded by his own men, perhaps even betrayed by an ally. But his body was never found, only his head, supposedly sent to the Ottoman Sultan as proof. But the Sultan had never seen Vlad. It could have been anyone's. He tilted his head thoughtfully. And that's where the line between history and legend starts to blur. Because you see, some records, fragmented ones, suggest the man who led the army that killed him wasn't an enemy at all. He was once Vlad's ally, his closest friend. Kai's chest tightened. What happened? Royce exhaled through his nose, folding his arms. That's the mystery. Some say he betrayed Vlad out of ambition. Others say it was out of mercy, that he'd seen too much death, too much cruelty, that he couldn't stand what his friend had become. He gave a small, almost wistful smile. The old ballads call him the ghost of mercy. They say he wept after striking the final blow, that he buried Vlad himself before vanishing into the mountains. Kai felt something cold slide through him. His pulse quickened. His hands trembled slightly, though he quickly hid them in his jacket pockets. Dr. Royce didn't notice. He was still talking, his tone academic but passionate. Of course, historians dismiss all that as folklore. It's beautiful, but unverifiable. Still, it makes you wonder. Kai found his voice again, quiet and low. Do you believe it? Royce smiled faintly. That there was once a man who tried to stop a monster and disappeared into legend? Maybe, he shrugged. But a vampire? No. Monsters are rarely that simple. Kai looked at him for a long moment. Maybe they never die. They just change names. The professor chuckled softly. Now that's a thought worth publishing. Kai gave a small, uncertain smile. Thank you, Professor, for your time. Anytime, Royce said warmly. And Kai, yes? Curiosity like yours is rare. Don't lose it. The world already forgets too much. Kai nodded once and turned toward the door, his mind spinning with the words, an ally who became an enemy. A ghost of mercy, a body never found. And somewhere in the shadows of his fragmented memory, he saw again the pale man in black, the one who'd called him old friend. The afternoon sun stretched long across the campus as the high school students began gathering by the buses. The tour guides were herding them into loose lines, waving clipboards and calling out group numbers. The smell of fresh-cut grass and food truck grease lingered in the air. Noah, however, was nowhere near the buses. Kai spotted him across the plaza, leaning casually against a bench, laughing with a girl in a red hoodie who looked like she actually belonged here. She was a college student, confident, bright-eyed, holding a coffee cup that said Anthropology Club in faded letters. Of course he found someone, Lily muttered beside Kai, shaking her head. He's like a magnet for bad decisions. Should we stop him? Kai asked, watching Noah gesture animatedly as he talked. I'll try first, Lily sighed, stepping forward. This is gonna be good. They walked across the courtyard. As they got closer, Kai could hear bits of the conversation. So yeah, Noah was saying, running a hand through his hair. I'm into athletics, thinking about majoring in sports science. Or, maybe philosophy. Deep thoughts, right? The girl smiled. That's ambitious. Yeah, Noah said, leaning against the bench like he'd rehearsed it. I like to keep my options open. Hey, Romeo, Lily said, interrupting. Bus leaves in 5. Noah waved her off. Relax, Lil, I'm networking. Lily crossed her arms. She's a college student, Noah. Exactly, he grinned. Connections, experience, maturity, it's all part of the plan. The girl laughed, amused but skeptical. You're in high school, right? Seniors? Technically, Noah said, grinning wider. Close enough. Close enough? Lily echoed, raising an eyebrow. He's 16. The girl blinked. Wait, what? Noah froze. Lily! Her expression was perfectly innocent. What? You said you were enrolling soon. The girl took a step back, coffee cup halfway to her lips. 16? Oh my God, I thought you were at least a senior. Physically, yes, Noah stammered. Mentally, I'm very advanced. Uh-huh, she said, already turning. Good luck with high school. She walked off briskly, leaving Noah standing there, mouth open, eyes wide. Lily smirked. You're welcome. He turned to her, betrayed. I was this close. She was laughing at my jokes. She touched my arm, and then BAM! You dropped the age bomb like a grenade. You were flirting with a college girl, Lily said. You're lucky I saved you before she called campus security. She liked me, Noah insisted. She pity-laughed you, Lily said. Big difference. Kai stood behind them, trying and failing not to laugh. We should go, he said finally. Bus is loading. Noah groaned, dragging his feet toward the buses. You betrayed me, he muttered to Lily. You'll never understand true love. Oh, I understand it fine, Lily shot back. I just have standards. As they reached the line of yellow buses idling by the curb, Kai glanced over his shoulder, scanning the crowd. Students were milling everywhere, teachers calling names, the hum of laughter and conversation blending into the sound of engines. And then he saw him, across the plaza, standing perfectly still among the crowd. The man in black. Same dark suit, same pale face, his black hair slicked neatly back. He stood like a shadow in the sunlight, his posture almost regal, hands clasped behind his back. And though dozens of students passed between them, Kai knew. The man's gaze was fixed squarely on him. Their eyes met. A slow smile spread across the man's lips, cold, patient, knowing. Kai's stomach dropped. Hey, Noah said beside him, still sulking. You coming, or are you waiting for a secret admirer? Kai blinked, glancing back toward the plaza. The man was gone. Only sunlight and moving bodies remained. Kai hesitated, staring at the empty spot for a moment longer. Then he climbed onto the bus without another word. As the doors shut behind them and the engine rumbled to life, he turned to the window, just in case. But the crowd outside was ordinary again. No black suit, no piercing eyes, no smile. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the man hadn't left, only stepped back into the shadows, waiting, watching. The bus rumbled to a stop at the end of their street just as the sun dipped below the rooftops. The air was heavy with the smell of summer rain and cut grass, the kind of quiet evening that usually felt safe. But the moment Kai stepped off the bus, he felt something was off. Evan was sitting on the front porch, elbows on his knees, hands covering his face. His shoulders sagged in a way Kai hadn't seen before, a kind of exhaustion that went deeper than being tired. Mara sat beside him, one hand on his back, murmuring something too soft to hear. Lily stopped halfway up the walk. Dad? Evan looked up, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hey kids, welcome home. Mara's expression was gentle but worried. Why don't you all come sit down for a minute? Kai followed quietly as they climbed the steps. The air between them felt thick, uneasy. Evan rubbed his palms together. So, I've got some bad news. Noah frowned. Bad how? Evan took a slow breath, his voice steady but strained. They let me go today. For a second, no one spoke. Let you go? Lily echoed. You mean fired? Not exactly, Evan said. Downsizing. Companies restructuring, trimming budgets, all that corporate talk. It wasn't anything I did. Mara rubbed his shoulder gently. It just happens sometimes, honey. Evan nodded, staring at his hands. Yeah, just happens. The silence stretched until Lily asked, her voice small, "What does that mean for us?" Evan hesitated before answering. "It means I've got to start looking. There's not a lot around here that fits my field, but I'll try. If I can't find something soon—" He paused, then looked up at them. "We might have to move, somewhere bigger, maybe a larger city." Lily's face fell, but she tried to hide it, pressing her lips together and nodding. "Right? Yeah, makes sense." Kai could see her jaw tighten, though, the quiet panic behind her eyes. The thought of another move, another new school, new friends, new everything. She was holding herself together, but only barely. "That sucks," Noah said bluntly. "I mean, I'm sorry, Dad. That just—" He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "That blows. I can help, though. Maybe pick up a job or something. They always need pizza delivery guys, right?" Evan actually smiled at that, just faintly. "Thanks, bud, I appreciate that." "Hey, I'm serious," Noah said. "I could deliver pizzas, wash cars, whatever. I mean, between my social schedule and all my dates." Lily shot him a look. "You don't have a social schedule." "Then it'll be easy to fit in," Noah said with a grin, trying to keep the mood light. Mara chuckled softly, leaning into Evan. "We'll figure it out," she said. "We always do." Kai stood a few steps back, watching the small family moment, the quiet strength between them, the way Mara's hand rested on Evan's arm, steadying him, the way Noah and Lily both tried, awkwardly, imperfectly, to help in their own ways. He didn't know why, but it made something ache deep in his chest. Family. Was that something he'd ever been able to keep? "Dinner's almost ready," Mara said after a moment, standing up and brushing off her jeans. "Let's go inside. No sense worrying on empty stomachs." They all followed her in, the porch light flickering on behind them. Kai was the last one to step through the door. For a moment, he glanced back at the quiet street, the soft glow of the setting sun on the mailbox, the sound of wind moving through the trees. Everything looked normal, but deep down he could feel it. Something had shifted, not just for the Callahans, but for all of them. The kind of change that started small and never stopped growing. Chapter 11. Small Sacrifices. Saturday morning came with the soft hum of cicadas and the smell of dew still clinging to the grass. Evan was already outside, tinkering with something under the hood of the family van when Harold's old blue pickup pulled into the driveway next door. The door creaked open, and Harold climbed out, waving. "Morning, neighbors," he called, his voice warm but gravelly. "Don't suppose I could borrow your two strongest backs for a couple hours?" Evan wiped his hands on a rag. "Depends," he said with a grin. "What are you bribing them with?" "Fresh lemonade," Harold said, chuckling, "and maybe a few dollars if they don't destroy my fence worse than it already is." Mara, who'd stepped out onto the porch, smiled. "What's going on?" "My dog's arriving today," Harold said. "Old army buddy of mine passed and left him to me. Sweet dog, but he's a jumper. I need to shore up the back fence before he figures out he can hop it." "That sounds like a perfect job for the boys," Mara said immediately, glancing at Kai and Noah, who were sitting on the steps eating toast. "You two up for it?" Noah groaned dramatically. "Manual labor? On a Saturday?" Evan smirked. "You said you wanted a side job." Kai stood, brushing off his jeans. "We'll help," he said simply. Noah sighed, standing to follow. Yeah, but I'm charging hazard pay if that dog bites." Harold's backyard was a tangle of long grass, old tools, and the weathered remains of a fence that had clearly seen better decades. "Behold," Harold said, gesturing to it like an art exhibit. "My proud fortress. It survived 3 storms, 1 fallen tree, and a lawnmower accident. But the new tenants got legs like a kangaroo, so we'll see how long it lasts." Kai picked up a board and examined the nails. "We can reuse some of these." "Careful," Noah said. "That one's basically splinters and hope." Harold chuckled. He's not wrong. They got to work, Kai setting posts with quiet focus while Noah handed him tools and complained good-naturedly about the heat. Harold stayed near, supervising and swapping small stories about his old neighborhood, his hands occasionally trembling from age, but his eyes sharp as ever. After a while, Noah excused himself to grab water from the cooler. When he was out of earshot, Harold glanced at Kai, then back toward the house. He knows, doesn't he? Harold asked softly. Kai froze mid-swing, the hammer hovering over a nail. Harold nodded slowly, answering his own question. I can tell, the way he looks at you, it's not with fear, it's respect and a lot of curiosity. Kai set the hammer down carefully. He saw more than he should have, he admitted, but he hasn't told anyone. Harold smiled faintly. Good boy, reminds me of me in a way. Kai looked over. You? Harold leaned against the post, eyes distant. When I was his age, I knew your secret too. Only back then, no one would have believed me. You were part of the family after my father passed. Everyone thought we were brothers. He chuckled softly. I was 10, you looked about 16. Then a decade went by and I kept aging, and you didn't. People started to think you were my kid brother instead. Kai said nothing. Harold's tone softened. We used to drive people crazy, taking the horses out too far, building rafts we knew would sink. You always said you liked doing things that made you feel mortal, like you wanted to remind yourself you could still fail. Kai smiled faintly, the memory almost too distant to feel real. That sounds like me. Oh, it was, Harold said. You never could sit still. Said time didn't mean much if you didn't fill it with something worth remembering. I remember flashes, Kai admitted. Not much else. That may not be a bad thing, Kai, Harold said. You always said memories were the heaviest thing to carry forever. Noah returned then, 2 water bottles in hand. All right, fence team, he said. The hydration squad has arrived. Harold took one and nodded in thanks, then gave Kai a knowing look. You've done well keeping the right kind of company, he said quietly. Kai met his gaze. He's a good kid. Yeah, Harold said, smiling. You always had a soft spot for the good ones. Before Kai could answer, the sound of tires on gravel drew their attention. Harold's pickup rolled to a stop near the gate. In the truck bed stood a massive tan and white Anatolian shepherd, calm but watchful, golden eyes following every movement. Well, speak of the devil, Harold said proudly. There's my boy. Kai, Noah, meet Cerberus. The dog jumped down effortlessly, towering at nearly Kai's chest height. Despite his size, he moved with quiet grace. Whoa, Noah said, taking a step back. That's not a dog, that's a horse in disguise. Cerberus sniffed the air, padding toward Kai first. He studied him for a long moment, then gently pressed his nose into Kai's palm. Kai smiled. Hello, Cerberus. The dog's tail swished once, slow and deliberate, before he sat beside him like a guardian. Harold's grin widened. Guess he knows good souls when he sees them. Man, Noah said as they stood admiring Harold's freshly repaired fence and the hulking dog sitting proudly in front of it, nobody's gonna mess with this place now. Not with that guy standing guard. Break-ins or not, the neighborhood just got an upgrade. Cerberus sat tall, head high, his fur catching the sunlight like a lion's mane. For about 3 full seconds, he looked the picture of power and nobility, until a plastic grocery bag tumbled across the yard. Fluttering in the breeze. The effect was instant. Cerberus yelped, spun in a perfect circle, and bolted behind Harold's truck. His tail disappeared under the bumper as he let out a nervous whine. Noah blinked. Wow, truly the guardian of the underworld. Kai tried not to laugh, but failed. Maybe he's still adjusting. Harold just shook his head. Adjusting? Son, that dog's been adjusting since the day he was born. They watched as Cerberus poked his head out from under the truck, stared suspiciously at the bag now tangled on the fence, and let out one cautious woof as if making sure it knew who was boss. Noah grinned. Yeah, we're all terrified, Harold sighed. Don't let the name fool you. I call him Cerberus, but the truth is he's about as brave as a wet towel and twice as dumb. Kai raised an eyebrow. He doesn't look dumb. Watch, Harold said. As if on cue, the big shepherd saw his own shadow cast long across the yard. He barked once, fur bristling. Then again louder, as if challenging the dark shape. Here we go, Harold muttered. Cerberus lowered himself, growled dramatically, then lunged at the ground. His snout smacked with a hollow thunk before he yelped, shook his head, and ran off in defeat toward the back porch, his tail tucked firmly between his legs. Noah doubled over laughing. Oh man, he wiped his eyes. That's the dumbest brave thing I've ever seen. He just lost a fight to his own shadow. Kai was smiling too, the sound of Noah's laughter infectious. He has heart, he said quietly. Yeah, Harold said fondly, watching the dog peek around the corner of the house as if checking to make sure the shadow hadn't followed him. He's got that. Not much sense, but plenty of heart. Noah nudged Kai with his elbow. Still, I'm serious. You could stick a neon sign that says "Free Stuff Inside" on Harold's front door and nobody would risk it. One bark from that beast and they'd be gone. Unless it's a burglar wearing a trash bag, Harold muttered. That set Noah off again. Oh man, please tell me you have security cameras. I'd pay money to have footage of that. Kai chuckled softly, reaching down as Cerberus finally trotted back over, pressing his head against Kai's knee as if seeking reassurance. Harold smiled. See that? He knows who to trust. Good boy, Cerb. Just maybe don't fight your own shadow again. Cerberus let out a proud woof, completely missing the sarcasm. Noah grinned. Yup, world's bravest coward. And for a while, the yard was filled with the easy rhythm of laughter, sunlight, and the kind of peace that felt almost normal again, at least for now. As the afternoon cooled, the last of the fence nails were hammered in, and Harold leaned back against the railing with a sigh of satisfaction. Cerberus was sprawled nearby, happily gnawing on a stick, and Noah had wandered inside to grab lemonade. Kai stayed behind. He'd been quiet, quieter than usual, even for him. When Harold finally noticed the look in his eyes, he asked, "Something on your mind, Kai?" Kai hesitated. His voice came out low, thoughtful. "There's someone I've been seeing. A man, always dressed in black. He's shown up a few times now." Harold frowned. "You sure it's the same man?" "Yes." Kai's tone was certain. "He doesn't approach, just watches, though he did try to run over Mara." The old man studied him for a long moment, his lined face thoughtful. "You've always been a watcher yourself," he said quietly. "When you raised me, you never let your guard down. Didn't matter if we were in a park, a diner, or a church. You always sat facing the exits. Always scanned the room before speaking. I used to think it was just habit." Kai looked at him, uneasy. "Maybe it is." "Maybe," Harold said, though his voice carried doubt. "Or maybe you had reason. You were like a soldier who never stopped fighting, even when the war ended." He took a slow breath and set his mug down on the porch rail. "You told me once that being alive as long as you'd been meant, you made more enemies than you could count. Not the kind you could fight either. The kind that would build entire religions just to find you." Kai turned sharply. "Religions? Fanatical groups, cults, orders." Harold nodded. "You name it. Every few centuries, someone decided you were the key to something. Immortality, divine power, eternal sin, you name it, you were it." Kai's brow furrowed. "You think this man is one of them?" "I don't know," Harold admitted. "But it wouldn't surprise me. You used to talk about them, groups that chased you for generations. The Knights Templar were one. Most people think they were hunting relics or gold, but you said that was just the story. What they really wanted was you. They thought you were some kind of messenger between life and death." Kai frowned, the name sparking something faint but distant in his mind. "Templars?" Harold nodded. "There were others too. The Order of St. Veritas, the Sons of the Flame, the Seekers of the Crimson Veil. Every one of them claimed their purpose was divine, but their methods weren't." He sighed, rubbing his thumb over the edge of his mug. "And then there was Plymouth." Kai's gaze sharpened. "The witch trials." "Yeah," Harold said grimly. "Rough time, that one. From what I dug up, that was one of the worst centuries for you. The hysteria didn't start because of witches. It started because of rumors. Stories about a man who couldn't die. Folks said he was a demon, walking the earth pretending to be human." Kai's hands tightened slightly on the porch rail. "And they believed it." "Oh, they did more than believe it," Harold said. "They burned half their neighbors trying to find you. Tortured, imprisoned, anyone who fit a loose description. Turns out most of them were just poor souls who couldn't defend themselves." Kai stared off toward the tree line. The afternoon sunlight glinted through the leaves, painting shifting shadows across the grass. "If this man is connected," he murmured, "then he's not the first to find me." Harold's voice softened. "Maybe not, but you've always been good at surviving. You'll figure it out." "I don't know," Kai said quietly. "Something about him feels different, familiar." Harold's expression turned grave. "Then be careful, Kai. Whoever he is, he might not be a stranger to you. And if he's the kind of man who knows your secret, he could be very dangerous." Cerberus whined then, as if sensing the unease, and nudged Kai's hand with his nose. Kai scratched behind the dog's ear absent-mindedly. Harold gave a faint, knowing smile. "Funny thing, though," he said. All those orders, all those years, they were obsessed with finding you, some to worship you, others to kill you. And still, he shrugged, you're the one who's still standing. Kai didn't reply. But as the sun began to set, his mind kept turning, haunted by the thought that somewhere, buried in his lost centuries, there might be a truth even he wasn't ready to remember. The Callahan house felt quieter than usual that evening. The warm light from the kitchen stretched down the hallway, flickering faintly across the last 2 boxes they still hadn't unpacked. Dinner had been simple, pasta with jarred sauce, and even though everyone had eaten, the air around the table was tight, heavy with the kind of silence that meant something was wrong. Afterward, Noah grabbed a blanket and flopped onto the couch. "Movie night?" he said, reaching for the remote. "We could all use it, family therapy through popcorn." Mara smiled faintly from the kitchen sink. "Sure, pick something not terrifying for once," Noah grinned. "Fine, no horror, maybe a comedy, something dumb and loud." He flicked through the menu, humming under his breath, then frowned. Mom, did we switch Wi-Fi networks or something?" "No," Mara said. "Why? Because nothing's loading." He tried again, then groaned. "It's like the internet died. It says no connection." Evan sighed from the table, where he sat with his laptop open, staring at a half-filled spreadsheet. "It's not just you. They shut it off this afternoon." Noah blinked. "Wait, why?" Mara turned off the sink and dried her hands on a towel. "Oh, I forgot about that. Honey, we had to make some temporary cuts, just until your dad finds another job." "Cuts?" Noah said slowly. "You mean like Netflix too? Disney? Prime?" She nodded, looking a little sheepish. "All of it." "What?" Noah stared at her, mock horrified. "No streaming? That's barbaric." Evan looked up. "Try job hunting for 8 hours a day instead of complaining." Mara shot him a look, but he didn't soften. He just rubbed his temples and leaned back in his chair. "I had an interview this morning," he said, his voice tired. "Went pretty well. They liked my experience, said I was a strong candidate, but they went with someone else, said it was a competitive field." Noah hesitated. "Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" Evan waved it off. "It's fine, son. Just the timing stings." He gestured toward the bills spread out in front of him. "We'll figure it out." Mara came over, resting a hand on his shoulder. "We will," she said softly. "I've already started looking for teaching positions in the city, just in case." Lily froze halfway down the stairs. "Wait, the city?" Mara turned. "Sweetheart, it's just a precaution. We're not moving yet. But you're looking." Lily's voice wavered despite her best effort to sound steady. Mara sighed. "We're just preparing for every outcome, honey. Your dad's trying hard, but if we don't get a break soon—" Evan's voice was quiet. "We might not have a choice." The words hung there like smoke. Lily crossed her arms, staring at the floor. "I just started feeling like this place was normal." "We know," Mara said gently, "and we're going to do everything we can to hold on until you graduate. That's a promise." Lily nodded, swallowing hard. "Okay." She forced a small smile. "Then I'll just make it work until then." Evan smiled faintly at her courage. "That's my girl." Noah tried to lighten the mood. "Hey, if we do move, can we at least pick somewhere with a cool name? Like Iron Valley or New Manchester?" Mara chuckled weakly. "You're not helping." "Trying to," Noah said. Kai stayed quiet through it all, sitting at the edge of the couch, hands folded. The air around the room felt strained, every word cautious, every look tired. He wished he could do something, anything, to help. Money, security, peace. All the things that seemed so simple to everyone else were impossibly out of reach for him. Immortality, he thought bitterly, didn't come with purpose. Just time. Endless, useless time. Evan finally stood, gathering his papers. "We'll make it work," he said, forcing strength into his voice. "Don't worry, kids, we will find a way." Mara nodded, though the lines around her eyes said she wasn't sure. Kai watched them walk upstairs together, whispering quietly to each other, worry laced with hope, and the sound followed him long after they disappeared down the hall. He glanced at the dark TV screen and Noah's slumped form beside it. The house felt smaller tonight, and the silence heavier. He looked toward the window where moonlight filtered through the blinds. Somewhere out there, in a world that stretched on forever, he knew there had to be something he could do. He just didn't know what it was yet. Sunday morning came with the sound of clinking scissors and the faint smell of shampoo. The Callahan kitchen had been transformed into a makeshift salon, Towels draped over chairs, a trash bag taped to the floor, and Mara standing in the center holding her shears like a commander preparing for battle. "All right," she announced, clapping once. "New rule. No one in this house pays for a haircut until your father's back at work. I've cut hair before. How hard can it be?" Evan gave her a wary look from behind his coffee mug. "Remind me, when was the last time you cut hair?" "College," she said confidently. "Yours or someone else's?" "Both." Noah grinned, sitting down in the chair first. "This is going to be great. I've always wanted to see what I'd look like after a kitchen disaster." "Keep talking," Mara warned, snapping the scissors twice in his direction. "You'll find out faster." Lily giggled from the counter, legs swinging as she scrolled on her phone. "Just don't give him bangs." He'd look like a rejected boy band member. "Hey," Noah protested, rubbing his barely there chin hair. "At least I can grow something." He tilted his head toward Evan. "Dad, you're supposed to teach me to shave, remember? Before I start looking like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo." Evan chuckled. "You mean before you pretend to shave? That's not a beard, son. That's some lint that got stuck to your face." "Still counts," Noah said proudly, running a hand over the faintest trace of blonde fuzz on his jaw. Kai stood by the doorway, watching the family banter with quiet amusement. Mara turned toward him, her tone casual. "What about you, Kai? Want me to trim yours next?" He shook his head. "That's all right. I take care of it myself." Mara tilted her head. "Really? It looks freshly cut? Not a single split end. You sure you're not secretly sneaking off to a stylist?" Kai smiled faintly. "No, just doesn't grow much, I guess." "Lucky," Lily said, brushing a strand of her own hair off her face. "I have to deal with this mess every week." Evan stood and stretched, setting down his mug. As he passed Kai, he reached out, rubbing the back of his hand lightly against the boy's cheek. "Smooth as glass," he said with a grin. "Don't worry, Kai, that beard'll come in when you're older. Give it a few years." Kai managed a polite smile, unsure how to respond. "Maybe." From the counter, Noah gave Lily a knowing look, then muttered just loud enough to be heard, "Yeah, don't count on it." Lily shot him a warning glare. "Noah, what?" he whispered back, smirking. "It's true." Mara turned, hands on her hips. "What's true?" "Nothing," both kids said in perfect unison. Evan frowned suspiciously but decided not to press. "All right, who's next for the family haircut express?" "Dad, you're up," Mara said sweetly. Evan's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" "You heard me," Mara said, gesturing to the chair. "You want to save money or not?" He looked around helplessly at his kids, but they were already laughing. "Sorry, Dad," Noah said. "You're the sacrifice for the greater good." "Traitors," Evan muttered, sitting down. Mara tucked a towel around his neck and raised the scissors. "Relax," she said. "What's the worst that could happen?" "Famous last words," Lily murmured. Kai leaned against the wall, watching as the family filled the kitchen with laughter, the kind of laughter that only comes when you're trying to pretend everything's fine. For a moment, it almost felt normal again. Evan flinched at the first snip. "Easy. You're not carving a turkey." "Stop squirming," Mara said. "You'll end up with one side longer than the other." "Pretty sure that's already happening," Noah said, grinning. For now, he didn't think about the man in black, or the past, or the strange, endless road of his own life. He just watched the Callahans laugh in their kitchen and let himself pretend, for a few minutes, that this was home. Chapter 12. Legacy. The school bus groaned to a stop at the corner, the school now extending bus rides even to those who lived close, a way to keep the kids safe with the spike in crime. Noah was halfway through a story about gym class when he trailed off, staring ahead. Red and blue lights pulsed through the trees, flashing against the Callahans' mailbox. 2 police cruisers were parked at the curb beside Harold's house. An ambulance idled in the driveway, its back doors yawning open. Kai felt it before he saw it, the hollow ache of something gone wrong. Mara's car was already in the drive. She stood on the front walk beside a woman with silver hair, trembling, clutching a tissue in one hand. Kai recognized her instantly. Harold's wife, Evelyn. She was crying. Kai's stomach turned to stone. "No!" Noah whispered beside him. They ran. By the time they reached the end of the driveway, 2 EMTs were wheeling a stretcher toward the ambulance. A white sheet covered the body. The outline was unmistakably Harold's. Broad shoulders, sturdy frame, now still and impossibly small beneath the fabric. As they passed, a corner of the sheet slipped loose. A wrinkled hand hung limply in the air. Kai froze. For a moment, the world narrowed to that single sight, the pale, lifeless hand. The air around him seemed to fade. The noise, the murmurs, the sirens, all dulled under a heavy wave of sorrow that broke somewhere deep inside him. He couldn't breathe. "Harold," he whispered. Evelyn's voice broke through the numbness, ragged and desperate. "They think he came home early from his walk. He wasn't supposed to." Her words splintered into sobs. "The police think someone broke in. The house, it's a mess. They said he must have tried to stop them." One of the officers gently put a hand on her shoulder. "Ma'am, we'll figure it out. The evidence techs are going over the scene now." Kai looked past them to the front door. It hung slightly open, the frame splintered where it had been forced. Inside, he could see drawers overturned, books scattered, the living room gutted like someone had torn through it looking for something specific. The officer continued, speaking softly to Evelyn. "Nothing's clear yet, but it doesn't look like they hurt him. There's no trauma that suggests that they attacked him." Evelyn shook her head, gripping her tissue tighter. "Then what?" "The coroner thinks," the officer hesitated, lowering his voice, "his heart might have given out. The struggle, the shock, it was too much." Noah stood a few feet away, pale and quiet, his hands in his pockets. Mara had an arm around Evelyn, whispering something meant to comfort but unable to reach her. Kai stepped closer to the porch. His eyes fell on the broken remains of Harold's cane lying near the steps, splintered clean through. The officer nearest him noticed and gestured to another detective. "Bag it. Might have been used in the struggle." As the evidence tech lifted it carefully into a plastic sleeve, Kai's chest tightened. He'd fought. Of course he had. Kai's throat burned. He turned away, swallowing hard. Evelyn was saying something to Mara now, her voice distant, dazed. "They said Cerberus is missing. The gate was open. I don't know if he ran off during the break-in or if they took him too." Mara hugged her tighter. "We'll find him, Evelyn. I promise. Someone will find him." Kai's jaw clenched. He looked at the empty yard beyond the fence they'd repaired together just days ago. The fresh boards now scuffed, one post cracked near the base. It didn't look like a random burglary. The mess inside, the missing dog, the broken cane. They hadn't just been after valuables. They'd been searching. And deep down, Kai knew it wasn't about money. Noah stepped beside him. "Hey," he said quietly. "You okay?" Kai didn't answer. He just stared at the house, his expression unreadable, but his voice, when it came, was hollow and calm. "They weren't here for him," he said softly. "They were looking for me." Noah looked at him sharply. "What are you talking about?" But Kai was already walking toward the gate, his eyes locked on the house, the last of the flashing lights reflecting in their dark depths. The church was full, every pew lined with faces Kai didn't recognize, all gathered under the dim amber glow of hanging lamps. The air carried the faint scent of old wood and lilies, and the steady hush of whispered condolences echoed softly against the high, arched ceiling. Outside, gray clouds hung low over the town, as if even the sky knew enough to mourn. Kai sat in the back row beside the Callahans. Noah wore a black shirt and tie, fidgeting in his seat. Lily held her mother's hand, quiet and respectful. Evan's arm was draped around them both, his jaw tight. At the front of the church stood a closed casket draped with a folded American flag. A framed photograph of Harold rested on a stand beside it. The same easy grin, that sparkle of mischief that never quite faded with age. Evelyn sat near the front, surrounded by family, children, grandchildren, cousins, dozens of them. The sheer size of Harold's legacy filled the room, generations of lives branching outward from one man's quiet strength. A pastor spoke first, offering a few words about faith, endurance, and the measure of a good life. Then others began to share stories, small, personal moments that painted a portrait of who Harold had been beyond the facts and years. "Dad taught me to fix a fence before I could ride a bike," one of Harold's sons said, voice trembling but proud. "He said a strong fence meant a safe home, and I guess that's what he built for all of us, a safe home." Another voice came, then another. Laughter mingled with tears. Stories of his war days, his dry humor, the way he always kept candy in his jacket pocket for the kids who visited. Finally, an older man stepped up to the podium, holding a folded piece of paper. He looked like one of Harold's sons, similar posture, softer but unmistakable. He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. You know, Dad used to say history was his favorite thing in the world, besides Mom, of course. A small, gentle laugh rippled through the room. He loved to learn, to read, to talk about it. Said it reminded him of a man he once knew, a man who taught him how to look at the past and see lessons, not just stories. Kai's head lifted slightly. The man continued. Harold called him his Uncle K. None of us ever met him. He passed before any of us were born, but Dad said he shaped his life more than anyone. Said Uncle K taught him to live with honor, to keep learning, and to never stop helping people, no matter what life threw at him. He smiled faintly, eyes glistening. I guess that's what Dad did best. He carried that forward. He made sure we all knew what mattered, family, kindness, doing right even when it's hard. So wherever you are, Uncle K, thank you, because you helped make Dad into the man we all loved. The church was silent for a long moment. Kai sat perfectly still, his fingers tightening around the edge of the pew. The name, K. The stories, the echoes of a bond no one else in that room could understand. Mara reached over, resting her hand gently on his arm. You all right? She whispered. Kai nodded faintly, though his voice caught in his throat. Yeah, he said softly. I just cared for him a lot. Mara smiled, mistaking the meaning. I know you didn't know him long, but it's okay. I can tell he must have meant a lot to you. Kai's gaze drifted to the photograph at the front of the room, Harold's kind eyes looking out over the gathered faces, the trace of a smile that seemed almost alive. He did, Kai said quietly, more than he knew. The service ended with a hymn Harold had once chosen himself. People stood holding hands, voices trembling as they sang. When it was over, they filed out to the cemetery behind the church, about the slow sound of shuffling shoes and distant sobs filling the overcast afternoon. The wind stirred gently through the trees, and for a brief second, Kai thought he could almost hear Harold's voice again. Warm, steady, teasing him. He stayed until the crowd thinned, until only Evelyn remained, kneeling beside the grave with her hand pressed to the fresh earth. Kai stood a few steps away, silent. Then he whispered, Goodbye, old friend. Evelyn turned slightly, her red-rimmed eyes meeting his. She didn't say anything, just gave a small, knowing nod, as if she somehow understood there was more between them than time could explain. Kai walked away with the Callahans, the weight of memory pressing against his chest. He knew he had lived through countless deaths, countless partings. But this one hurt differently. Maybe it was because it was the only loss he could remember. Because Harold hadn't just been another name in a long life. He had been family. The house was quiet when they got home from the funeral. Mara and Evan went straight to the kitchen, speaking in hushed voices over the sink. Noah and Lily disappeared upstairs, leaving their bedroom doors open but their music low, like even sound itself felt too heavy for the day. Kai lingered by the doorway for a while before slipping silently to his room. No one stopped him. They all seemed to understand he needed space. He closed the door softly behind him. The light through the window had dimmed to the muted gold of late afternoon, slanting across the floorboards. Dust motes floated lazily in the still air, catching the faint hum of the world outside. Kai knelt beside his bed and reached underneath. His fingers brushed wood, the chest. He dragged it out into the open. The old Whale 1 trunk Harold had given him weeks ago, its corners dented, its leather straps cracked from age. The same trunk Harold had told him not to open, that maybe this time Kai should let the past stay buried. But Harold was gone now, and the ache of that loss pressed against something deeper inside him, something restless, ancient, and unfinished. Kai stared at the lock for a long moment. Then he unlatched it. The hinges creaked, the sound echoing softly in the quiet room. Inside, the scent of age and oil rose faintly. Metal, leather, dust, and something faintly familiar, like smoke from a long-dead fire. On top lay a folded wool blanket. Beneath it, objects layered like fragments of entire lives. A Roman gladius, its blade worn dull from time. A Viking arm ring. A blackened Spartan helmet, the crest long gone. A weathered katana wrapped in faded red silk. An ancient scroll sealed with cracked wax. A tarnished military badge from the First World War. Each piece glimmered faintly in the dim light. A relic of a different age, a different man. Kai reached out, fingertips brushing against each item, and with every touch came a spark, then a rush of memory. He saw flashes, himself in bronze armor beneath the Mediterranean sun, shouting commands as ships burned in the distance, standing beside a snow-covered hill with a horn in his hand, surrounded by warriors with axes raised high. Training in the shadowed courtyards of Kyoto, his movements silent, precise, deadly. A knight kneeling before a fallen banner, his armor cracked, his hands trembling. Smoke rising from trenches, mud splattering his boots as artillery thundered in the distance. Each vision cut through his mind in a blink, 1,000 lives collapsing into one. He gasped, pulling his hand back, but the memories didn't stop. They came faster, overlapping, like lightning flaring behind his eyes. He saw faces, teachers, comrades, people he'd loved and buried, the years blending together until they were all one long ache of survival. When the storm finally eased, Kai found himself staring down at the bottom of the chest. There, wrapped carefully in dark cloth, was something else. He lifted it gently. The fabric unfurled, and beneath it lay a suit. It wasn't armor in the traditional sense, but something that had become armor over time. A seamless fusion of centuries, a black underlayer of modern tactical weave, reinforced with ancient pieces, Greek bronze along the shoulders, Roman chain links, samurai plates interlaced with Viking leather, a knight's bracer etched with faded runes, and a harness of flexible steel that shimmered faintly in the light. Every piece told a story. Every mark was a scar. And yet, impossibly, it all fit together. Compact, foldable, designed to fit into the black backpack that lay beneath it. Kai touched it, and another flood of images crashed through his mind. He saw himself sparring with a Spartan commander at dawn, learning to fight bare-handed in the dust, running rooftops with silent ninjas in feudal Japan, parrying sabers with a French knight beneath the walls of a castle, wrestling an armored Viking into the sea during a storm. And later, crouched in mud beside soldiers in tattered uniforms, bullets cutting through the smoke of a battlefield. Each era taught him something new. Every war had shaped him. Kai's breath came unsteady now. He gripped the fabric tighter, feeling the faint hum of energy within it, a kind of echo of all he'd been, all he'd survived. For the first time, he remembered himself. Not completely, but more. Enough to feel the unbearable weight of it all pressing down on his chest. He let out a shaky breath and folded the suit back carefully, placing it inside the trunk as if it were made of glass. His hands lingered there, tracing the edge of the cloth. "Harold," he whispered, "you knew." He looked toward the window, the last light of sunset painting the sky red and gold. Kai closed the trunk and slid it back under his bed. Then he sat on the floor, back against the wall, staring at the ceiling until the colors outside faded to night. He felt the weight of centuries stirring inside him again. The wars, the pain, the faces long gone. But this time, they didn't feel like ghosts. They felt like a warning. The room was nearly dark by the time Kai found the courage to lift the chest again. He had thought he was done, that the ghosts within were satisfied to sleep. But something about the way the trunk had settled when he closed it felt wrong. Much too heavy for what it held. He pushed the bed aside, dragging the chest back into the center of the room. The floorboards groaned under its weight. When he lifted the lid once more, the faint scent of oil and metal drifted up, familiar now. He began to shift things carefully, folding back the armor, moving the relics he recognized. The katana, the gladius, the badges. His hands brushed something solid beneath the lining at the bottom. The boards weren't flat. Kai pressed his thumb against the corner. It gave slightly, then lifted, a false panel. Beneath it sat another chest, smaller but dense enough that the larger crate creaked as he pulled it free. Whatever was inside made up nearly all the weight. The smaller chest was older, iron-bound wood, its lock rusted and pitted but still strong. For a long moment he hesitated. Then he wedged a small knife under the clasp and forced it open with a sharp crack. The lid rose slowly. Inside, the dim light from the window caught on something that gleamed like trapped sunlight. Rows upon rows of golden coins, ancient, stamped with faces and emblems from civilizations long gone. Roman aurae, Byzantine solidi, Greek staters, even coins Kai didn't recognize, their inscriptions worn by centuries. He reached down, the metal cool and heavy against his fingertips. When he lifted one, it seemed almost to hum in his hand, so old, so perfect that it made his heart twist. There were hundreds of them. He stared for a long time, trying to breathe past the wave of realization. He could have bought a city once. Maybe he had. He didn't remember. Under the final row of coins, something else caught the light. A glint of silver. Kai brushed the gold aside and froze. A weapon rested there. Odd, elegant, and unlike anything he'd ever seen. At first glance, it looked like a dagger. Short, broad-bladed, the metal dark and almost mirror-smooth. But the hilt was too long, nearly the length of his forearm, crafted from overlapping rings of some unknown alloy that shimmered faintly with every movement. He reached for it. The instant his hand touched the grip, a white-hot flash seared across his mind. He was standing in a sunlit workshop, surrounded by stone walls and the scent of oil and metal filings. A man with a long beard and sharp eyes paced beside him, muttering equations and scribbling designs onto parchment. No, the counterweight must retract into the handle, not extend, the man barked in Greek, exasperated but excited. Kai laughed in the memory. Archimedes, if you keep adding parts, this will be more machine than sword. Exactly, Archimedes said, eyes alight. The mechanics are the point. You wanted power and balance and concealment, yes? Then it must be able to move. Kai turned the blade in his hands, the design intricate even in that long-lost time. Small gears hidden beneath carved plates, the faint whir of motion waiting to be released. Back in the present, he inhaled sharply as the memory faded, leaving behind the echo of that workshop, the heat, the laughter, the promise of creation. He looked down at the weapon, half in awe. It was impossibly heavy, far more than it appeared, like it contained the weight of an entire forge. A normal man could barely lift it with one hand, let alone wield it. But when Kai tightened his grip, the balance shifted. The blade felt right, like it belonged. He studied it closer, noticing a small switch near the base of the hilt. The same design he'd seen Archimedes sketch all those lifetimes ago. Cautiously, he flicked it. With a sharp click and a metallic hum, the blade extended, plates sliding and locking seamlessly into place until it was a full-length sword. The transformation was smooth, fluid, almost alive. Kai held it up, the reflected light dancing across the walls. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a bridge between centuries, a piece of every age he had lived through. The craftsmanship was too advanced for its time, too deliberate to be accidental. And somehow, impossibly, it had survived, just like him. He swung it once, testing the weight. The air whistled in its wake, and the blade came to rest with perfect balance. Then, just as easily, he flipped the switch again. The blade retracted, collapsing back into its dagger form with a soft mechanical sigh. He stared at it for a long time, his pulse steady but his mind racing. He seemed to remember that Archimedes had once called it Makaira Ionos, the eternal blade. Kai hadn't understood what that meant back then. Now, centuries later, the name finally made sense. He placed it gently atop the chest of gold, tracing the edge of its hilt. The memories stirred again, fleeting moments of war and invention, of victories and regrets. And somewhere in those flickers, he thought he saw Harold's face, smiling faintly as if to say, "Now you know." Kai sat back on his heels, the room still and heavy around him. Gold, power, the weapons of 1,000 lives. The house was still when Kai made up his mind. The aftertaste of Harold's funeral still clung to the air. Silence, grief, and the quiet hum of what should have been normal life. But nothing about his life was normal. He stood in his room, the chest open before him, moonlight glinting off the gold. Thousands of years of value, sitting in silence. The weight of it wasn't just physical. It was history, a measure of everything he'd endured and everything he'd lost. He stared at it for a long time before he moved. Kai filled a small cloth sack with coins, enough to feel heavy in his hand. He took one last glance at the gleaming pile and closed the lid. The latch clicked softly. Downstairs, the basement door creaked open. The air grew cooler as he descended, the hum of the old furnace filling the shadows. The Callahan's basement was cluttered, boxes from their move still stacked, an old bicycle leaning against the wall, tools scattered near the workbench. He knelt beside the furnace, opening the front panel. Warm air blew faintly across his hands. Kai guessed he'd spent enough time around machinery over the centuries as he seemed to understand how it worked and how easily something could be made to fail without looking tampered with. He looked at the gold again. He didn't need it, but they did. Mara, with her constant worry and brave smile. Evan, proud but breaking under the weight of failure. Lily, trying to be strong for everyone. And Noah, always joking to hide the cracks in the world around them. They were good people, better than most. They deserved peace. Kai pried open a small cavity in the furnace's base, the hollow between the outer shell and the internal insulation. It wasn't much space, but it was enough. He slipped the cloth bag inside, wedging it deep into the gap, then sealed the panel again with a twist of the screwdriver. He tightened the screws just enough to hold, then loosened 2 critical wires near the thermostat. The circuit would fail after a few cycles. Nothing dramatic. Just enough to make the furnace stop working and draw Evan's attention. By the time he found the stash, he'd think it was a miracle. And maybe Kai thought that was what it was meant to be. He stood slowly, brushing the dust from his hands. His eyes lingered on the furnace for a moment longer before he turned back toward the stairs. A faint creak from above made him freeze. Evan's voice drifted down, tired and half distracted. "Kai? That you down there?" Kai's heart jumped, but he kept his voice calm. "Yeah, sorry, thought I heard the furnace making noise." Evan sighed. "That thing's on its last legs anyway." He started down the steps, muttering, "Can't afford a repairman, so I guess I'll take a look tomorrow." Kai smiled faintly, stepping into the shadows at the base of the stairs. "Maybe you'll get lucky." "Luck," Evan said, rubbing his face. "I'll take all I can get." When he left, Kai waited until the footsteps faded. Then he moved. Back upstairs, his backpack sat on the bed. Ordinary, worn, nothing out of place. But inside was anything but ordinary. The black woven armor folded neatly beneath a change of clothes. The eternal blade, retracted and wrapped in cloth, nestled between them. He slung the strap over his shoulder. From his window, he could see the faint orange glow of the town below, the flicker of streetlights and neon signs, the distant thrum of engines and sirens. The streets had gotten worse. More robberies, more fear. Police sirens now filled the night like background noise. And somewhere in that chaos, the man in black was still out there, watching, waiting. Kai stepped into the night air. The wind was cool against his face, the sky heavy with clouds that veiled the stars. He paused for a moment, glancing back toward the Callahan's house. The living room light still glowed faintly, a soft reminder of the family inside, the only home he could remember. He whispered to himself, "You've given me peace. Now I'll give you safety." He pulled the hood of his jacket up, blending into the shadows as he slipped down the street. His footsteps were silent, his heart steady. He was done hiding, done waiting. The crimes in this town were spreading like rot. Innocent people were being swallowed by it. Deep down he knew this pattern. In every century, every empire, chaos always filled the vacuum left by good men doing nothing. Not this time. This time, he would fill it. He disappeared into the night, moving like a shadow between streetlights. Somewhere deep inside, the old instincts stirred. The ancient rhythm of a soldier, a protector, an immortal who could no longer pretend he was just another boy. Kai, the boy who couldn't die, was standing in the gap. Chapter 13, The Guardian. The first few nights were the hardest. Not because of fear, but because of stillness. Kai quickly discovered that sleep didn't claim him the way it did others. His body never seemed to falter, never demanded rest. If he lay down, his mind spun instead of dreaming. And when sleep finally did come, it dragged him through centuries of fire and blood. So he stopped trying. The Callahan house slept peacefully above while Kai sat in the dark, staring out the window. The faint glow of streetlights, the way fog pooled around the curbs like smoke from an old battlefield. His body never ached. His reflexes never dulled. He could hear every creak of wood, every passing car, every heartbeat, but his own settling into the calm rhythm of night. If this was immortality, it wasn't life. It was constant vigilance. He told himself he stayed awake to think. But after Harold's death, thinking just led him in circles, about the man in black, about the chest, about what he was. So instead, he started moving. At first, it was just walks, late-night patrols through empty streets. Then came the alleys, the bus stops, the quiet corners of town where the air felt wrong. The more he explored, the more he realized how much darkness had crept into this place. Graffiti, broken glass, deals whispered behind dumpsters. And one night, As he crossed the street near a flickering gas station sign, he found it face to face. 3 men stood inside the gas station, their faces hidden behind cheap ski masks. The clerk, a boy barely older than 18, was on his knees with his hands up while one of the masked men screamed at him to open the register. Kai slipped behind the corner of the building, keeping to the shadows. His heartbeat was steady, almost unnervingly so, his mind quiet. He scanned the building, noting every camera angle, every point of light. In seconds, he found the electrical box behind the dumpster. One quick pull of a wire, and the lights flickered. Another, and the cameras died. The world went half dark. Inside, one of the robbers cursed. "Hey, what happened to the lights?" Kai moved. He entered through the side door, a service entrance left unlatched, and crept silently along the narrow hallway. The muffled voices grew louder, sharp with panic. "Just grab the money!" "Shut up, man, I said hurry!" He stepped into the main aisle, unseen. The nearest robber turned just in time to see a shadow move. Then Kai was on him. A sweep of his leg, a strike to the wrist. The gun clattered to the ground before the man even registered what happened. Kai grabbed him by the collar, twisting, and sent him into a display of chips with a crash that echoed throughout the room. The second man turned his weapon toward the sound, but Kai was already there. He drove his shoulder into the man's chest, catching his arm mid-swing. The movement was fluid, instinctive, born of something he didn't understand but felt in every muscle. The gun went off once, hitting the ceiling. Kai slammed the man's arm against the counter until the weapon fell, then twisted, flipping him towards the register. The glass cracked but didn't break. The third robber hesitated. He was shaking. "What are you?" Kai said nothing. He moved like water, closing the gap before the man could fire. One hand struck the pistol sideways, the other hit the man's ribs. He went down gasping, the air knocked clean out of him. When it was over, all 3 lay groaning on the floor. Kai took the cords from behind the counter and tied their wrists together. Quick, efficient knots that his hands seemed to remember, even if his mind didn't. He left them lined up neatly against the wall, unconscious but breathing. The clerk stared from behind the counter, eyes wide. "Who are you?" Kai's voice was calm, low. "Call the police. Tell them it's over." Before the clerk could respond, Kai turned and slipped back out through the side door. The sirens were already rising in the distance. He scaled the back of the building with a few effortless movements, perching on the roof as red and blue lights flooded the parking lot below. The officers stormed in, shouting commands, weapons raised. The clerk pointed to the tied-up men and gestured frantically toward the empty doorway. He saved me. There was someone here. He took them out." But by then Kai was gone. The night wind whispered across the rooftops as he ran, boots silent on the gravel. He didn't know why he could fight like that, why every motion came so naturally, why even now his breathing hadn't quickened once. But what he did know, what he could feel, was purpose. For the first time since he'd awoken, he wasn't lost. He was doing something that mattered, and somewhere, deep in the folds of his fractured memory, that felt familiar too. The armor felt like a memory. When Kai first unfolded it from the backpack, it was cold to the touch. Alien, ancient, and yet somehow part of him. As he fastened the plates together, as the dark weave adjusted to his shape, it felt as though the centuries themselves were wrapping around him again. Every movement hummed with familiarity. Every strap, every clasp settled into place like it had been waiting for this moment. He pulled the helmet over his head last. The faint metallic click sealed him off from the world, and the reflection in the mirror was unrecognizable, a silhouette born from every age of war, bronze, steel, and shadows. Kai didn't see a confused teenager. He saw what he truly was, a weapon honed across history. The streets were empty at first. A stray cat darted across the road, the hum of streetlights flickering overhead. Kai moved along the rooftops, each leap quiet, precise, instinctive. His body responded like it knew the rhythm of patrol long before his mind remembered it. He stayed to the shadows, a phantom among the eaves. His senses stretched far beyond normal. He could hear muffled voices from blocks away, the shuffle of hurried footsteps, the thud of a car door slamming in an alley. And then he heard it. Panic. A woman's frightened gasp, the harsh bark of a man's voice. Kai sprinted across the rooftop and vaulted down into the alley behind a grocery store. An older couple was cornered beside their car. Groceries spilled across the pavement. Two teenagers loomed over them, knives glinting under the streetlight. "Wallet, purse, and jewelry. Now!" one of them shouted, voice shaking more from adrenaline than confidence. The husband raised his hands. "Please, take whatever you want, just don't." The teen never finished hearing him out. Something moved, too fast to see. A dark figure dropped from above, landing between the couple and their attackers. One teen lunged instinctively. The figure caught his wrist mid-swing and twisted, the knife clattering to the ground. The other barely had time to react before a sharp kick swept him off his feet. The motion was fluid, efficient, almost surgical. The boys didn't even know they'd lost before they were face down on the pavement, their knives kicked far out of reach. Kai turned to the couple, his face hidden by his helmet. His voice softened, came low and calm to disguise his naturally youthful voice. "You're safe now. Go." The husband hesitated. "Who are you?" Kai didn't answer. He turned and looked at the streetlight above. When the police arrived 5 minutes later, the couple pointed in disbelief. The two muggers hung upside down by their belts, tangled in the crossbar of the light pole. Both were unharmed, just dizzy, frightened, and clearly wishing they'd stayed home. Later that night, the patrol took him deeper into the downtown. He found them near the edge of the industrial district. A squad car backed against a wall, tires blown out, windshield cracked. 4 gang members advanced on the officer behind it, bats and chains in hand. The cop, a man in his 30s, bleeding from a cut across his brow, was cornered. His pistol was empty. He shouted into the radio for backup, voice breaking with static. Kai didn't wait. He moved without thinking, his body acting on ancient muscle memory. He vaulted the hood of a parked car, landing in the midst of the fight. The nearest attacker swung wildly. Kai ducked under the blow and drove a knee into his chest, sending him sprawling. The next came from behind. A spin, a block, a precise strike to the ribs. Down. The others charged together, but Kai was already inside their guard, his movements blending centuries of technique, Roman close quarters, samurai discipline, and modern combat fluidity. In seconds, the street was still. The officer stared, breathing hard, his weapon trembling in his grip. Who are you?" Kai straightened, his armor gleaming faintly under the streetlights. He stepped closer, offering a hand to help the officer up. "Thank you for your service," Kai said simply. His voice was calm, resonant behind the mask. "I think you've got it from here." The officer blinked, stunned. "Got it? Wait." Kai turned toward the fallen gang members, making sure they were alive but out cold. The officer looked down at them, then back toward where the mysterious figure had stood. But Kai was gone. The rooftops swallowed him again, silent as wind. He vanished into the dark before the next cruiser even rounded the corner. The officer stood alone in the flickering streetlight, his radio crackling. Dispatch," he said uncertainly, staring up at the empty rooftops. "You're not going to believe this, but someone just saved my life." He hesitated, eyes still on the dark skyline. "And I think he's still out there." From his perch high above the sleeping town, Kai watched the flashing lights fade. He didn't know why he was this way, why he couldn't sleep, why his body never tired, why he could move like this. But as he looked out over the city, the answer didn't matter. People were afraid. Harold had died because no one was there to stop it. That wouldn't happen again, not while he was here. He drew a slow breath, the air cold against the inside of his helmet. "I don't know who I was," he whispered to himself, "but I know who I am now." He leapt from the rooftop, disappearing into the night as sirens wailed below. The people would never know his name, but they would know this. Someone was watching, someone was protecting them. And in the darkened streets of a broken town, the legend of a shadow-born guardian had just begun. Chapter 14. Out of the Shadows. The morning started cold, the kind of chill that crept into the walls and made every floorboard groan. Evan knelt in front of the basement furnace, tools scattered beside him. He muttered under his breath as he pried open the access panel. The unit had been acting up for weeks, clicking, wheezing, refusing to light properly, and hiring a repairman wasn't an option anymore. He adjusted his glasses, squinting at the wiring. "All right, you stubborn hunk of junk," he said. "Let's see what's got you wheezing this time." A loose connection caught his eye. He leaned closer and reached in with a flashlight. Something metallic glinted behind the wires, dull but unmistakable. Not the sharp shine of steel or copper, older, warmer, gold. He frowned, thinking maybe it was just brass. But when he tugged the wire aside, the light hit a cluster of round shapes spilling out of a small cloth sack. Coins, dozens of them, wedged deep in the cavity behind the furnace panel. What in the world? He sat back on his heels, blinking, heart picking up speed. He reached in again, pulling one free. It was heavy, solid, etched with symbols he didn't recognize. Something Latin, maybe? And a faded crest that looked like it belonged in a museum. He brushed his thumb over the face. The detail was incredible. Mara's voice drifted from upstairs. "Evan, everything okay down there?" He stood, holding the coin in the light. Yeah, you might want to come see this." Minutes later, the basement looked like a treasure vault. Mara stood frozen at the bottom of the stairs, eyes wide as Evan carefully set down the small pile he'd pulled from the furnace. It wasn't just a few coins. It was well over 100, stacked in a neat, deliberate bundles. "Oh my word," she breathed. "Evan, where did those come from?" He shook his head, still half in shock. "I don't know. I thought the pilot light was out, and then I found this. They were hidden in the housing, packed behind the insulation." She picked one up, examining the worn engravings. "They look ancient." "I already checked online," he said, holding up his phone, hands still trembling slightly. "I ran a quick image search. They're Roman ore, solid gold, most from the early empire. A single one of these is worth a lot." Mara blinked. "Thousands?" Evan nodded, swallowing hard. "Many thousands. Each." Her jaw dropped. "Evan, that's..." He nodded again, still looking dazed. "I know. I thought I was seeing things." He scrolled through the search results, his voice uneven but rising with disbelief. "Legally, anything found on private property after purchase belongs to the current homeowner. That means..." Mara's eyes widened further. "That means it's ours?" He laughed once, half disbelieving, half giddy. "It's ours." She sank onto the bottom stair, staring at the pile of coins, her mind racing. "How much are we talking?" Evan exhaled. "Enough to pay off the house, the van, maybe even all 3 kids' college tuitions, and then some left over to give our savings a small bump." For a long moment, neither spoke. The furnace ticked softly beside them, and the weight of it all, the stress, the fear of losing their home, the uncertainty, lifted from their shoulders like fog burning off in sunlight. Mara finally looked up, tears welling. "Evan, it's a miracle." He nodded slowly. "Yeah." He ran his thumb over another coin, watching the light dance across its surface. "However it happened, it couldn't have come at a better time." Mara smiled faintly, pressing a hand to her mouth. "We won't have to move." "No," Evan said softly. "We won't." She leaned her head against his shoulder. The weight of the world felt lighter. Upstairs, the house was warm again, the heat humming back to life. They didn't notice the faint smudge of dust by the furnace panel, or how the screws looked just slightly loosened, like someone had opened it not long ago. When Kai came home from school that afternoon, the whole family was gathered around the kitchen table. Mara's eyes were red from crying. Evan's grin was wider than Kai had ever seen it. Noah clapped him on the back. "Dude, you won't believe this. We're rich." Kai blinked. "What?" Lily laughed through her tears. "Not like movie star rich, but we're okay now, really okay." Mara smiled at Kai. "Your dad found something in the furnace this morning. Gold coins, a lot of them." Kai's heart skipped. "They're ancient," Evan added. "Worth enough to pay everything off. We don't have to move. We're staying here." Kai forced a small smile, hiding the wave of emotion that washed through him. "That's incredible," he said quietly. Evan nodded, still looking at the small pouch sitting on the counter. "I don't know how or why, but someone must have been looking out for us." Kai swallowed, his gaze flicking toward the basement door. "Yeah," he murmured. "Maybe they were." Mara reached over and squeezed his hand. "We're safe now, Kai. All of us." Kai nodded, but deep down, he knew the truth. They might be safe from bills and banks and bad luck, but there were worse things in this world than losing a house. A few minutes later, Kai was leaning against the back porch rail when Noah found him. The air was still cool from the morning rain, the smell of wet grass clinging to the wind. Inside, laughter carried faintly from the kitchen, where Mara and Evan were still celebrating their unexpected fortune. Noah stepped outside, hands jammed in his hoodie pocket. He glanced toward the yard, making sure no one was close enough to overhear, then said quietly, "Dude, I know it was you." Kai looked over, feigning confusion. "What?" Noah arched an eyebrow. "Come on, ancient gold coins just magically appear in our furnace, enough to pay off the house, the van, and college for all of us? You really think I'd buy that's coincidence? Give me some credit, bro." Kai's expression didn't change. He looked back toward the tree line, voice even. "Maybe we just got lucky." Noah laughed softly. "Yeah, you know who says that? People who make luck happen." Kai didn't answer. His eyes were on the horizon, dark clouds shifting over the town, the faint glow of streetlights flickering in the mist. Inside the house, the television hummed. The sound of a news anchor's voice drifted through the open window. And once again, the unidentified vigilante struck last night, preventing what police say could have been a fatal gang assault downtown. Eyewitnesses describe him as wearing black, almost medieval-style armor and moving with impossible speed. Residents have begun calling him the Guardian. Noah and Kai turned toward the sound. On the screen, blurry phone footage showed a figure leaping from a rooftop, the camera shaking as he vanished into the dark. The anchor continued. Authorities remain divided. Some say he's a hero. Others insist he's a danger who must be brought in. But one thing is certain. Since the Guardian appeared, the city's violent crime rate has dropped by nearly 60%. Noah whistled low. "Man, the Guardian, huh? Has a nice ring to it." Kai's jaw tightened. "It's just a name?" "Yeah," Noah said, grinning. "But it fits. You've kind of got the whole guardian angel vibe going on, minus the harp." Before Kai could respond, the sound of footsteps made them both turn. Lily stepped into the doorway, arms crossed, her expression a mix of smugness and sisterly irritation. "You two might want to keep your voices down," she said. "Mom and Dad are still in there." Noah rolled his eyes. "We're just talking." "Uh-huh," she said, glancing from one to the other. "Right, talking about how the Guardian just happens to wear armor that looks a lot like the stuff I saw sticking out of your bag last week?" Kai froze. Lily smirked. "No secret who that is either," Noah groaned. "You can't keep anything to yourself, can you?" "I can," she shot back. "But I'm not stupid, and as an expert on sneaking out at night," she gave Kai a pointed look, "you might want to stop leaving your door unlocked. At some point, Mom's going to check in on you, and when she finds an empty bed, you're busted, Guardian Angel." Kai blinked, caught completely off guard. "You've been sneaking out?" she grinned. "Relax, hero boy. Not recently, but I recognize the signs." Noah laughed, shaking his head. "Guess you've been recruited, sis. Welcome to Team Guardian." Lily's grin softened just a little. "Just be careful, okay? Whatever you're doing, it's working. But if Mom and Dad find out, we'll all be grounded until graduation." Noah chuckled. "Grounded?" He could probably break out of grounding. Lily sighed, looking at Kai. "Just promise me one thing. If you get yourself killed, I'm not explaining that to the police." Kai managed a small smile. "I'll do my best not to make that your problem." She gave a faint nod, turned, and slipped back into the house. Noah waited until the door shut before nudging Kai's arm. "She's right, you know, you're making a difference." Kai looked down at his hands, still raw from the last night's fight, though already healed. "I'm not trying to be a hero, Noah." "Too late," Noah said. "You already are one." Kai didn't answer. He stared at the reflection of the porch light in the puddles on the lawn, his expression unreadable. Because somewhere deep down, beneath the quiet pride and gratitude of saving lives, something else stirred, an unease he couldn't shake. The Guardian had become a symbol of hope, but symbols drew attention, and not all of it would be good. The park was quiet at night. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Kai stood near the fountain at the center, his armor half hidden in the shadow of the oaks. The faint hum of streetlights whispered from the edge of the park, but here, at its heart, only the sound of running water and distant crickets filled the air. He'd been at it for hours. 3 muggings stopped, 1 car theft prevented, a back-alley drug deal interrupted before it could begin. But even with the streets safer, there was no peace in him. The adrenaline faded. What replaced it wasn't satisfaction, it was silence. The kind that pressed behind his eyes, making him feel like something unseen was waiting just beyond the dark. He stood still for a long while, scanning the empty paths between the trees. Every shadow looked alive. Every whisper of leaves made his hand twitch toward the hilt of his blade. He wasn't wrong to be cautious. A sound came, a faint rustle. Bushes stirring near the tree line, too deliberate to be wind. He turned slightly, muscles tensing. His eyes searched the dark for movement, but there was nothing, just a ripple of air, a small shift in the night. Then it came. The arrow struck before he even heard the bowstring. It hit him square through the back, slicing through the armor and punching out through his chest. His body jerked forward, the impact sending him staggering to his knees. The breath left him in one short gasp. He could feel his heart spasming, the shaft cutting through it. The world tilted. The stars above him wavered like reflections on disturbed water. He reached up instinctively, fingers wrapping around the shaft protruding from his chest. Warm blood seeped through the cracks in his armor, pooling beneath him. For the first time, his body didn't heal. The pain didn't fade. It stayed, real, sharp. Kai collapsed onto his back, eyes fixed on the sky. The stars burned bright and cold overhead, distant as memories he couldn't reach. He tried to move, but his limbs wouldn't obey. His breath came shallow and ragged, each one shorter than the last. A shape emerged from the tree line, slow steps, measured, confident, the man in black. He moved with the ease of someone who'd walked this path many times before, his dark suit uncreased, his expression calm. He looked down at Kai, hands clasped behind his back, as if observing a specimen under glass. "Well," he said softly, "it's nice to see you again, Kai." Kai tried to speak, but his voice was barely a rasp. "You?" "Shh." The man knelt beside him, resting one gloved hand on the shaft of the arrow. "Don't waste your breath. You'll need it." He leaned closer, his voice low and almost affectionate. "You've been busy, Kai, playing the hero. The guardian, they call you now." He chuckled softly. "Fitting, I suppose. But you and I both know what you really are." Kai's hand twitched toward the hilt at his side, but the man caught his wrist effortlessly. "Still stubborn," he murmured. "Still fighting, even when it's pointless." Kai's vision blurred. The stars overhead began to fade into halos of light. The world came back not as sound or light, but as heat, blistering, endless heat. Kai blinked, once, twice, and found himself staring into a horizon of sand. The air shimmered in waves. The ground beneath his bare feet burned with each step. A long line of men trudged ahead of him, thin, sun-darkened, their backs bent beneath the weight of a massive wooden litter. The smell of sweat, leather, and dust choked the air. Bronze armor glinted beneath the sun. The rhythmic beat of drums rolled through the valley like thunder. An army, hundreds of thousands, marching in columns, spears, banners, oxen, chariots creaking under the weight of war. And at the center, atop the litter Kai helped bear, was a throne plated in gold. On it sat a boy, no older than 8. The young king wore a circlet of hammered bronze and a linen robe dyed crimson, a mark of royal blood. His eyes were sharp, his posture impossibly proud. His soldiers shouted his name with every mile, a sound that echoed off the cliffs like praise to the gods themselves. Kai didn't shout, he couldn't. His throat was too dry, his back raw from the lash. The ropes binding his wrists bit into the skin. Every step sent a dull ache through his shoulders, the wooden beam across them slick with sweat and blood. "Eyes forward, dog." The voice cracked like a whip, and then came the real one, fire across his back, a sharp stripe of pain that made his knees buckle. Kai gritted his teeth and straightened. The taskmaster, a heavy man with a whip coiled in one hand and a sun-scorched sneer, spat in the dust beside him. "You don't look at him. You're not fit to look at him. Keep your head down and march." Kai swallowed the sting of defiance. He stared at the sand instead, focusing on the rhythm of the steps, the pull of the ropes, the pounding of the drums. He didn't know where they were going. He didn't even remember where they'd come from. Just that this army moved like a living thing, swallowing everything in its path, and that the young king, the boy who never walked on his own feet, was leading it. Hours passed. The drums grew louder, the air thicker with dust. Every breath felt like fire. Kai stumbled once, the litter tilting dangerously. The taskmaster's whip cracked again, catching his shoulder. Pain flared bright, but beneath it something else stirred, something deeper, rage. He lifted his head just slightly, enough to see the horizon ahead, and there, through the waves of heat, he saw the shapes of another army, shields glinting, banners fluttering. The enemy. The boy king's voice rang out above the march, high and thin, but carried by the soldiers' echoing cheers. For the glory of the gods, the drums quickened. The march turned into a charge. And Kai, still chained, still bound, was dragged forward with the tide of men. The world dissolved into chaos. The front lines collided in a storm of metal and screams. Spears shattered, shields splintered. The ground shook beneath the weight of two armies tearing into each other. Kai stumbled under the litter as the charge hit. The slaves around him dropped their ropes, bolting in all directions. Some were cut down before they made it 5 steps. Others vanished into the swirling dust. The Boy King's guards tried to hold the line, but they were outnumbered, surrounded on all sides. The gilded litter tipped, crashing into the sand. The young ruler tumbled free, scrambling to his knees, his face streaked with dust and fear. Kai's breath caught. For a moment, instinct screamed at him to run, to disappear like the others. But when he looked at the boy, he didn't see a king anymore. He saw a child, alone, terrified, and something deep inside Kai, the same stubborn fire that had kept him marching, that had kept him from breaking, refused to let him turn away. He bent down and grabbed a fallen sword. The blade was heavy, meant for a soldier's grip, not a slave's. He could barely lift it, but his hands tightened anyway. The first enemy soldier reached them, eyes wild behind his bronze helm. Kai swung clumsily, the blade catching more by luck than skill. It sliced across the man's neck, and he fell without a sound. Another came. Kai blocked, barely, the force jarring his arms to the bone. He stepped back, footing unsure, but his body moved on desperation alone. He struck again. Missed. Blocked a blow that should have split him in two. The third soldier's sword came low and fast, slashing across Kai's stomach. He gasped, the air leaving him in a sharp cry as the steel tore through flesh. Warm blood soaked his hands, spilling down into the sand. He staggered, but didn't fall. He turned his head, seeing the boy huddled against the overturned throne, clutching the broken arm of his royal seat like it could save him. Kai took one step forward, then another. He raised his sword again, forcing his body to move, to stand, to protect. And then he saw it. Shadows passing across the light. He looked up. The sky was full of arrows. Thousands upon thousands of arrows. The enemy archers had loosed their volley without care for their own. The horizon itself seemed to darken as the storm of fletched death filled the air. Kai drew one last breath. The boy's frightened face blurred in the corner of his vision. Arrows screamed through the air, a black rain blotting out the sun. Kai turned to the Boy King, frozen beside the overturned throne, and grabbed his arm. The child cried out as Kai shoved him inside the hollow space beneath the gilded seat. "Stay down," he rasped, voice shaking. The boy stared up at him, too terrified to move. Kai pulled the broken remnants of the throne around him, sealing the small shelter on 3 sides. But one corner still gaped open, too wide to protect him completely. Kai knelt, pressing himself against that opening, arms braced back to the boy. He could feel the boy's trembling against the wood, and then he faced the storm. He lifted his head toward the blackened sky, the air filled with the hiss of death. His pulse slowed, his breath steadied. If this was to be his end, he would meet it head on. The first arrow hit with a crack of wood and bone, then another, and another. Each one buried itself into him. He felt them punch through flesh, felt his blood spill hot across his skin. He didn't cry out, he didn't look away. By the time the final arrow struck, Kai was already falling forward, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The world dimmed to a muted hum, a blur of sound and light. The last thing he saw before the darkness swallowed him was the boy's small hands reaching toward him from the hollow. Then silence. When Kai opened his eyes again, the world was red. The sun had shifted, burning high and merciless above the battlefield. The air stank of blood and smoke. The clash of armies had faded, replaced by the low buzz of flies and the cawing of carrion birds. He couldn't move. His body felt heavy, pinned to the ground by pain. The arrows still jutted from his chest and sides, trembling with every faint breath. His vision swam in the heat haze. And then, footsteps. Someone was walking through the dead. Slow, deliberate steps crunching over armor and bone. Kai tried to lift his head, but the sun blinded him. A tall figure stood over him, framed by light, his face hidden by the glare, his voice calm and rich, carrying an accent older than kingdoms. "So it was true," the figure said softly. A slave protected his king. The voice moved closer, almost reverent. "There is a heart of a lion in this one." Kai tried to speak, but only a broken gasp escaped his throat. The figure knelt beside him. "This world needs more like you, boy." There was the faint sound of metal, then the wet slice of a blade cutting into flesh. Kai's stomach burned anew as warm blood splashed across his open wound. It wasn't his. The scent was different. Rich, thick, almost electric. The man whispered something in a language Kai didn't know, his words resonating like thunder beneath the skin. Then the figure stood, the sound of his steps fading into the light. Kai blinked, vision narrowing to a single line of brightness, and passed out again. When he awoke, the sun was lower, red and swollen on the horizon. The battlefield was still. Tens of thousands lay where they'd fallen, the ground painted in crimson and ash. He sat up slowly. His body ached, but not from injury. The arrows still pierced him, their shafts glinting faintly in the dying light. He reached for one, gritting his teeth as he pulled. The arrow slid free, and the wound beneath it closed before his eyes. He stared, breath shallow. He pulled another, the same, and another. Each wound sealed into a pale line, leaving only faint scars across his skin. When the last arrow fell from his hands, he stood unsteadily. His stomach, where the sword had opened him, was whole again save for a scar. The pain was gone, the fatigue gone, only silence remained. He looked around him at the endless field of dead, the boy king nowhere to be seen, and a hollow realization settled in his chest. He was alive. The first thing Kai felt was pain. It radiated from every limb, a dull, rhythmic throb that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. His breath came in shallow pulls, each one dragging fire through his chest. When he tried to move, he couldn't. He opened his eyes. Night. The same park. But now the world was upside down, blurred with fog and pain and the faint hum of streetlights. The smell of blood filled his nose, sharp and metallic. Then he realized why he couldn't move. Arrows. Not one, not two, a dozen. One through each shoulder, both forearms, both thighs. Two pinned his hands to the ground, and another pair held his feet in place. He was splayed like a crucifixion, pinned in perfect symmetry. And above him stood the man in black. "Wake up, Kai!" The voice was calm, measured, almost polite. The man crouched beside him, his shadow cutting across Kai's face. His gloved hand reached down, tapping Kai's cheek lightly. Once, twice, as if testing to see if the lights were back on. "There you are," he murmured, smiling faintly. "My old friend." Kai blinked, the world slowly sharpening around him. His throat felt raw. "You? Oh good, you can still speak." The man's tone was amused, almost warm, but his eyes, pale, sharp, and ancient, carried none of that warmth. "I was beginning to think I'd overdone it. Would have been a shame to end the reunion so early." Kai tried to push up, but the movement only drove the arrows deeper. His body convulsed, teeth clenched against the pain. The man chuckled softly. "Easy now, don't strain yourself. You'll heal, of course, you always do. But let's not make it harder than it has to be." He straightened, dusting off his sleeves. "You probably don't remember me, do you? Your amnesia and all?" Kai's vision swam. "Who are you?" The man smiled, an elegant, practiced expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Ah, there it is, the classic question." He clasped his hands behind his back, pacing slowly in a small circle around Kai's prone form. His black shoes made no sound on the grass. "I've gone by many names," he said. "Too many, honestly. But you always preferred the formal one." He leaned down, his voice lowering to a near whisper. "Vlad III, Voivode of Wallachia." He tilted his head, the faintest smirk forming. "But you probably remember me better by what the world decided to call me. Vlad the Impaler." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Though I prefer Drake now, a little play on that ridiculous name they gave me centuries ago, Dracula, as if I were some monster from a child's bedtime story." Kai stared up at him, stunned. "You're real." Drake raised an eyebrow. "You say that as if you're not like me." He crouched again, studying the arrows impaling Kai's limbs, then plucked one from his thigh with a sharp tug. Blood welled up, but before Kai could gasp, the wound began to close. Drake smiled. "Still works, I see. Good. I was worried. I tried to only clip one side of your heart. Now, slow things down enough for what I need." Kai grimaced. "You're like me." "Like you?" Drake's smirk widened into a grin. "Oh, that's adorable." He tapped his own chest lightly. "No, my dear boy, I'm nothing like you. But yes, let's say we share a few traits. Call it divine coincidence, or cosmic irony." He stood again, stretching as though shaking off the stiffness of ages. You see, I thought I was the only one. The only one cursed, or blessed, depending on your mood, with this eternal persistence. He gestured toward Kai, his voice dripping with amusement. Imagine my surprise when the myth of the undying warrior wasn't myth at all. Of course, our gifts are very different. Mine always taking life, yours always giving. It's very frustrating. Kai forced the words out. Why are you doing this? Drake sighed, feigning thought. Because, Kai, we've played this game before. A very long time ago. You and I, we've crossed swords, toppled kingdoms, burned cities. He smiled faintly. And every time you disappear for a century or two, trying to pretend you're human again, forcing me to survive on your precious mortals. It's cute, really, but you always come back. Eventually, and the game begins anew. He stepped closer, his polished shoes now inches from Kai's pinned hand. I waited this time, watched from the shadows. I wanted to see if you'd finally accepted what you are. But no, you're still trying to save people, still trying to matter. His tone hardened slightly. You never learn. Kai met his gaze, the strength returning to his voice. If you're immortal too, then you already know. This isn't living. Drake smiled slowly. Ah, there's the philosopher again. But tell me, Kai, if this isn't living, why are you still so determined not to die? Kai glared up at him, jaw tight. Drake crouched once more, tilting his head, studying Kai like a specimen. You'll remember eventually, he said. And when you do, our little game can begin again in force. Until then, it really isn't sporting. Kai was still pinned to the earth, the arrows locking him in place like iron stakes. Every attempt to move sent waves of pain shooting through his limbs. Blood pooled beneath him, hot against the cold soil. Drake crouched beside him, the same faint, amused smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Moonlight gleamed against his cufflinks, as if the world itself bent to his poise. Kai's voice was hoarse, ragged. It's you. You're behind all of this. The fires, the killings, the gangs tearing this town apart. Drake raised an eyebrow, as though flattered. I'd love to take credit for such chaos, truly I would, but alas, I cannot. He leaned closer, voice soft, conversational. No, my friend, this mess isn't mine. Then who? Kai spat, straining against the arrows. If not you, then who's doing this? Why here? Drake's smile deepened. Frank's men, of course. Surely you remember Frank? Kai stared, his pulse thundering. Drake's tone shifted into mock sympathy. Oh, I forget. The amnesia. A shame, really. The memories are the best part of immortality. He stood and began pacing, hands clasped behind his back. Dr. Frankenstein, he said lightly as if mentioning a neighbor. That's who. The great self-made god? His monster, his son, keeps his men in line. The crime, the fires, the killings, all part of a larger pattern. Frank's always been fond of casting a bigger net. Kai's voice trembled with anger. And the apartment fire? The woman and her daughters? Drake stopped pacing, a shadow crossing his face. Ah, that one was mine. Kai glared up at him, fury breaking through the pain. You? I pulled the fire alarm. Drake interrupted calmly, crouching again so they were eye level. They should have gotten out. I gave them a chance. His expression hardened just slightly, the first flicker of something almost human. But people panic. It's a cruel instinct. His gaze softened again. You always brought out the sentimental in me, Kai. I needed you to come out of hiding, and it worked, didn't it? Kai to the rescue yet again. He rose again, brushing imaginary dust from his lapel. While I prefer precision, Frank prefers noise. He's spreading this chaos across the state. But since you've returned, since you've decided to play superhero, he knows exactly where to find you. Kai twisted, trying to free himself, but the arrows held. So this is your game? He hissed. You set the world on fire just to draw me out? Drake chuckled softly. Oh, come now. Not just me. From the tree line, movement stirred. 4 shapes emerged, tall, silent figures with strange glassy eyes and unnaturally smooth movements. They surrounded Drake in eerie symmetry, standing perfectly still. Drake gestured toward them with a casual sweep of his hand. My family, my children, they've been with me for centuries now, loyal, obedient, efficient. Kai struggled, his voice low. You made them. Created, refined, perfected, Drake corrected. Unlike Frank's little abominations, mine don't rot or lose their minds. They think, they feel, they even dream. He smiled faintly. And before you accuse me of cruelty, let me remind you, I haven't forgotten our rules. You and I may tear each other apart as often as eternity allows, but our families, our bloodlines remain off limits. He crouched again, eyes glinting. You've always honored that rule, Kai, and so have I. Kai's breath came in shallow bursts. Then why, Harold? Drake's expression flickered. Amusement, then irritation, then a touch of something almost like guilt. Harold, yes, lovely man. Met him when he was much younger. You'd already vanished by then, of course. He spoke of you often, the man who saved him, raised him, and then disappeared. He tilted his head, voice softening with false nostalgia. I think he was surprised to see me so many years later. When I told him why you had left him, what caused you to disappear, I thought he'd be happy to know. Drake's tone darkened. But when I mentioned I needed a small vial of your blood, he became unreasonable, called me a monster, struck me with his cane. He touched his cheek, smiling faintly. Right here, it stung for about 2 seconds. I didn't even strike him back. I'd call that restraint. His heart did the rest. Kai's stomach turned. You killed him. Drake sighed. Oh no, age killed him. Age, fear, maybe too much fast food. I was merely the catalyst. His smile sharpened. But you're right. Fair is fair. Drake turned toward his children. They stood silently, waiting, their stillness more unsettling than any threat. He looked back at Kai. One of mine for one of yours, yes? Before Kai could speak, Drake reached behind his back. Kai's heart froze as he recognized what Drake drew, his own sword. The blade extended with a metallic whisper. Drake admired it for a moment, running his thumb along the glowing seam. Still beautiful. You've always had good taste. Then, without hesitation, he plunged it through the chest of the nearest of his followers. The man gasped, eyes wide. His body convulsed, the skin rippling as color drained away. In seconds he began to crumble, withering like a dry leaf in fire. His bones disintegrated. His clothes collapsed into a heap on the ground as all his age rushed upon him within a heartbeat. When it was done, only a faint pile of dust and cloth remained, catching in the wind. Drake exhaled, calm and clinical. Balance restored. He looked down at Kai again, his tone light, almost conversational. What was it you used to say when you killed one of our kind? He tapped his temple, pretending to think. Ah, yes. From the dust we come, and to the dust we will return. He gave a small, respectful nod. Fitting, I think. Then he dropped Kai's sword on the ground. Kai glared up at him, chest heaving, every muscle trembling to break free. Drake crouched low one final time, his shadow falling across Kai's face. Don't look so grim, old friend. I told you, I'd never kill you. He leaned closer, voice barely above a whisper. What would eternity be without someone worth chasing? Drake's smile returned, thin, polite, but unmistakably cruel. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and drew out a small leather roll, unwrapping it with care. Inside gleamed 2 massive stainless steel syringes, each glinting coldly in the moonlight. Kai strained against the arrows pinning him, but he could barely move. His muscles refused to obey, his body too damaged to heal. The arrow piercing his heart, draining his strength quicker than his body could create it. He could only watch as Drake knelt beside him again, that same clinical detachment in his eyes, the look of a scientist, not a sadist. You know, Drake began conversationally, inspecting one of the needles. Over the years, I've discovered something interesting. Your blood, it's a miracle, of course, but it's also temperamental. He tapped the glass with his fingernail, listening to the delicate ting. The trick is to slow it down. A direct shot to the heart works wonders. Once I used freezing water. Of course, that was before we had these delightful tools. He smiled faintly, turning the syringe over in his gloved hand. Back then, I had to drink it. Warm, thick, like a smoothie, really. Kai glared at him, his breath shallow. Drake chuckled softly. Ah, and that, my dear friend, is how the whole Dracula nonsense began. Someone walked in on me during one of our exchanges. Saw the blood, saw the fangs, well, the teeth anyway, and drew their own conclusions. He sighed, amused at the absurdity of it all. Of course, you used to offer it to me willingly. We were friends then, brothers in arms, in a sense. But I learned restraint. A little, taken every few years, is best. Take too much and, he shrugged lightly, it muddles the mind. That whole impaler episode, let's just say I was overserved. Without hesitation, he plunged the first syringe deep into Kai's chest. Kai gasped, his entire body arched, the pain flashing white behind his eyes. The needle sank straight into his heart, the glass barrel filling with dark, shimmering crimson. Drake's eyes lit with fascination. "Ah," he whispered, almost reverent. "Still perfect, still warm." He withdrew the syringe and admired it for a moment before sliding the needle into his own arm. Slowly, he depressed the plunger, pushing Kai's blood into his veins. His eyes fluttered shut, a long sigh escaping his lips. "That," he murmured, "should hold me for a bit." He flexed his hands, feeling the power rush through him. Renewal, youth, the pulse of something ancient and forbidden. "I like to stay topped off," he said conversationally, glancing at Kai. "You never know when you'll decide to vanish again." He set the first syringe down and reached for the second, plunging it into Kai's chest once more. Another vial filled. He inspected it, smiled faintly, then tucked it away in his coat. "I'll share this with the children," he said. "A small taste for them, keeps them loyal. I do prefer my family obedient." Drake glanced at it, then back at Kai. "Ah, yes, one last gift before I go." He crouched down again, resting a hand on Kai's shoulder. His tone softened almost affectionately. "I know how much you cared for him, so I took the liberty of making sure someone he loved was here for our little reunion." He gave a light pat, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Took some time to find them, so you're welcome." Then, with one smooth motion, he gripped an arrow buried in Kai's hand and yanked it free. The pain was white-hot, blinding. Kai bit back a cry, his jaw locking tight. Drake stood, slipping the blood-filled syringes into his coat. "Until next time, old friend," he said with infuriating calm. He turned and walked toward the trees, the children following silently. One of them hefted the duffel bag over a shoulder, dropping it onto the ground, its occupant still breathing, still asleep. Kai didn't notice. He was too busy fighting to stay conscious, his body trembling under the weight of pain and exhaustion. The forest swallowed the group whole. Kai used his free hand to try and pull out the arrow in his chest, but his strength was too weak. He could barely lift his arm. He slowly worked his cell phone out of his pocket, his vision blurring as he opened up his texts and slowly typed 4 letters, each one leaving a bloody smear on the screen. "Help." His arm finally collapsed back on the ground, the phone falling out of reach. Only the faint trail of footprints and a small patch of disturbed earth remained, lit by the pale shimmer of the moon glinting off of Kai's sword laying in the grass. And in the silence that followed, Kai's heartbeat began to slow. Chapter 15, The Rebound. The world came back in fragments. Sound first, then the bite of cold air, then pain. "Kai!" Noah's voice cracked, somewhere between panic and disbelief. "Come on, man, wake up!" He felt hands on his shoulders, shaking him. The world swam into focus, dark trees, a broken patch of moonlight, and 2 silhouettes leaning over him. Lily's voice was tight with fear. "Noah, he's not breathing. He's not." "Yes, he is," Noah cut her off, though his voice trembled. "Look! Barely, but Kai! Hey, dude, you texted us! We came as fast as we could!" Kai blinked, disoriented. His throat was too dry to speak. His phone lay a few feet away, its screen covered in blood but still glowing faintly. He didn't remember sending any message. Lily brushed the dirt from his face, her hands trembling. "What happened to you?" That's when she saw it, the arrow jutting out of his chest, half buried through his ribs. Her breath hitched. "Noah, what?" Noah stared, horrified. "How is he even alive?" He reached for the shaft instinctively, but Kai's hand twitched weakly as if to help him. He couldn't get the words out, but the look in his eyes said everything. "Do it." "Okay," Noah muttered, steadying himself. "Okay, on 3, 1. He pulled. The sound was wet and sickening. Kai gasped, a hoarse animal sound that tore from his throat as the arrow slid free. Blood welled up dark and slow. Lily pressed her hands to the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, but then she froze. "Noah, look!" Before their eyes, the gash began to close. Not fast, nothing like before, but steady. The bleeding slowed. The edges of the wound knit together, faintly glowing in the moonlight. Holoa leaned back, wide-eyed. "Dude, it's working. He's healing, but slower." They set to work, pulling the other arrows out one by one. Each one released a groan or a sharp breath from Kai, but with every one removed, the healing quickened. The punctures in his arms closed first, then his legs. The ones in his hands and feet sealed over, leaving only faint lines. Finally, Noah yanked the last arrow from his shoulder. Kai sucked in a ragged breath and coughed, blood spraying onto the dirt. Then, slowly, his breathing evened. Good, Noah said, forcing a shaky laugh. That's good. I told you turning on location tracking wasn't creepy. Lily gave him a disbelieving look. You what? Hey, he said defensively, you try living with a guy who sneaks out every night like a Batman knockoff. I figured it was only a matter of time before he needed backup. Lily shook her head, half laughing through tears. You're unbelievable. Kai's voice finally scraped out low and raw. You shouldn't have come. Noah sat back, exhausted but smiling faintly. Yeah, well, you're welcome anyway. Kai turned his head toward the broken clearing. The scent of ash still hung in the air. The forest was empty. Drake and his followers were gone. Only the deep scars in the dirt and the splintered shafts of arrows remained. He closed his eyes, the memory of Drake's voice echoing like a ghost. Until next time, old friend. Noah sighed and sat beside him. Whatever this is, man, we're not letting you face it alone anymore. Kai didn't answer. His healing had slowed, his strength dulled, but something else stirred in his chest, an ache that had nothing to do with wounds. Not fear, not anger. Resolve. Noah stood, his eyes sweeping the clearing. Wait, what's that? A few feet away, half hidden in the brush, sat a large black duffel bag. The zipper glinted faintly under the moonlight. Kai turned his head, still struggling to sit upright. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. They dropped someone off. Lily frowned, brushing her hair back. Someone? Kai nodded slowly, wincing as he forced himself to his knees. They said, I'd want them here. Noah knelt beside the bag, hesitant. You think it's... He stopped, his stomach turned. You think it's Harold's wife? Lily shook her head quickly. No, that can't. Noah swallowed hard, then reached for the zipper. Only one way to know. He pulled it open. At first, all they saw was fur. Thick, tawny fur matted with sweat and dirt. Then a soft groan came from inside. A faint, pitiful sound that made Lily gasp. It's Cerberus, Noah breathed. The Anatolian shepherd shifted weakly, one paw twitching against the edge of the bag. His chest rose and fell in shallow, uneven breaths. He's alive, Lily whispered, tears welling. Kai leaned closer, touching the dog's neck. The heartbeat was faint but steady. He's alive, he murmured, relief mixed with exhaustion in his voice. Noah exhaled shakily. Thank God. For a second, I thought... He didn't finish. Kai tried to stand, but his legs gave out beneath him. Lily caught him before he fell. Hey, take it easy, she said, looping his arm around her shoulders. You've lost a lot of blood. You're not going anywhere fast. Kai managed a faint nod. We can't stay here. If they come back... Yeah, I know. Noah hoisted the duffel strap over his shoulder, grimacing as he tried to lift the dog's full weight. You're lucky I've been hitting the gym. Okay, boy, let's get you home. The four of them, limping and half-carried and one unconscious, started down the dark trail. The night was silent except for the soft crunch of leaves and the occasional low groan from Cerberus. Every few steps, Lily glanced at Kai, her voice low. Who did this to you? Kai hesitated. His eyes, still dim with pain, flicked toward the trees as though expecting to see movement there. Someone who should have stayed dead. Noah huffed under the weight of the dog. Man, you've got to start hanging out with less terrifying people. Despite everything, Lily gave a weak laugh. Yeah? Next time, maybe just make friends with, I don't know, normal kids who play soccer. Kai didn't respond, but for the first time that night, something like a smile touched his lips. When they finally reached the Callahan house, the lights were off. Mara and Evan already asleep. They slipped inside quietly, setting Cerberus down on the living room rug. The big dog gave a low, half-conscious whimper before settling again. Lily helped Kai onto the couch. He was pale, his breathing shallow but steady. The last of the wounds were still closing fully, but slower than before, the healing sluggish and incomplete. Noah dropped into a chair, drenched in sweat. We're telling Mom in the morning. Lily shot him a look. No, we're not. Lily, she crossed her arms. You really think she's ready to hear, hey Mom, our foster brother got turned into a pincushion by vampires? Noah groaned, rubbing his eyes. Fine, morning after next. Lily rolled hers, then glanced back at Kai. You're safe now, she said softly. Kai's eyes were half closed, his voice barely a whisper. For now. Cerberus let out a low sigh in his sleep. The sound filled the quiet living room, steady, alive, fragile. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, and for a fleeting moment, the world felt still again. But somewhere in that same darkness, something else was watching. Waiting. Morning crept over the horizon in soft golds and muted blues. The house was quiet except for the sound of sizzling butter and the occasional clatter of dishes. Kai sat at the kitchen table, still pale, dark circles under his eyes, but alive. Barely. His body was repairing itself at a sluggish pace, every muscle aching as if he'd been crushed under the weight of the world, and he was starving. No, beyond starving. The scent of food hit him like a wave. Bacon, eggs, pancakes stacked high, syrup thick and glistening. He didn't remember the last time he'd eaten, but every bite felt like fire in his veins, a slow ignition of strength. Across from him, Lily flipped another pancake onto the growing tower. "I'm not saying he's going to eat all this," she said, glancing toward Noah, "but I am saying we might need to hit the store again." Noah grinned. "Hey, I warned you. The dude's built like a furnace." Kai tore through the food like someone who hadn't seen a meal in weeks. 5 pancakes gone in minutes, then 6, then 8. He polished off a plate of scrambled eggs before the next batch hit the pan. By the time the smell of coffee drifted through the air, footsteps sounded down the hall. Mara emerged first, her hair still tousled from sleep, Evan close behind rubbing his eyes. "Is it Christmas?" Mara mumbled, then blinked at the sight of the kitchen. "Wait, Noah made breakfast?" Noah, mid-sip of orange juice, nearly choked. Yeah, thought I'd, do something nice." Mara's brow lifted, suspicious but amused. "And clean up, right?" "Right," Noah muttered, glancing at the growing mountain of dirty pans in the sink. Evan shuffled in, eyeing the feast with approval. "Looks like we're feeding an army." Then his gaze landed on Kai, who was just then stacking his 15th pancake on the tower on his plate and reaching for the syrup again. Or just one teenage boy. Mara smiled warmly. "Morning, Kai. Feeling better?" Kai wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, nodding. "Yeah, just hungry, I guess." "I'll say," Evan said, sitting down and pouring coffee. 15 pancakes and a dozen eggs? I didn't even eat that much in college. Growth spurt, huh?" Kai hesitated, then gave a small, embarrassed smile. "Something like that." Evan chuckled. "Man, I wish I still had that metabolism. I look at a donut wrong and gain 2 pounds. Lily hid a smirk behind her glass of juice. Noah elbowed her under the table. Kai kept eating, slower now but steady, his strength returning with every bite. He didn't know what it was about food. It didn't just fill him, it fueled him. Every cell in his body drank in the energy, repairing damage, knitting flesh, calming the tremor in his hands. Mara reached over, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead in a motherly gesture. "You really did scare us last night, you know. We heard you moving around. When I found you sleeping on the sofa, I got so worried. You looked so pale." "Sorry," Kai said softly. "I didn't mean to worry anyone." Evan patted his shoulder. "Don't apologize. You're part of this family, kid. Just take care of yourself, all right?" Something warm flickered behind Kai's tired eyes. Gratitude, maybe. Or something older, harder to name. He nodded once. "I will." Noah cleared his throat, breaking the moment. "So, who's gonna tell Mom and Dad why there's a 200-pound dog passed out in the living room?" Mara froze mid-sip. "I'm sorry? What?" Evan blinked. "Dog?" Lily winced. "About that." Cerberus woke with a confused snort and a sneeze loud enough to rattle the living room window. His big head lifted groggily from the rug, eyes glassy, tail thumping once before he flopped back down with a groan. When Mara came in, she stopped short. "Oh my, where did that come from?" Noah rubbed the back of his neck. Funny story. After a chaotic, half-coherent retelling involving finding him, saving him, and definitely not sneaking out, Mara put a hand to her forehead. "You 3 are going to give me gray hair before my time." She sighed and reached for her phone. "I'll call Evelyn, see what she wants to do." The call was brief but emotional. Evelyn sounded fragile, her voice cracking more than once. "I can't take him," she said. "My son's place doesn't allow pets, but I'm just so glad he's alive. Harold loved that dog so much." Mara smiled softly. "Then we'll keep him. I promise he'll be in good hands." Evelyn exhaled with relief. "Thank you, dear. Harold would have wanted that." When Mara hung up, she turned to the kids. "Looks like we have a new member of the family." Lily threw her arms around Cerberus's thick neck. "Best news ever." Noah fist-pumped the air. "Yes! Finally someone else to blame for the messes around here." Evan stepped in from the kitchen, coffee in hand, raising an eyebrow. "Hold on, let's be clear. I'm not walking that beast. I'm not cleaning up after him, and if he eats my shoes, he's gone. Cerberus lifted his head at that exact moment and let out a low, lazy bark that sounded suspiciously like a challenge. Lily giggled. He says he'll walk you instead. Evan grunted, muttering, That's what I'm afraid of. The tension of the previous night finally seemed to ease. For a few precious minutes they were just a family again, normal, loud, and full of life. But normal never lasted long. By mid-morning, the school hallways were the usual chaos of slamming lockers and chattering voices. Kai walked beside Noah, still a bit pale but moving better. The healing had slowed, but the pain had dulled to something manageable, a distant hum beneath the surface. They turned a corner and Kai stopped short. A locker door was rattling. Faint, muffled banging came from inside. Noah frowned. What the? Kai stepped forward, listening. A voice came through, strained, Hey, somebody help! It was Eli, the quiet boy Trent always picked on. Without hesitation, Kai gripped the padlock and tugged. The steel creaked, groaned, then snapped clean off in his hand. He pulled the locker open. Eli tumbled out, coughing, his face red and streaked with tears. Thank you, he gasped. He locked me in during gym. Kai helped him up gently. You're okay now? Noah scowled, looking down the hall. Trent, huh? Figures. Eli nodded miserably. He said if I told anyone, he'd... Kai shook his head. You don't have to say it, just go get cleaned up. Eli gave a quick nod and hurried off toward the bathroom, clutching his books. Noah looked at the broken lock in Kai's hand. You know, most people use a key. Kai dropped the twisted metal into a trash can. It was faster this way. Noah chuckled softly. Man, I keep forgetting how freakishly strong you are. But Kai wasn't smiling. He looked down the corridor, his jaw tightening. It was all the same, he thought, just different scales. A kid with power hurting someone weaker, a man with power starting wars, a creature with power destroying lives over centuries. Evil didn't change, it only put on new disguises. The bell rang, snapping him from his thoughts. Come on, Noah said. If we're late again, Mom's gonna make us alphabetize the history section. Kai followed, but his mind stayed elsewhere, on Drake, on the spreading crime, on the sense that the world itself was beginning to shift. Something was building, something worse than one bully or even one immortal, and Kai could feel it coming. Chapter 16. Hunted night came quietly, settling over the city like a bruise. From the rooftops, Kai moved like smoke, silent, unseen. His armor blended into the dark, the faint metallic seams catching only slivers of the streetlights below. His senses, sharpened beyond anything human, tracked movement far beneath him. Drake had said enough for Kai to know the truth. He wasn't the only one watching this city. But Drake had gotten what he wanted, Kai's blood, and vanished into the night. That left one name whispered in the void he left behind. Frank. And wherever Frank went, death and corruption followed. Kai wouldn't wait for him to strike first. He began tracing the city's new criminal web. One robbery at a time, one whisper in an alley after another. He learned how the gangs were suddenly better armed, better organized, moving shipments at night with military precision. Whatever Frank was doing, it wasn't just about money. It was control. And it all led here, to a warehouse on the edge of the river district, gray, crumbling with its windows blacked out and guards posted like sentinels. Kai crouched on a rooftop across the street, the wind tugging at his hood. From here, he could see nearly everything. The comings and goings of trucks, the dull orange glow leaking through high vents, the faint hum of generators. The place was alive. He closed his eyes and listened. Beneath the mechanical noise, he picked up the rhythmic shuffle of footsteps, the low murmur of voices. Someone barked orders in a language he didn't recognize, and another answered in clipped tones. Foreign, disciplined, organized. This wasn't a street gang. This was something bigger. He waited until the guards at the front gate swapped shifts, then dropped soundlessly to the ground. His boots touched asphalt with barely a whisper. He slipped into the shadows along the wall, finding a gap in the fencing where old wire sagged loose. Inside, the air reeked of oil, metal, and ozone. He moved low, hugging the walls, every movement deliberate. Silent steps, controlled breathing. The techniques came instinctively, like muscle memory carved from centuries of repetition. Two guards stood near a stack of crates, laughing quietly, their weapons slung loose. Kai slipped behind them, pressed to the wall. A faint creak of his armor made one turn his head. But before either could react, Kai moved. One hand clamped over the first guard's mouth, twisting his wrist until the man's body went limp. The other he silenced with a short chop to the throat, lowering him to the ground before he could hit the floor. Neither was dead, just unconscious. Stay focused, he told himself. Find answers, don't leave bodies. He crept further in, weaving between rows of shipping containers. Faint light spilled from an open door ahead. Inside, a group of men huddled around a table covered in blueprints and cash. A large screen flickered on the wall behind them, showing a map of the city. Dozens of red markers dotting neighborhoods across the region, each one labeled with a time and date. He focused, reading the details. Shipment sectors: South Dock, Hospital, 445, District Substation, 5. It wasn't random crime. It was infrastructure. Frank's people weren't looting the city. They were dismantling it. A low rumble built in Kai's chest. Anger mixed with purpose. He was about to step closer when something caught his eye. A crate beside the table, partially pried open. Inside, packed neatly in straw, were rows of glass cylinders filled with faintly glowing fluid, red, alive, and pulsing faintly like veins, the same color as his own blood. Kai froze. One of the men at the table tapped the crate with his boot. "Dr. F says the next batch goes out tomorrow," he said in a low voice. "After that, he doesn't care how many bodies it takes. He just wants more of this." The others nodded. "What's he even doing with it?" The man shrugged. "All I know is, whatever it is, it ain't human." Kai backed into the shadows, heart pounding. Dr. F. Frank. He was harvesting something tied to him. And the fluid? My blood. Kai's hands curled into fists. He'd made his mistake with Drake once. Hesitated, waited, tried to understand. Not this time. This time, he would bring the war to them. The rafters groaned softly above the warehouse floor as Kai crouched in the dark, every muscle coiled and waiting. Below him, the guards paced in lazy patterns, unaware of the shadow perched above their heads. Then, like a phantom, he dropped. He landed behind the first man, one gloved hand snapping across his mouth, the other twisting his wrist until the gun clattered to the ground. The second guard turned, too slow, and was swept off his feet by a kick that sent him crashing into a stack of crates. The next few seconds were a blur. Silent motion, precise strikes, the rhythm of centuries of combat flowing through Kai's veins like instinct. When the last man fell unconscious, the warehouse was still again, save for the distant hum of machinery. Kai straightened, his breathing controlled, eyes scanning the space. The crate with the glowing vials still pulsed faintly nearby, the red light bathing the room in a dim, otherworldly hue. Then a voice broke the silence, smooth, confident, and steeped in arrogance. "Well, that didn't take long at all." Kai turned. A man stepped from an office door elevated above the floor. A tall figure in a crisp white lab coat, his gray hair slicked back, his posture deliberate. His eyes were sharp behind his glasses, cold and amused. Dr. Frankenstein. He descended the metal stairs at an unhurried pace, clapping his gloved hands once in mock applause. "Impressive as always," he said. "I'd almost forgotten how efficient you are when properly motivated. Hurt enough innocent people and you just can't help yourself." Kai's jaw tightened. "You know who I am." Frank smiled thinly. "Oh, I know you. Better than almost anyone. After all, we've spent quite a bit of time together these past few hundred years." Kai's eyes narrowed. "I don't remember you." "No," Frank said, pausing at the bottom of the stairs. "You wouldn't. You were somewhat less conversational when you were strapped to my operating table." He circled slowly, keeping his distance. "You know, it's remarkable. Your body heals faster than anything I've ever seen, but the brain..." He tapped his temple. "That takes longer, especially after repeated trauma, sedatives, and blood extraction. I guess it could have been that truck that hit you head-on. My boy tells me you took a solid cranial hit. I suppose amnesia was inevitable." Kai's stomach twisted. "You're the one who took my blood?" "Took?" Frank laughed softly. "No, my dear boy, I studied it, harnessed it. You have no idea what your gift could mean for humanity. True regeneration, disease resistance, even the reversal of aging. I was so close." His expression darkened, the smile fading, and then that pale parasite, Drake, decided to intervene. Kai froze. "Drake set me free?" Frank nodded slowly, his tone shifting to a sneer. "Yes, imagine my surprise, decades of careful work undone in a single night. He broke into my lab, tore through my security, and released you. All that blood, all that progress, wasted." Kai stared at him, unblinking. "Why?" Frank spread his hands. "Because he wouldn't make a deal with the devil himself. I offered him 10 vials of your blood every year, 10 in exchange for being left alone. But Drake has always been so possessive of you, hasn't he? I suppose he prefers to be the only monster drinking from that well." He stopped pacing and looked directly at Kai, his eyes gleaming with a kind of madness hidden beneath intellect. "Still, I should thank him. I never would have found you again if not for his arrogance." Kai's voice was low, controlled, but shaking with restrained fury. "You're experimenting on people." Frank shrugged. "I'm improving people. You, me, my son, perhaps the next step in evolution. But don't misunderstand. Your blood was never the end goal. It was the foundation." He smiled again, a clinical, joyless thing. "And now that you've come to me willingly, I won't have to chase you anymore." Kai's hands clenched, his pulse hammering in his ears. The vials behind Frank glowed brighter, as if echoing the beat of his own heart. "You're done experimenting," Kai said quietly. Frank tilted his head. "Am I?" For a heartbeat, the two men stood motionless, predator and prey, scientist and subject, until Kai took a single step forward. The air in the warehouse shifted. Frank's smirk faltered, and he slowly reached for the small device clipped to his belt. "Let's not do anything rash," he said smoothly. "I've always admired your control, Kai. Don't lose it now." But the fury in Kai's chest was no longer something he could suppress. This time, he wasn't a captive. He wasn't a specimen. He was the storm they'd created. Kai moved first. He blurred across the floor, a streak of shadow and rage, the concrete cracking beneath his boots. Frank barely had time to raise a hand before Kai slammed him against the nearest steel beam, his fingers gripping the doctor's throat. "Where's your son?" Kai demanded. "What are you building here?" Frank choked out a laugh, wheezing as Kai lifted him higher. "You think I came alone?" He flicked a switch on a small remote in his palm. All around them, the warehouse changed. The hum of machinery roared to life. Containers hissed open one by one, spilling vapor into the air. The smell was chemical, thick, wrong. Shapes began to move within the fog, massive, lumbering silhouettes that stepped forward on heavy feet. Kai dropped Frank and turned. 4 figures emerged. They were men once. He could still see the remnants of faces beneath the twisted muscle and bulging veins, but now they were hulking abominations. Skin gray and stretched taut, eyes black as tar, their bodies seamed with crude surgical scars that pulsed faintly with red light. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Frank rasped, straightening his coat, his grin returning. "A fusion of your gift and my science, the first generation of what humanity could become." Kai's lip curled. "You turned people into monsters." Frank's smile widened. "Progress always looks ugly in its infancy." The first creature lunged, its speed impossible for its size. Kai dodged aside, the ground shaking as it smashed through a line of steel crates. A second came from behind, swinging a fist the size of Kai's chest. The blow connected, sending him skidding across the concrete, armor sparking. He rolled to his feet just in time for another to charge. Kai met it head-on, twisting low and driving an elbow into its ribs with bone-cracking force. The monster roared but didn't fall. It grabbed him by the leg and hurled him through a wall of shipping pallets. Pain flared through his body. Bones snapped. He could feel his left arm hanging wrong, but his healing, though slow, still worked. He pushed up through the splintered wood, blood running down his face. Frank's voice echoed through the chaos. "You see it now, don't you? My work is perfect. Even you can bleed, Kai, but they endure." Another beast rushed him. Kai ducked under a wide swing and drove his knee into its gut, using the moment to leap upward, grabbing a hanging chain and swinging his full weight to snap his boot across its jaw. The creature's neck twisted with a sickening crack. It staggered. He didn't hesitate. He drove his blade through its throat, severing the spinal cord. The metal hissed as it pierced flesh, a faint light searing through the wound. The creature convulsed once, then disintegrated, collapsing into dust before it hit the ground. Kai landed, breathing hard, blood dripping down his side. One down. The others closed in. They came all at once, massive fists pounding, claws tearing. Kai moved between them like a shadow, striking, twisting, evading, but even his centuries of instinct couldn't keep pace forever. One blow landed across his ribs, another caught his shoulder. He felt the bones snap. His vision blurred. He fought on, each movement slower, more desperate. He drove his blade into another's chest, turning it to dust. A third creature fell with a guttural scream as Kai tore its throat open barehanded, blood spattering across his face, then drove the blade into its heart. Only one remained, bigger than the rest, smarter too. It hesitated, circling. Its chest heaved with slow, heavy breaths. "Do it!" Frank hissed. "Capture him!" The monster lunged. Kai tried to dodge, but he was too slow this time. The fist caught him in the chest, and he felt something inside give way. He fell backward, gasping, the world spinning. Frank stepped closer, pulling a thick cable from a nearby console. Electricity crackled at the end, blue arcs dancing through the air. "Fascinating, really," he said calmly. "Your body heals everything almost instantly, except nerve disruption. I found it buys me a few precious seconds of compliance." He jabbed the live wire into Kai's side. The shock tore through him. His back arched, his scream breaking the stillness as electricity coursed through every nerve. The smell of ozone and scorched flesh filled the air. "Hold him," Frank ordered. The last creature obeyed, slamming Kai's shoulders to the floor with both hands. Kai's body jerked against the current, sparks flickering off his armor as Frank leaned closer, eyes alight with scientific hunger. "You never should have come back," Frank murmured, tightening the charge. "But since you did, let's see just how much of you I can harvest before you black out." Kai's vision fractured into light and pain. His muscles seized, his heartbeat stuttered. The monster's weight pressed down, unrelenting. But even through the agony, one thought cut through. Not again. Not ever again. Something deep inside him stirred, ancient, relentless. And as Frank leaned in to inject him with something, Kai's eyes snapped open, glowing faintly gold through the smoke. The pain should have ended him. Every muscle in Kai's body locked, every nerve on fire. The monster's hands pinned him down as the current surged through him again and again. His skin blistered, his vision fractured. He could barely hear over the static roaring in his skull. And then somewhere deep inside, something snapped. Not bone, not will. Something older, something buried. His heart began to pound, slow and heavy at first, then faster, harder, until it felt like the air itself moved with each pulse. Thud. The electricity sparked across his body, then bent away, the arcs fading as his veins lit faintly beneath his skin. Thud. Frank took a step back, eyes wide. What are you doing?" Kai's head dropped forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The chains binding his strength for centuries, the restraint that kept him human, every one of them began to splinter. The beast above him shifted, growling low. It pressed harder, but the tremor in its arms betrayed the truth. It could feel it too. Power, pressure, rage. The cables feeding electricity into Kai's body began to hum and glow red. The air shimmered with heat. Kai threw his head back and screamed. It wasn't pain anymore. It was release. His body convulsed once, the energy inside him exploding outward. The creature's grip shattered, the floor cracked like ice beneath him, and a shockwave blasted through the warehouse, papers, debris, and loose metal swirling outward in a storm. When the air cleared, Kai was on his feet. His chest heaved. His eyes burned with a feral intensity. Every wound, every fracture, gone. The last monster took one staggering step forward. Kai moved faster than sight. A blur, a whisper, then impact. He drove a fist into the creature's ribs. The sound was like a cannon, flesh folding, bones collapsing inward. The beast stumbled, tried to swing, but Kai caught its arm, twisted, and brought his knee up, snapping the limb like a dry branch. Before it could scream, Kai's hand slammed into its throat and his grip tightened. The creature's black eyes bulged. Its body began to disintegrate, turning to dust in his grasp. It faded like ash in the wind, leaving nothing behind but silence and the echo of Kai's breathing. Frank, frozen near the control panel, slowly backed away. "Impossible," he whispered. "You can't? No one could resist that much." He reached for his coat pocket, fingers shaking. "You leave me no choice." Kai turned toward him just as the doctor whipped out a small canister and sprayed. A burst of fine mist hit Kai's face. Cold, metallic, burning instantly. He screamed as the acid ate into his skin, his vision searing white. He staggered back, clutching his eyes, the pain piercing through even his accelerated healing. The floor tilted, the world spinning into chaos. When he dropped to one knee and blinked through the haze, Frank was gone. The back door hung open, swinging in the night wind. Kai staggered to his feet, his breathing ragged. His healing was working, but slow. The burns crawled across his face, knitting tissue cell by cell. His sight returned in bursts, blurred and raw. He turned to the rows of crates, the vials inside still pulsing faintly with that crimson glow. His blood, his curse. He took a step toward them, then another. His fingers flexed once, then he drove his fist through the first crate. Glass shattered. The glow splattered across the floor. He moved methodically, destroying each one, every container, every last trace of what Frank had made. The air filled with the sharp smell of metal and chemicals, the liquid hissing as it hit the ground. When it was over, the warehouse was burning. Kai stood in the center, surrounded by flames, his chest rising and falling slowly. He didn't look back. Outside, the night wind carried the smoke up into the sky. From miles away, it looked like the city itself was exhaling. But somewhere out there, in that same darkness, Frank was already moving again, his hands trembling, his eyes wild, and in his pocket, a single intact vial of Kai's blood glowed softly against the glass. Chapter 17, Family Ties. The city had begun to change. The crime rings that once ruled the streets were unraveling, slowly, methodically, as though something unseen was dismantling them piece by piece. To the police, it was chaos. To the people, it was hope. To Kai, it was war. He moved like a shadow between the forgotten corners of the city, following Frank's network of corruption outward from the warehouse. Every lead led to another stronghold. Bars, old factories, condemned buildings with lights still burning in the basement windows. Each time, the pattern was the same. Humans running operations they didn't understand, and among them, the ones who didn't die easily. Immortals. Drake had called them his family. Frank had called them experiments. Kai knew what they really were. Remnants. Fractures in the order of nature, same as him. But unlike him, they had chosen this path. He showed mercy to the humans who still had their souls intact. He would disarm them, knock them unconscious, tie them up for the police to find. But when he met another of Frank's creations, one of those things that refused to die, he showed no hesitation. He fought them as only an immortal could, and when he struck the final blow, his voice carried softly through the dark. From the dust you came, and to the dust you shall return. Each time he spoke the words, something deeper stirred within him, a current of power, ancient and cold. When his blade found their vital organs, their bodies would seize and crumble, the centuries they had stolen collapsing in an instant. Flesh and bone aged to ash, the air filled with the faint scent of decay and the whisper of time reclaiming what was stolen. He hunted through alleys, across rooftops, into tunnels beneath the city. Everywhere Frank's syndicate spread, Kai followed. There was the woman with eyes like obsidian and claws that could tear steel. He found her leading an underground cage-fighting ring. There was the twin pair who fed on adrenaline, who moved so fast they blurred together in the dark. He caught them mid-theft, their laughter turning to screams as they dissolved in his hands. And there was the old priest who had once been human, preaching resurrection while extorting souls for Frank's experiments. His prayers turned to dust on his tongue. By the time dawn crested the skyline, the air itself felt cleaner. The pulse of evil in the city had quieted, temporarily. But the deeper Kai dug, the clearer the truth became. Frank's reach went further than this city. There were cells in other towns, other states, perhaps across the world, each one experimenting with variations of the same thing: immortality. Kai stood atop a rooftop overlooking the river as the first light of morning burned through the fog. His armor was scarred, his knuckles raw. He'd fought for so many hours. He was beginning to lose track of time. His body didn't tire like a mortal's, but his spirit was heavy. He looked down at the streets below, police lights flashing in the distance, officers discovering the tied-up men he'd left behind. For the first time in a long while, Kai felt older. Not in body, in memory. Drake, Frank, the immortals he'd sent back to dust. Each one reminded him of the truth he couldn't escape. He was not alone in this curse. And as long as that was true, the world would never know peace. He sheathed his blade, the faint glow of dawn catching its edge, and whispered to the wind, "I'll find them all." Then he stepped off the ledge and vanished into the city below, his shadow stretching long in light from the street lamp. The horizon was just beginning to glow, a faint line of gold breaking over the rooftops when Kai slipped through the trees behind the Callahan house. His armor was hidden, tucked away with his blade in the backpack slung across his shoulder. The patrol was done. The city was quieter tonight. He could feel it. And like clockwork, he returned home before dawn. He scaled the siding of the house with practiced ease, his boots silent on the panels, and eased his window open. The chill air of early morning crept in as he swung one leg inside and froze. The bedside lamp was on. Evan sat in the chair by his desk, arms crossed, eyes red from lack of sleep. Mara stood behind him, her arms folded tightly, her expression a mix of exhaustion and disappointment. Kai blinked once, caught completely off guard. "You're up early." Evan gestured toward the window. "Funny, that's what I was going to say to you." Kai glanced toward the floor, then back at them. "I couldn't sleep." Mara arched a brow. "So you decided to take a midnight climb out of the house?" Evan sighed heavily, rubbing his face. "Look, kid, we let it slide the first couple of nights. You've been through a lot, and we figured maybe you just needed to clear your head. But sneaking out every night? That's not clearing your head. That's running off." Kai looked between them, unsure how to answer. "I'm fine. Needed air." Mara stepped closer, her voice gentler now. "Kai, we care about you. You're part of this family now. You can't keep disappearing like this. You could get hurt or worse." "I can handle myself," Kai said softly. Evan gave a short laugh. "Oh, we know that. You handled yourself right through a second-story window." His tone was more weary than angry. "Look, if you're in some kind of trouble, you can talk to us. We'll figure it out together." "It's not trouble," Kai said quickly. Evan narrowed his eyes. "Then what is it? A girl? 'Cause if it's a girl, just, please, tell me I don't need to start planning for grandkids yet." Kai blinked, taken completely off guard. "What? No, it's nothing like that." Mara sighed, her expression softening with both relief and lingering worry. "Then help us understand, sweetheart. Where are you going at night?" He hesitated. The truth perched on his tongue like a blade, ready to cut, but impossible to speak. How could he tell them that he spent his nights hunting monsters, killing men who wouldn't die, cleaning up the rot that spread through their streets? So instead, he said nothing. Mara exchanged a look with Evan. Evan leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "All right, you don't want to talk, fine, but this has to stop. You're grounded. No more late-night wandering, no sneaking out, no excuses." Kai frowned slightly. "Grounded?" "Yep," Evan said. "Classic punishment. Still works. We'll check in every night before bed, and if I have to, I'll nail your window shut." Mara gave him a look. "Evan?" He held up a hand. "Figure of speech. Mostly." Mara knelt beside Kai, her tone softening again. "We're not angry, Kai. We're scared. You've been through enough already. Let us help keep you safe." Kai looked at them both, their tired eyes, their worry, the strange mixture of frustration and love. For a moment, he felt something deep and old stir inside him. He'd probably known rulers, soldiers, kings, but family seemed rarer than all of it. He gave a faint nod. "All right, I'll stay." Mara exhaled, relieved. "Thank you." She reached up and brushed his hair back, a mother's reflex she didn't even seem aware of. "Now get some sleep. You look exhausted." Evan stood and yawned. "And if you decide to go all exploring again, at least wait until we're awake so we can supervise." Mara swatted him lightly on the arm as they left the room. Kai sat on the edge of his bed as the door closed behind them, listening to their footsteps fade down the hall. Grounded. He almost smiled. It was absurd being grounded after thousands of years, but it didn't feel like punishment. It felt like belonging. Still, as dawn crept through the window, his mind refused to rest. Frank was still out there, and Kai knew. Some rules were worth breaking. As the days wore on, Mara had made good on her word. Every night before bed, she or Evan checked on Kai. Sometimes they would poke their heads in while he was sleeping. Every morning, they made sure he was where he was supposed to be. And if he so much as stepped toward the back door after sunset, someone's voice followed, gentle but firm. It wasn't distrust, it was love with guardrails. Suffocating, patient love. And Kai endured it. He tried reading, helping around the house, even walking Cerberus, who, despite being built like a lion, was terrified of mailboxes. But he could feel the city breathing in the distance, restless and wrong, and every part of him itched to move. So when Evan said, "Come on, kid, you're coming with me," Kai thought, finally, he was going to get some space. He didn't. The supermarket was crowded and loud, carts squeaking, kids crying, fluorescent lights buzzing like a swarm of bees. Kai walked beside Evan through the aisles, scanning the faces of strangers without realizing it. Habit. Evan tossed a pack of pasta into the cart. "I'm starting to think you're allergic to sitting still." Kai offered a faint smile. "Something like that." Evan glanced over, his tone easy but thoughtful. "You know, when I was your age, I thought staying busy made me safe. Like if I just kept moving, the past couldn't catch up." Kai tilted his head. "Did it?" Evan smiled wryly. "Oh yeah, it always does." They turned down the cereal aisle. Evan stopped to grab a box of something brightly colored. "Listen, I know I'm not your biological dad," he said, not looking directly at him. "But I hope you know, you can talk to me, about anything, doesn't matter what it is." Kai's voice came out quiet, but sincere. "I know, and I'm honored you want me to be part of your family." Evan's hand paused on the cart. He turned, meeting Kai's eyes. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Evan smiled, real and soft, the kind that reached his tired eyes. "You already are, Kai." They moved on, the cart rattling lightly as they turned into another aisle. "Did Mara ever tell you how we ended up with this circus?" Evan asked, grabbing a jar of peanut butter. Kai shook his head. "Just that you adopted Lily and Noah." "Yeah, after fostering them," Evan said. "But truth is, it started before that. Mara and I," he chuckled under his breath. "We both grew up in the system too. Different towns, same story. She got adopted at 11. I aged out at 18. Kai slowed his steps. "Group home? Yeah, not the best, not the worst, just lonely." He shrugged. "We met later, working at the same youth center. Guess we recognized something familiar in each other. Same kind of cracks, you know?" Kai nodded. "Shared struggles." Evan grinned. "Exactly. Guess it's like soldiers say, what is it? Shared pain, shared strength?" "Something like that," Kai said. His voice was soft, but there was a distant weight behind it. "Hardship forges bonds stronger than time." Evan chuckled. "Now that sounds like a motivational poster." Kai smirked faintly. "Or a warning label." They both laughed quietly as they rounded the next corner, the easy rhythm of family life threading through the noise of grocery carts and overhead music. For a few moments, Kai let himself feel it, the normalcy, the safety, the sense of belonging that came not from blood, but from choice. When they reached the checkout, Evan glanced over again, lowering his voice. "You don't have to tell us everything, Kai, but don't shut us out completely, all right? Whatever's weighing on you, you're not carrying it alone anymore." Kai hesitated, searching for words. Then he nodded. "I'll try." Evan clapped his shoulder. "That's all we ask." The parking lot was quiet when they stepped outside. Evan balanced a paper sack in one arm, fumbling for the keys with the other, while Kai slid a crate of bottled water into the back of the van. The lights above flickered, casting the rows of cars in pulses of gold and shadow. The night smelled like asphalt and rain. Evan straightened, dusting off his hands. "Well, that's that. Mission accomplished. Tell your mom we survived another shopping trip without breaking the budget." Kai almost smiled. Barely. That's when he heard it. Footsteps. 3 sets. Slow, deliberate, coming from the edge of the lot where the light didn't reach. Evan noticed too. He turned, keys clinking faintly in his hand. "You hear that?" Before Kai could answer, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Hooded sweatshirts, cheap sneakers, the gleam of something metallic in one man's hand. The leader stepped forward, smirking. "You Kai Callahan?" Kai didn't move. His stance shifted slightly, his weight centered. "Who's asking?" The man grinned wider. "Frank sends his regards." Evan's arm shot out in front of Kai, instinctive and fierce. "I don't know who this Frank guy is," he said firmly, "but nobody, and I mean nobody, is touching a hair on my son's head." The leader's grin twisted into something cruel. "Relax, old man. Frank didn't say to hurt him." He took another step forward, eyes hardening. "He said to hurt you." Evan's breath caught, but before the first thug could move, Kai did. All 3 pulled knives. Not cheap pocket blades either. Long, serrated hunting knives that caught the dim parking lot light as they moved closer. The leader pointed his at Evan. "Nothing personal, old man. Orders are orders." Evan shoved Kai behind him before Kai could react. "You want to fight? You picked the wrong guy," he said, his voice hard but trembling underneath. "Evan, stay back, Kai." The first thug lunged. Evan swung the grocery bag, glass shattered, apples rolled, but it was clumsy, desperate. The man sidestepped easily, blade flashing. Kai was already moving. He stepped between them, knocking the man's wrist aside with a sharp twist. The knife clattered to the ground. Another attacker came in from the side, slashing wildly. Kai ducked, the blade grazing his arm as he shoved Evan backward. "Move," Kai barked, grabbing Evan's shoulder and dragging him behind a car. But Evan didn't listen. He came right back around, swinging a can of soup like a fistful of defiance. "You're not hurting my kid!" The distraction nearly got him killed. One of the thugs lunged straight for his ribs. Kai intercepted the strike with his forearm, twisting the knife from the man's grip and using the same motion to shove him into another. Both hit the pavement hard. The last one hesitated, then tried to flank them. Kai pivoted, grabbed Evan by the jacket, and pulled him down just as the blade swept overhead. Evan hit the ground with a grunt, the knife slicing air where his head had been. Kai caught the man's wrist mid-swing and slammed it against the side of a car door, once, twice, until the knife fell. A final sharp elbow sent the man staggering back. All three regrouped, breathing hard, realizing they were outmatched. The leader spat blood, eyes burning with hate. "You're dead, kid." "You and your hole." Kai stepped forward once, silent but dangerous. That was enough. They turned and ran, disappearing into the dark the same way they came. For a long moment, the only sounds were their fading footsteps and Evan's ragged breathing. He straightened slowly, wiping sweat from his brow. You all right?" Kai nodded. "You?" Evan looked at the shattered groceries, the dents in the car door, then back at Kai. "I've been better," he said, then let out a shaky laugh. "Where in the world did you learn to move like that?" Kai hesitated. His mind flickered with flashes he couldn't place. Dusty arenas, blades of every shape, 100 nameless faces. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "Before all this, I guess, must have learned it growing up." Evan stared at him, half impressed, half bewildered. Then he gave a short laugh. "Well, you must have been raised by Bruce Lee." Kai almost smiled. Evan's face grew serious again. "We can't tell your mom about this," he said firmly. "She'll lose it. She's already worried enough about everything else. If she finds out 3 guys tried to jump us in a grocery lot, she'll have us both wrapped in bubble wrap till Christmas." Kai nodded. "Agreed." Evan put a hand on his shoulder. "We'll tell her the car got broken into. Nothing more. Deal?" "Deal?" They picked up what groceries they could salvage. Evan looked at the crushed loaf of bread and broken eggs and huffed. "At least she can't say we didn't try." Kai's smile was faint, distant, but real. He watched his father figure lift the torn paper bag, bruised but still stubbornly strong. And for a brief moment, even with the darkness creeping in around them, Kai felt something he hadn't in a long time. The fragile human warmth of family worth fighting for. Chapter 18, Mercy. The night pressed heavy and cold as Kai slipped through his bedroom window. He landed silently in the grass, hood drawn, shadows swallowing him whole. He didn't look back at the Callahan house. He couldn't. Frank had gone too far this time, sending men after Evan. That wasn't a warning. That was the beginning. If Kai waited, the next move would be against Mara or Lily or Noah. And he would not let that happen. The world blurred as he ran. His muscles moved with machine precision, every sense alive. The whisper of the wind, the soft hum of a distant transformer, the smell of oil and rust on the cold air. By the time he reached the edge of town, the streets had given way to cracked dirt roads and empty fields. Ahead loomed the old junkyard, miles of stacked cars, twisted metal, and decay. It had been shut down for years after a fire destroyed part of it, but faint light now flickered beyond the fence. Kai crouched, scanning, the pattern of the shadows, the movement of 2 men walking the perimeter. They weren't professionals. Frank's hired muscle, probably ex-cons, maybe worse. Kai scaled the fence in silence, boots finding the gaps in the chain link. He landed between 2 rusted car shells and moved like smoke through the rows. Closer now, he saw it. The heart of the operation. A wide clearing at the center of the yard where the debris gave way to a sheet metal building. Its windows were blacked out, the walls patched with mismatched panels of steel. A hand-painted sign half buried in the dirt read, "Henderson Scrap and Salvage." From his vantage, he could see figures inside, 5, maybe 6 men. A makeshift lab glowed under hanging lights. tables covered in vials, tubing, car batteries wired together with scavenged electronics. And in the middle of it all, a series of tanks, each filled with a murky green fluid. Kai's breath slowed. Somehow he knew what this was. Frank's experiments. He counted the guards outside. 4, armed, uncoordinated. It wasn't much. It didn't appear that Frank was here tonight, but his work was. He needed to see what they were building, what they were turning his blood into. Kai waited until one guard circled behind the far row, then dropped from the wreck he was perched on. He moved fast and low, a silent blur between the junked cars. A soft thud, a muffled grunt, and the first man was down. The next 2 went down in a blur of motion. A sweep, a strike, and they collapsed quietly among the rust and glass. Kai slipped closer to the lab's main door, flattening himself against the wall. Inside, the men were arguing. "I told you, we're supposed to wait for him," one voice hissed. "Frank said not to start before he arrived." "Frank's not the one stuck pulling double shifts," another growled. "We got samples to process. He can deal with the rest when he gets here." Kai peered through a crack in the door. One of them was siphoning blood from a labeled vial. Subject A, regenerative strain, his blood. Across the room, another man adjusted a dial on the largest tank. Something moved inside it, a twitch beneath the green haze. Kai's chest tightened. This wasn't science, it was desecration. He slipped inside, silent, controlled, but every part of him burned with rage. The smell hit first, formaldehyde and rot, mixed with something electric and wrong. He crept closer, eyes scanning the workbench littered with syringes and blood bags. Then he saw the sketches on the wall, muscle diagrams, bone structures, regeneration tests, and at the bottom of each page in Frank's neat handwriting, "If a god bleeds, then it can die." Kai's jaw clenched. His hand hovered over the nearest tank, the shadow of something humanoid floating within it. He had hoped to find Frank, but this was just the beginning. He could already feel the energy stirring inside him, the old power waking, the instinct to destroy, to end this. But he forced himself to breathe. If he leveled this place tonight, Frank would only build again. No, he needed answers first. He stepped deeper into the lab, ready to strike. He wasn't leaving without knowing exactly what Frank had done and how far the monster was willing to go to find him again. Kai froze. The hum of machinery filled the silence. Steady, rhythmic, unbroken, until a faint crackle rose from above. Then Frank's voice came through the loudspeakers. Smooth, confident, too calm for someone who should have been afraid. "You can come out now, Kai. We caught you on the surveillance system about 10 minutes ago." Kai's stomach dropped. He glanced toward the corners of the ceiling. Tiny red lights blinked from security cameras mounted high along the beams. He cursed himself silently. Of course, in an age where children carried HD cameras in their pockets, he'd walked into a lab like it was the Dark Ages. He'd been alive long enough to survive swords, arrows, and executioners, but not a security feed. He straightened slowly, stepping into the open. The men in the room turned as he approached, startled, uncertain. Frank's voice came again, this time accompanied by a low, echoing laugh. "You really haven't changed, have you?" A heavy metallic clang sounded as one of the side doors slid open. From the darkness beyond stepped Frank himself, silver-haired, still wearing a pressed lab coat over black clothes. His glasses gleamed under the hanging lights. He wasn't armed. He didn't need to be. Kai's jaw clenched. "Frank!" The doctor spread his arms. "The one and only." He gestured toward the center of the floor where a massive shipping container loomed, chained shut, its steel surface marked with old biohazard warnings. "You really are predictable," Frank said. "Even after all this time, just like a few decades ago when we had that little incident with young Harold." Kai's fists tightened. "Don't." Frank's grin widened. "Oh, I remember it clearly. We told you to get in the van or we'd kill him. And what did you do?" He leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting with delight. "You did exactly what we wanted, just like tonight." Kai's breath caught. The memory flashing bright and sharp. Harold's face visible through the kitchen window. The muzzle of a rifle pointing at him from outside. The freezing metal of the van's floor as they slammed the doors shut behind him. Frank laughed softly. "You see, Kai, you're a creature of habit. All we ever have to do is threaten your precious mortals, and you come crawling out of the dark. You've spent centuries pretending you're one of them, but you're not. You never will be." Kai took a step forward. "And what are you then? A man who tortures and kills in the name of science?" Frank chuckled, tilting his head. "No, Kai, I'm a man who evolves. You and we're on the same path. I just don't let morality slow me down." He turned and patted the side of the shipping container, the hollow thud echoing through the room. "And as for this, well, let's call it my latest contribution to progress." Kai's eyes narrowed. "What's in there?" Frank smiled. "Why spoil the surprise?" He stepped back and nodded to one of his men. "Open it." Chains rattled, bolts clanked, the heavy doors began to creak apart. Kai shifted his stance, ready for anything almost. Almost. The bolts screeched loose one by one. A hiss of pressure escaped the container, followed by a heavy metallic groan. The smell hit next. Chemical rot and ozone, like something preserved too long and brought back from the grave. Kai's instincts screamed. He took a step back, every muscle coiling in readiness. Then the doors burst open. The thing that stepped out filled the room. 7.5 feet tall, shoulders broad enough to blot out the light. Muscles layered on muscles, stitched, scarred, reinforced with strips of metal and dark veins pulsing with a faint blue current. His skin looked pale, grayish, wrong. His chest rose and fell with deep mechanical rhythm, each breath accompanied by a soft whir, like pistons firing somewhere deep inside him. Frank beamed like a proud father. "May I introduce," he said, spreading his arms, "my son Adam." Kai's jaw tightened. "Adam, of course." Frank smirked at the recognition flickering in his eyes. "You've heard of him, haven't you? The legend's been rewritten so many times. A tragic monster, a creature born of man's hubris. They made me the villain and turned him into folklore, but I prefer the truth." He glanced at the towering brute beside him, the creature's eyes glinting faintly with electric light. "The truth is, he's the greatest scientific achievement in human history." Kai's gaze flicked to the network of scars across Adam's body, to the uneven seams that pulsed faintly beneath the skin. "You did this to him." "For him," Frank corrected. "He's the bridge between mortality and eternity, between man and God. You should appreciate that, Kai. You're the prototype. Adam is the evolution." He circled closer, his tone turning wistful. "Of course, the work was rough at first, but I made breakthroughs back in the 40s, during my time with the Reich." He chuckled darkly. "They may have been a bit off-balanced, but they took science seriously. The pursuit of perfection doesn't come without sacrifice." Kai's hands curled into fists. "You think mutilating your own son makes you a god? None of us are gods." Frank smiled faintly, stepping back toward the shadows. "No, but it makes me immortal by legacy." He snapped his fingers. "Show him, Adam." The brute flexed his fingers, and the light caught the gleam of steel. Bolted through the knuckles were thick, sharpened spikes, crude, deadly, and very real. Adam's chest expanded, a deep rumble rising from within. Then he moved, and for all his size, he was fast. Kai barely had time to brace before the monster lunged. The impact shook the floor. Kai blocked the first swing, but the sheer force sent him flying backward into a stack of crates. The wood exploded around him in a shower of splinters. Frank's laughter echoed through the loudspeakers. "Oh, don't look so surprised, Kai. I told you. I've made some improvements. Muscle grafts, reinforced tendons, synthetic nerve pathways, and a little touch of you in his blood?" Kai rolled to his feet, vision steady despite the pain burning through his ribs. Adam was already on him again, each strike like being hit by a wrecking ball. He ducked a swing, countered with a kick that would have sent a man across the room. Adam barely staggered. Kai moved fast, precise, his centuries of instinct taking over. He struck, dodged, pivoted, drove his elbow into the creature's neck, but Adam caught him by the arm mid-motion and threw him through a metal railing. Steel groaned, snapping under the weight. Frank's voice rose, exultant. "You see, Kai? Perfection. Not bound by conscience, not slowed by hesitation. I've made him everything you could never be." Kai stood, breath ragged, blood running down his cheek. He looked at Adam, not as a monster, but as a victim, a man trapped in his father's madness. "Then you failed him," Kai said quietly. Frank frowned. "What was that?" Kai stepped forward, eyes cold, shoulders squared. "If you made him without choice, without a soul, then you didn't make perfection. You made a prison." Adam roared and charged again, the ground trembling under each thunderous step. Kai didn't run. He met him head on. Steel and flesh collided in an explosion of motion and sound, and the night filled with the war cry of something ancient, unstoppable, and furious. Adam's roar filled the entire chamber, rattling the lights overhead. Kai's blade flashed through the air, a precise arc meant to end it, but when the sword connected, it stopped before passing through the monster's chest. Kai blinked in disbelief. He twisted the hilt, driving harder, feeling the vibration of steel biting into something unnatural beneath the flesh. Then he saw it, threads of black fiber woven under the skin, glinting faintly beneath the blood. Kevlar, sewn into the muscle itself. Before he could react, the wound began to close. The grayish flesh knitted over the cut, sealing it shut within seconds. Kai stumbled back, heart pounding. His sword, his ancient weapon, forged with Archimedes' own designs, had drawn blood but not victory. Frank's voice rang through the echoing space, full of smug pride. "Beautiful, isn't it? Your blood gives him life, Kai. But my design gives him resilience." Kai charged again, driving his blade upward this time. Adam caught it in one hand. The edge bit into his palm, blood dripping thick and dark. But the monster only grinned, the faint electric current beneath his skin flaring brighter. "Adam, finish him!" Frank barked. The creature lunged, grabbing Kai before he could retreat. The sound was like bones creaking under pressure as Adam's arms wrapped around him in a bear hug that could crush stone. Kai's ribs screamed, his lungs burned. He twisted, elbowed, tried to force an opening, but Adam's grip was unbreakable. His massive forearms locked together, the Kevlar beneath his skin flexing like armor. Kai's breath came in ragged bursts, each one shallower than the last. He could hear his own pulse hammering in his ears. "Crush him into submission," Frank shouted. "Do it slow. I want him conscious when he breaks." Adam obeyed. The pressure increased, gradual, methodical. Kai felt his ribs bow, then snap, the edges grinding against one another. Pain lanced down his spine. He tried to draw on that same force from before. The surge, the energy that had once exploded from his chest like the roar of a storm, but it didn't come. Not this time. Instead, he felt himself fading. The vice-like grip around him squeezed the air from his lungs. His heartbeat slowed, and with it the world began to dull at the edges. Frank's voice was faint now, distant and mocking. "You see, Kai? Even gods have limits. You can't live forever if you can't breathe." Kai's vision tunneled. He could see Adam's eyes inches from his own, flickering between rage and confusion, a trapped animal forced to obey. Kai's fingers twitched weakly at his side, brushing the hilt of his blade still trapped between their bodies. He tried to push, but his strength was bleeding out with every second. His heart staggered in his chest. Slowing, he couldn't feel his legs. Move. He tried again. Move. The world dimmed, the edges dissolving into shadow. And still, Frank's laughter echoed, the sound of a man who believed he'd finally broken the unbreakable. Kai's world narrowed to two things: the iron weight across his ribs and the small, ragged patch of skin beneath Adam's jaw. For a breath, he clung to that sliver of absurd hope, that even monsters needed mouths to roar, and mouths had to be held somewhere flesh remained mortal. He brought his helmeted head up and rammed it into Adam's chin. The impact was bone against metal. Adam bucked, a thunderous wail ripping out of him, and for a beat the giant's grip loosened, as if the animal within had been startled awake. Kai hammered again, headbutt, hard and precise, until the brute's arms slipped, and Kai fell, sliding free into the slick of his own blood and sweat. He didn't wait. If he couldn't find the heart, he could reach something that mattered. He rolled, planted his feet, and drove his blade upward beneath the monster's jaw, aiming like a man who had practiced the motion 1,000 times. The point found purchase and then bone, and with a brutal, sickening pressure, the sword punched into soft, hot tissue. Adam screamed, a sound that started human and shredded into something other. Flesh at the wound smoked where the blade met living tissue. Then, impossibly, the gray of the creature's natural flesh began to crumble. It didn't bleed so much as fall away, turning to powder that sifted through Kai's fingers and puffed into the air like ash. Bits of synthetic tendon and metal shuddered, disconnected from whatever animate will had driven them, and collapsed in a clatter of gears and bolts. The augmented pieces, servos, plating, welded spikes, clanged to the concrete and slid into a spreading, mechanical ruin. For a second, Kai just stood there, chest heaving, watching electricity gutter from Adam's dead eyes. What was left of the giant's mouth hung open, and in that hollow, the thing that had been a man finally stilled. Frank's laugh had turned thin. "You?" Frank began, backing toward the exit, his hands moving for a pocket as if instinct would summon another canister or another device. He lashed out with words instead. "You butcher! You destroy my work! You'll never stop what I've started. Legacy, science." His voice cracked like a man reciting a litany he no longer believed. Kai didn't wait for the rest. He crossed the floor in 3 long steps, grabbed Frank's wrist as he raised the canister, and with a single decisive motion severed it. The doctor's hand came away in Kai's grip, leaving the spray canister clattering to the floor. Frank howled, half instinctive, half cowardice. "You'd better finish what you started." Frank spat through clenched teeth, clutching at his stump. "I found you. The others will find you too. They'll come in numbers. They'll tear this town apart to get to you." His eyes were frantic now, the measured arrogance gone, replaced by the raw panic of a man who'd gambled with forces he could no longer control. Kai's thumb found the small tube of vile fragment glass still warm in Frank's pocket, and he pinched it with the same methodical calm that had felled Adam. He looked down at the broken hand, at the smear of blood marking the sleeve, at the ruined trays where vials had once sat like hearts in jars. He could have let him run. He could have watched Frank stumble away and vanish into the fence line, a broken man clutching a ruin of a life. He could have let the sirens sort him out. Kai did not. Frank scrambled to his feet, clutching the raw stump where his hand had been, eyes wide and animal. He made for the yard, for the line of trucks and the patchwork of escape routes that had kept him safe for years. Kai moved like a shadow between the scattered crates, closing the distance in 3 long, patient strides. "I can tell them," Frank rasped, voice cracking on fear. He tried to bargain still. "That you died if you just let me." "You won't stop," Kai said, voice low and flat. "You'll continue to torment the innocent." The words were not an argument, they were a verdict. Frank lunged for another pocket, a desperate, useless motion, but Kai was already moving. His hand caught the man's wrist, forcing it away as his other drew the sword in one smooth motion. "Still trying to play God," Kai said quietly. Frank sneered, bloodied and trembling. "I am a god, Kai. You think I'd waste eternity on compassion?" Kai's grip tightened on the hilt. "No," he said, "you've wasted it on cruelty." He drove the blade forward, straight through Frank's chest. For a heartbeat, Frank just stared at him, eyes wide, disbelief and rage mixing in equal measure. Then light, cold, and silver rushed through the wound, crawling up his veins like fire in reverse. His breath hitched. "You can't." Kai twisted the blade and the words turned to a scream. The sound rose, broke, and dissolved into 1,000 echoes as Frank's body began to crumble from the inside out. His skin split like parchment, his features hollowing, collapsing into ash. Within seconds, only his outline remained, a ghostly shell of dust that scattered across the concrete floor. Kai stood still as the last of it drifted away. There was no triumph in him, no satisfaction, only an exhausted, terrible clarity. The smell of burnt air lingered, thick and bitter, as the last flecks of Frank's form were carried off by the heat rising from the burning lab. "From the dust you came," Kai murmured, voice steady but heavy with centuries of meaning. "And to the dust you shall return." The junkyard took them both in then, the burned lab, the smoldering vials, and the thin, far-off wail of sirens that would arrive too late. Chapter 19, Bloodline. The morning was cool and bright, the kind of day that should have felt ordinary. Dew clung to the grass along the sidewalk, the sun just high enough to burn the mist from the fields beyond town. Noah kicked a pebble down the road, hands jammed in his jacket pockets. "Man, I swear if we have another pop quiz in algebra, I'm dropping out and becoming a mechanic." Lily rolled her eyes. "You'd last maybe 2 days before you set something on fire." Kai smiled faintly at their banter, but his thoughts were somewhere else, still back in the smoke and the ashes of the junkyard. Frank's words wouldn't leave him. "If I found you, the others will too." The sentence had buried itself in his mind like a splinter. Others. Others like Drake, like Frank. Maybe worse. He looked at Noah and Lily walking a few steps ahead, laughing now about something trivial, something human. He wanted to keep it that way. For a moment the idea tempted him, just vanish, disappear before the storm came, go dark, go silent. Somewhere inside, he knew he'd done it before. Centuries of walking away from names, faces, lives. It was the only way he'd survived. But this time was different. If he left, who would protect them when the next monster came looking? When one of those others decided to dig through ashes and follow the trail to the people he dared to love like family? He clenched his jaw. Leaving wouldn't save them. It would only leave them undefended. The thought weighed on him like the armor he'd hidden away. An old burden, familiar and cold. They turned the corner, the school coming into view. Brick walls, metal doors, a line of buses coughing exhaust into the morning air. Students moved in clusters, talking, laughing, alive. Noah nudged Kai as they reached the steps. "Hey, you good, man? You've been quiet all morning." Kai blinked, pulling himself from his thoughts. "Yeah, just tired." Lily gave him a skeptical glance. "You look tired all the time." He smiled, just enough to pass for normal. "Guess I'm getting old." They both laughed and started up the stairs. Kai followed, one last look over his shoulder at the quiet street behind them. They found Eli shoved against the locker, eyes squeezed shut, shoulders trembling as Trent's hand rained the same cruel rhythm, taunting him by smacking his face. The hallway smelled of chalk dust and cheap cologne. Lockers clanged and laughter braided through the air like normalcy, trying not to notice it was being broken. Kai stopped dead. Trent looked up as they rounded the corner, smirk widening when he saw company. "Look who it is," he said, loud enough for the crowd to turn. "The mystery kid. You lost or something, pretty boy?" Noah bristled. Lily's jaw tightened. Eli's face was red. Tears had started to run, but he blinked them away, trying not to make a sound. Trent shoved Eli forward and laughed. "Cry, Eli. Do it. You know it helps." Kai didn't think. He moved. In 3 long, fluid steps, he was at Trent's shoulder, his fingers closing in the fabric at the base of the bully's neck. With one clean motion, he lifted him off the floor until Trent's sneakers dangled uselessly above the polished tile. For a heartbeat, no one breathed. Trent's face went from smirk to white-faced surprise to fear as the laughter died. He thrashed, punching at empty air, blinking at Kai's hand around him like a man watching a nightmare. "Put me down, you freak," he squealed, voice high. Kai's voice was low, steady, and colder than the locker metal. "Leave him alone." Noah and Lily rushed forward, hands out trying to talk him down. "Kai, don't easy, man," Noah said, half laughing to force the absurdity out of the moment. Trent spat out a weak, desperate taunt. "What are you gonna do, huh? Your mom's a teacher here. You touch me, and she'll—" His bravado cracked as he saw the stillness in Kai's eyes. Kai leaned in until his forehead almost brushed Trent's. He lowered his voice until the words were a thread meant only for Trent. "I'll find the smallest locker in this school and shove you into it. If that doesn't work," he said, the whisper cutting, "I'll hang you from the top of the flagpole by your underwear and paint 'Bully' across your chest." The hallway had gone very quiet. Even the fluorescent lights seemed to be listening. Trent's bravado evaporated. He swallowed hard. The color drained from his face. Okay, he choked on the words. "Fine, I'll stop, I swear." Kai set him down gently enough that it landed like a warning instead of a threat. Trent collapsed to his feet and stumbled backward, keeping his eyes on Kai like a man watching a coiled animal. Before anyone could exhale, Vice Principal Martin's office door opened and he filled the threshold. Broad, no nonsense, a permanent frown etched into his face. "What on earth is going on out here?" he barked. The crowd shuffled. No one volunteered. Trent's friends avoided looking at him. Eli clutched his books like a shield. Martin's gaze swept the circle and landed on Kai, on Eli, on Trent. He seemed to sense the tension and chose a solution that would box them all in. "Detention after school, all of you. This includes you, Mr. Trent, Mr. Eli, and you 3. He pointed at Kai, Noah, and Lily in turn. "You don't get to resolve everything with your fists, and I don't want to hear excuses." A murmur ran through the students. Trent opened his mouth to protest, then snapped it shut when Martin's stare sharpened. "And don't think about skipping," Martin added, the corner of his mouth quirking toward something like amusement. "Mrs. Callahan will be running detention today. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to see the 3 of you, and especially eager to hear Trent's side of the story." Mara's name landed like a stone at Kai's feet. The whole hallway shifted. Students glanced toward the front office, some smirking, others wide-eyed. Trent's lips went pale. Noah sighed, rubbing his forehead. Of course it's Mom. Lily gave Kai a look that mixed gratitude and exasperation. Thanks for that, but you owe us big time. Kai's hands were still humming with the echo of the hold. He felt the adrenaline settling like a settling metal taste in his mouth. Around them, the school resumed its chatter, but a different sound threaded through it now. Curiosity, a kind of wary respect. He had scared a bully straight for the moment. He'd made sure Eli wouldn't have to stand there and take it again today. But as they walked toward the line of classes, Kai thought about Principal Martin's words and the way Trent had blinked at the edges of fear. Frank's warning echoed under everything, an undertow. Others would come. The fight he'd chosen wasn't just with thugs in parking lots or with a scientist in a junkyard. It was with a world that would keep producing monsters. People who would take what they wanted, who would threaten those he loved to get to him. After school, the tension in detention had already been thick enough to cut through. Mara sat at her desk, hands folded, watching the clock tick toward 4. No one spoke. The scraping of Trent's pencil filled the room like an itch. Noah tapped his foot. Lily glared at Trent. Kai sat still, quiet as always, though his eyes flicked toward the door every few minutes, something instinctual, like a soldier mapping exits. Then the door creaked open. Eli stepped inside. His face was pale, streaked with tears that had long since dried and returned. His shirt was wrinkled, untucked, his hair wild like he'd been running. Mara straightened, surprised. "Eli, you're late for detention?" He didn't answer. Something about his silence made the room change, flattening the air. Noah started to speak, but his voice died when Eli reached inside his backpack. He pulled out a revolver, an absurdly large one, gleaming cold in the fluorescent light. His hands shook so violently it almost slipped from his grasp, but he gripped it tighter, raising it toward Trent. Mara froze. Noah's chair scraped the floor. Lily gasped, her hand covering her mouth. Eli's voice broke on the first words. You'll never hurt me again." Trent went pale, eyes wide, stammering. "Eli, hey man, what are you doing? I was just messing around, okay? We were just joking." "Joking?" Eli's voice climbed, cracking. "You broke my glasses. You threw my books in the toilet. You made me eat mud. You locked me in the janitor's closet for hours." His hands trembled harder. "You laughed." Mara took a careful step forward. "Eli, please, put the gun down." He shook his head violently, tears streaking his cheeks. "No, no more. He's not going to hurt anyone again." Kai was already moving, slow and deliberate. He stepped in front of Trent, his voice low but steady. "Eli, look at me." Eli's eyes snapped to him. "This isn't the way," Kai said softly. "I know what it's like to want it to stop, but this won't fix it. You'll carry this forever. You'll lose everything that's still good in you." Eli's grip faltered, but only for a second. His breathing hitched, chest heaving. "He'll just find someone else," he said, almost pleading with himself. "He always does. He doesn't stop. He never stops." Kai took one step closer, palms open. "He will. I'll make sure of it. You have my word, Allie. He won't hurt anyone again." Eli's face twisted between grief and rage. "No," he whispered. "You don't understand." He raised the gun again. "He won't hurt anyone anymore." The sound of the shots shattered the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mara screamed. Lily ducked. Noah dove for the floor. The recoil knocked Eli backward. The revolver slipped from his hand and hit the tile with a hollow clang. For a second, no one moved. Then they saw Kai. He was still standing between Trent and the gun. 4 holes punched clean through his shirt, blood blooming dark across his chest. He swayed once, as if the world had tilted, then dropped to his knees. "Kai!" Mara's voice tore through the silence. He hit the floor, eyes already glassing over, his body unnaturally still. Eli was sobbing now, choking on his own voice. It should have been him," he said, staring at Kai's body in disbelief. He's the one who deserved it." Trent was frozen, pressed against the wall, face white as chalk. Then, cowardice taking over, he bolted. He shoved past the desks and sprinted out the door without a word. Mara was on the floor, crawling to Kai, hands shaking as she pressed down on the wounds, though she could feel no heartbeat. No, stay with me, Kai, please." Lily was sobbing, clutching Noah. Noah's face was pale, horrified, unable to move. Eli stayed there a moment longer, looking at the wreckage he'd made, the tears, the fear, the blood, and something in him broke completely. He turned and stumbled out the door, his sobs echoing down the hall. Mara leaned over Kai's still chest, tears falling freely now. "Please, not you." Her voice cracked, collapsing into a whisper as she pressed her forehead to his. The bell rang in the distance, mocking, hollow, like nothing had happened at all. And in the quiet that followed, the only sound was Mara's sobbing, raw and real, echoing through the halls of the school as the boy she'd come to love as her own lay still on the cold tile floor. The shock hit Noah all at once. The ringing in his ears faded, and something warm spread down his stomach. He looked down, confused at first, then saw the red blooming under his hand, his blood pooling over his shirt. "Oh!" he whispered. Then his knees gave out. Lily screamed, catching him as he fell. "Noah, no!" Mara's head snapped up from Kai's still form. For a moment she couldn't process it, couldn't make herself move. Then she did. She scrambled across the tile, slipping in blood, reaching for her boy. "No, stay with me, baby, please." Noah's breaths were short, wet, shallow. His eyes darted between her and the ceiling as if trying to find something to focus on. Lily pressed both hands to the wound, sobbing. "It won't stop, it won't stop." Mara was crying now too, her voice broken as she shouted for help, for anyone, her hands shaking so hard she could barely hold pressure. Her mind spun Eli the gun, Kai now Noah, her family collapsing in front of her. Behind them, unseen, a sound, a breath, Kai. He stirred, the color slowly returning to his skin. His chest rose once, then again, shallow but steady. The holes in his shirt darkened, then lightened. The blood stopped flowing, flesh sealed where bullets had torn through. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly in the light. He sat up. Mara didn't see him. She was too deep in it, holding Noah, begging him not to go. Kai pushed himself to his feet, the tremor in his hands finally stilling. Something shifted behind his eyes, an understanding that hadn't been there before. It wasn't reasoned or logical. It was deeper, instinctive, as if some buried truth inside him had awoken. He knew what his blood could do. Somehow, he just knew. The knowledge settled over him like armor. He could save Noah. He could not, would not let him die. He moved with quiet certainty, unzipping the backpack and pulling out the blade wrapped in cloth. The steel caught the flickering fluorescent light, a gleam of cold resolve. When he stood, his movements were steady, deliberate, almost ceremonial. He crossed the room slowly. His steps made no sound against the concrete floor. Noah's head tilted weakly toward him, eyes already fading, unfocused. Lily looked up from where she knelt, her hands slick with blood. "Kai?" she whispered. Mara turned at the sound of her daughter's voice, her expression fractured. "Kai?" He knelt beside them, lowering himself into the pooling blood, his face calm but shadowed by something vast, grief, love, and a terrible kind of acceptance. He reached out a hand that shook once, then stilled. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, though his voice held no hesitation now. He turned the blade and drew it across his wrist in a clean, practiced motion. The blood came freely, dark and thick, but there was something unnatural about it, an inner light, a shimmer like heat through glass. It pulsed faintly, alive. Mara's voice broke into panic. What are you doing?" Kai pressed his bleeding wrist firmly over Noah's wound, forcing the contact, his breath ragged. The sound that followed was wet and terrible, the kind of sound that left silence heavier than before. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then Noah's chest hitched once, shallow, uncertain, and a faint warmth began to creep back beneath his skin. But before anyone could speak, he went still again. His hands slid from Mara's grasp. His final exhale trembled through the air and was gone. Mara screamed, a sound torn from somewhere primal, as she pulled her son close, pressing her forehead to his. "Please, please don't go." Kai kept his wrist pressed to Noah's wound. He closed his eyes. For a moment, the world held still. Then the air shifted. The blood that had poured over Noah's wound began to sink in, disappearing into his skin. The gash stopped bleeding. The color returned to his cheeks. His chest rose with a weak, shuddering breath. Mara froze mid-sob. Noah's eyes fluttered open. "That really hurts," he murmured, voice faint but alive. He turned his head slightly toward Kai, looking down at where Eth's wound had been. "Guess we're blood brothers now." Kai let out a short, shaky breath that almost passed for a laugh. "Yeah," he said quietly, "guess we are." Their hands met in a faint fist bump before Noah drifted back into unconsciousness. Lily was crying again, this time in disbelief. Mara stared at Kai, unable to speak, her lips trembling. Her eyes darted between his healed chest, his unbleeding wrist, and her living son. "Kai," she whispered. "How?" Kai wiped his wrist with the torn sleeve of his jacket. The wound was gone, smooth skin, unbroken. He looked at Mara, the weight of centuries flickering behind his eyes. "I have a lot to tell you," he said quietly. He looked toward the door, toward the world outside that no longer felt quite as safe as it had yesterday. "You and Evan both." The sirens rose in the distance, a hollow reminder of how fragile everything still was. Kai didn't move. He only sat there in the red-stained light, holding the ones who had become his world. Whatever the cost, he would protect them. That was his promise now, and his purpose.